Good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey. Hey, Arisa. Okay. Uh. Ooh. Lou, get your life. Yeah, I was supposed to be going live at noon 30, but I was able to get here at 11:30. Okay. All right. And hey puppy, I am exhausted. Oh, let me put my AC on. Hold on, cause also hot. I'm hot. I'm hot. All right, 1 second. Danke, baby. Oh, that's good. I love juice. Who likes juice? I like juice. I got juice on my shoes. I'll drink some juice from the fruit. All right. Hi guys. Okay. Happy Sunday. Um, wasn't so sure if I was really gonna go live, so I'm probably not going live for a very long time. I may not. Hey, Butcha. I may not go live for long because I'm tired. Um, sounds table in the back. Um, definitely sound like you're from Brooklyn. But sorry, itchy. Hey, puppy enemy. I know that you guys are never really sure if I'm going live on a Sunday. I am going to be leaving this topic of why can't this God do anything? Co-host stop. Let's see, how does this feel for us? There we go. And you said you want to keep it in the black so everybody can stay.
Yeah,
Hi,
it makes it
Arthur.
easier to see the background,
Yeah,
right?
okay. Also, I think it makes it easier to see scriptures. Like, I can never get this set up right. Ah, my face is drying out finally. It's time to put on some lotion. So, I don't expect to see a lot of Christians today. Um,
Really quick, as you're joining in, please continue to tap the screen. 56 people currently joined in. Let's try to get the live rolling rather rapidly. Make sure you tap on that screen and hit that little share button down at the bottom. If you share it to just one person, it'll get out to some other people, hopefully, and then we can keep going.
okay. Um, yeah, guys. So let's see. Thanks, guys, for joining in. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining in. Thanks
Fluff,
for sharing.
I had to do my little disconnect, swap down, swap back up, and then let me back on.
Right, because you're in full black, yeah? All right. Looks like you guys are getting that, let's see. Is TikTok messing with us? It is, actually. Let's see. I'm having a great day, Danielle.
Do me a favor. Can we have a friendly in the comment? Just request 1 second. Let me just see if I can see it under my settings. Anyone?
I got 4 or 5. God damn.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me try disconnecting again. Hold on. Don't go anywhere.
Let's see if real comes up. I got Public Enemy. Let's see if you come in. Let's see. No, you guys are showing up as black. Do I have to restart? No, I don't have to restart. Okay. We got real. Let's see if real comes in. Yeah. And let's try biblically styled God. No, you guys are not coming in with any. It's the app? Okay.
Yeah, they pushed an update, and it seems to be affecting mod permissions. So I can't actually mute anyone, modify anything. It's not.
Let me see something.
Maybe I can do it from the chat.
Oh.
Yeah, no, my mod permissions aren't active.
Hold on. Let me see something. Okay.
What's up, Fluff?
Hi, Eli. The blackout is frequent for you? Okay, and you guys can see your own icons? Alright,
Yeah.
as long as it's working, you finally got into the Discord? Okay. Alright, guys. Alright, thanks a lot. So I got, how many co-hosts am I doing today? 1 or 2?
2 used to be said, right?
Okay.
Basically, it's either me. It's basically me and real.
Yeah, we're gonna do you and real. Eli, you're not a Christian, right?
Nope. I'm actually about the job. I just wanted to sit and say hi.
But I can see
yeah,
you, Eli. I can see you. I think I can't see my moderators.
Yeah, I can. You talking about on the panel?
Yeah. I think my,
Yeah,
did you get your mod privileges, biblically styled God? Hey, Sphinx! Did you?
Yes. Yeah, they just showed up.
Are they working?
So what? Yeah. What did you do? You shut it off and turned it back on?
Yeah, real. Do you want me to do the same?
Please do. Because
Sure,
sometimes
because
I am.
mine haven't been working.
All right, let me take you.
You know, I'm not able to mute anybody on the panel. I can't see anyone on the panel apart from myself either. Everyone else is blacked out. I know that they're there because I can see their name, but I can't see their PFP.
Okay. Now, both of you should be able to drop and come back on now that I've adjusted your mod privileges. Let's see if it works. It might actually just have to be,
I think Teresa's curse worked. She hit you with too many Sharon boom the rivet.
Please don't ask anybody if they should be in church today.
Melody, hi. Are you with me on purpose?
I was just one of the people that when you invited up to see how things were working, but I would like to say good morning and blessings. I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in
day.
that's it. A great and fruitful day, however that manifests for you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I can see you. I think they can see you on the panel. Your mute's still not working. All right. I took it away and added it to you. Let me just double check that
Well,
all of
just
your
it's
permissions
just
are
been a thing
active.
for a while now, so I guess it's just a TikTok glitch.
Yeah, it's a TikTok glitch. Let me see. Manage access. Add that. Confirm. And
But you can drop me whenever you need to.
all right.
Um,
Thank you
I
for
wanted to
helping
help you
us.
test.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Thank you. It's doing its thing. We'll see. Thanks. It could be me. It could be me. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I don't want to put makeup on today, but I look exhausted. I really do look tired. Um, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just help me out, okay? When you send me messages, try not telling me that God has revealed shit to you. If it didn't work on the panel, I'm not really in the mood for it in my private messages. Okay? Okay. Thanks. Because trying to talk to me privately about I'm gonna die, I'm gonna burn in hell, God sent you messages, you have dream prophecies for me, you want to do a reading, you want to talk to me about my church hurt or my childhood trauma, um, and you want to help me find God, here's your private number. I don't need that. I can't be lost. I know where I am. I'm at home. Okay, Jenny? Good. I know where I am. I am home. It's Sunday. Air is fresh. The sun is out. The tank is clean. And she's like, tomatoes. No, thank you, Jenny. I grow my own. All right. Now I know you guys don't want to argue over is Adam blind and deaf today. So we're not going to do that. Although we really should. Today's concept is how many bodies are you really willing to climb over to tell me how powerful your God is? Yes, Miss C, are you a Christian? Okay, Jack, don't tell people that. Don't do it, Jack. I'm pretty convinced that what is that thing called? Adam is legally blind. I'm pretty sure of it. Jenny, don't call me sweetheart. Yeah, sir works. We can do sir or yes, sir. Why? Because sir is still applied as a term of respect for women in the military. So there you go. Thanks, Jenny. We went from rude to respectful. I appreciate it. You know what? Let me do this. Yeah, I get the Christian love. Ah, it's my birdie. Okay. And there we go. All right, guys. Let's see if I have any Christians that want to talk to me this morning. We have a wonderful lineup this Sunday. So, man is turning on self like flour and egg waiting for the oven. I can't say sweetheart, so I'll try misgendering to be a complete jerk. And it still doesn't work, right? I think I'm a fuck what you want to give me pronouns. Like, what am I gonna get butt hurt because you should call me a man? Actually, I think everybody's like in the church, nodding at the pastor, clapping their hands, listening to the Deconstructionist on a regular basis. Yeah, everybody says that voice cracks them up. I gotta stop doing that voice because I don't know how offensive it is. I just know I just slip into it, and I've done it like my whole life. Gotta help me out here. I'm listening to myself. I sound crazy. Free will can't coexist with burn or die. I agree. Yes. He came out of nowhere with the voice of God.
Right?
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
40 years old. What about you?
Are you a Christian?
Sometimes people like you may consider me a Christian. Yeah, you go ahead, pick your nose. Go ahead. We
So
see it.
why worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image on the
Oh, I don't
screen?
worship the black community. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, oh, let's
I don't do that. I'm gonna get high and jump up on the pen. You're gonna have to relax. Please just don't jump up. Hey, you got. Never mind. Let me. That's where it comes from. Should have known. No, don't try to get back up on my fucking panel. You gotta learn how to microdose instead of macrodose, or go give your fucking caretaker back his phone.
If you drop a galaxy, you can come back up. Just don't act like an asshole.
Mm-mm. 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 He can't. Mm-mm. No. Sir, keep your money.
Galaxies.
No, sir, keep your fucking money. No
50
matter how
galaxies.
much you pay, I don't want you to stoop it on my panel.
5,000 galaxies.
No galaxy. No galaxy. Nothing will get him
Are
back
you
up here.
sure it was a joke?
Nothing is going to get him back up here.
No. I'm
Not
talking.
going to happen.
I don't think so. If he can bring God, I think that's a pass.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Stop. I don't want it. I don't want any of it. Sir, respectfully, you worked hard for that. Keep it to yourself. Work so fucking hard to be that things. Yeah, no. You can go ahead and get back down. How many minutes are we in? 21. I got a couple of more minutes. I might start seeing normal people. Yeah. I'm sorry. Why do they do? Why do they do that? They just get up and they laugh. What are they laughing at? Don't get me wrong. I love laughing. Right? With or even at myself sometimes. I don't really like laughing at people, but I love laughing. And they come up with this laugh, and all you gotta laugh at me. You can't. See, I make myself laugh all the time. I'm my own best friend. I'm a mug. And then they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck around. What are you doing? Would you do this in public? No. Tam, you know that yo daddy has nothing to do with me and how I act. Like seriously, my dad can kick your dad's ass, like that ass. So, I'm not even worried. I'm not even concerned. So, hey Loretta. Hey guys, thanks for coming in. I see all 103 of you in here. Thanks for the hearts and the arrows. I love the hearts and the arrows on the screen. Don't forget to grab your little heart me's up here at the top. See, it pops up on my head when we do a little dance. So, yeah. And when you do that, make sure to claim your membership points. For you guys. Who do we have here? Hey, Jess.
Hey, Fluff. How are you doing?
I am all right. We're trying it this way? Okay. So what do you got for me today?
Well, you say, why worship a powerless God? Now, I'm not sure completely what your views are, but why is God powerless?
Why can't he do anything about the image behind me?
Okay, so let's rewind a minute, okay, and let's go to the beginning of time. Okay, so it was dark in the universe.
No. I know how the story starts, so I don't need you to explain it.
Okay,
What I am saying is, why can't he do anything? Why can't he do
well,
anything about this image behind me? Desolation
because
and death. Why can't he do anything
because
about it?
he's both. He's both, right?
This is done in his name.
Right? He's duality, so he's good and the bad.
Got it. So it's not that he can't do anything about it. He won't do anything about it. But when he doesn't do anything about it, Jess, it gets worse.
Yeah.
Still in his name, but it gets worse.
So do you believe in science, Fluff?
Is that going to answer the question?
Kind of. So
How
that
does that
says,
answer the question?
so energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right?
So, go ahead and break
So
it
that
down.
must mean we're eternal. And if we're eternal, why wouldn't there be a God? You know what I mean?
I noticed you just walked over a bunch of corpses to ask me that question without answering mine.
What was your question?
No. If you weren't listening the first time, that shows me you didn't care.
You said, does it have anything to do with the question, why worship a powerless God, right?
And do you answer it?
Well, my God is very powerful, so I don't know how to answer it.
Well, that's a very selfish and self-centered statement, isn't it? Your God
Well,
is
not
very
really.
powerful. Well,
I think my
I'm gonna
God is
finish.
everybody's God,
I'm gonna
right?
finish. No, you didn't say that. There's no reason for me to assume that. Your God is a powerful God, so you don't know how to answer the question. Fair enough. So let's pull it into an avenue where you can answer the question. Your God is such a powerful God, Jess.
Mhm.
When has your God done one of the three in the last 2 years? Adjusted and lowered the level of poverty, adjusted and lowered the level of starving children, adjusted and lowered the level of abused under the name of God. Show
Yeah.
me in 2 years actual proof your God affected that positively.
Well, it's a hard thing to say, right? Because you get different perspectives and different teachings and stuff from different people. So there's a lot of
So,
factors
which
in
one are
that.
you going to utilize to answer my question?
Can you repeat the question?
No.
Anyway, what else can I say here?
So far, we're waiting for you to answer a direct question.
Right now, the question slipped my mind, honestly.
Of course it did. Now, remember the last time I spoke to you, you actually told me you wanted to be my friend. And I
Yeah.
said friendship is an honest statement, and it's called an investment. It's a commitment and it's a marriage. It's a voluntary and natural thing. And do you know what you just naturally showed me?
What's that?
You just showed me your ass for me to kiss.
That's not what I
Now, my
intended.
friends, no. My friends, no. Don't expose a vulnerability to me. And don't get emotional with me. And don't
Yeah.
play games with me. Because my friends have the same level of respect that I give them. I would never assume that they're unintelligent. I would never assume they're beneath me. I would also never assume they were my equal, therefore diminishing their potential to be greater than me. But I
Right.
don't treat them like my betters. I don't accept that I'm a second-rate citizen. Because when a woman
Right.
asks me to do that, I get completely disgusted and I gag on her jealousy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see
I
that.
can't be friends with someone like that.
You can't be friends with somebody
No.
like me?
And I can't be friends with someone like that.
Oh, okay.
They're called a switch. And what they are is they're the ones that create a fucking problem. All of a sudden, issues are coming up. This one's saying this one, that one's saying this, that one's saying that. A little bit of gossip, a little bit of let me love you. A lot of fucking love bombing. A lot of it. And then the next thing you know, they're the ones that are really helping you. Because they really want to look out for you, because they really care, because they really want to be your friend. But you've already shown me that we are not compatible because my friends actually have empathy I never have to talk to them about.
They actually have what? Evidence?
Empathy.
Oh.
Honest. My friends are honest. Why? Because if you're going to try your lies out on me, I'm not your friend. I'm
Right.
just your guinea pig. And how do I know?
So,
Exactly, goddess. Your integrity. If you valued yourself, you would hold yourself to that high standard that you would expect of others. And
yeah.
you would want people to give you, right?
Right.
But you lacked the self respect to enter this conversation, honestly. You didn't care about your integrity and you didn't care about the experience others would have of you. When you decided to enter this conversation, you didn't do what my mama told me to do. Before you leave the house, make sure you do two things: wash your ass and look your best. Because you are a representative of who you are.
Right.
And that's not what you did when you got into this panel. You crawled out of bed and didn't even bother to brush your teeth to let me know your God is powerful. I call that cowardice. I call that raw belly, not yellow belly. Because most people will crawl across glass to keep from looking at themselves. And then
Do
you
you know, I'm
want a
just,
person like me who is significantly stronger in self, to maintain that consistency of self, to uphold you. I am not a babysitter. I am not somebody that's going to carry you. And my hands are already holding on to the ones who have been honestly holding on to me.
yeah.
So I don't know exactly what you're trying to get into with your emotions, but it really better stay on the religion itself. Because every single time you and I talk, you want my feelings. And I am not here for your kink.
I guess it depends on your definition of God.
Good. And what is your
Why
definition of God?
worship a powerless God? My definition is that God simply is, right? All
That's
I
not
should
an
have to
answer
say,
for somebody who's going to challenge everything that you just said.
I know I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
So all I should have to say is God is, right? But I'm going to say that God is everything. God is you, me, him, her, they, them, their,
You mean
everybody.
these bodies on the screen are also God?
It's all a part of God, yeah? The birds, the bees, the flowers, the trees, everything that's alive
Now,
is
do you
God.
see the pregnant woman in the image?
No,
Okay. Do you know if any of those are any of my family members?
no.
Okay. Now, there's 2 pregnant women in this image, and 8 bodies belong to my family. Go ahead and tell me again about what on God?
Oh my goodness, honey, you gotta grieve that. You gotta grieve that and move forward. There's nothing you can do
Uh,
about it.
That
Jess?
is the coldest statement I've ever heard. That's like
Jess?
serial killer
Hold on,
level.
hold on. Jess, do me a
Yeah,
favor. Put your clothes back on. This isn't an intimate moment between the two of us. This is an internal critique of your faith. Put your clothes back on. We're not alone.
right.
We're in public. Okay? So now, try to stay away from my emotions and keep an eye on the screen when you tell me about your God. Because I'm looking at the amount of bodies you're crawling over to tell me bullshit.
Yeah, but I just told you that we're eternal, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So you're talking to me about people that have died, but where did they go? You know what I mean?
Where did they go, Jess?
Maybe they went to heaven.
Maybe? Okay. So, when your God got through destroying these people who didn't believe in him, they're going to heaven?
I think it's a personal choice
Really?
whether you walk
Happy?
with,
Go ahead.
I think it's a personal choice whether you want to go to
You
heaven
guys
or
can have
the
that food
opposite.
fight if you're up to it.
Um, I just wanted to point out that our earlier statement didn't make any sense though, because if we're energy and you're stating, the first law of thermodynamics that says that energy cannot be created or destroyed, your God wouldn't create us in the first place. So I don't see how, when we actually expire, how we go to a heaven of your God.
Right. See, it's a hard thing to say though. Is everybody's got their own personal views.
Do you follow the Christian faith?
No, I don't belong to Christianity, but I do
Jesus?
believe in Jesus Christ.
Oh, so yeah, no, you're a Christian. If you believe in Jesus, if you follow Jesus, if that's the definition of a Christian, right? You
Wouldn't
don't,
say I follow it to a T,
do
but
you follow? But you follow Jesus Christ, right? That's your savior.
I follow his morals and
Is
his
Jesus
ethics and
do you
stuff like
believe
that.
Jesus is the Son of God?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a Christian. You can try to go around it in all sorts of ways, but the only way that you believe Jesus is the Son of God is if you are a Christian. That's
Right.
it, right? Like I know that you're like interpreting my question to be like, oh, those kinds of Christians, right?
Hmm.
And no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you're a follower of Christ. You're a Christian.
I don't belong to any specific religion.
Are you a follower of Christ? The definition of a
Somewhat.
follower of a Christian is a follower of Christ,
Okay.
right?
So
It's not a religion. It's a follower of Christ. So by that definition, can we agree you're a Christian?
sure.
Okay. So where in the Bible does it have your interpretation of it, or did you get some revelation that you're not sharing?
My interpretation of what? Of I already
Of
shared
of no, where did you
what?
get this revelation from, that how you're, whatever it says in the book doesn't, that's not important. What's important is what, your interpretation of it.
Well, the interpretation of the Bible is a lot of different lords and, you know,
Right. No, I get that. In fact, I fully agree with you that it's a lot of different lore. that people have brought together and say this is supposed to be some sort of cohesive message, but it's not, right? It was never meant to be that. These were letters that were written or whatever, you know what I mean? And
Well,
a bunch of people at some point in
Can
time.
I interject?
No, you can't actually, Messenger. In fact, I don't even know why you're up here since you told me to shut up earlier. You can go back down. Goodbye.
Because I'm a Christian.
No, not because you're a Christian. Okay, so what were we
Sure.
saying? What I was saying was I agree with you. It's just a bunch of lore, you know what I mean? And so you have an interpretation of that lore, correct?
right.
Yeah, and so like where does it mention this interpretation that you've taken? That God is just, we're all God, we're all energy. Like I get that science says we're all energy, but I mean, where is this interpretation from?
The interpretation from the Bible, I'm not sure. My interpretation was from science specifically.
So you're mixing science and religion where they don't speak with each other. Okay, that's weird. That's actually a really weird one. So you're taking the laws of thermodynamics and using it to justify that we're all energy. So if you were to stumble across a mass of bodies like in the image that Fluff has, and you see a woman crying, I'm assuming that message that you stated earlier, oh, we're all energy, is what you'd tell a screaming, crying woman, and that they
No,
need to
of
get some
course
help.
not. I would
Well, I
probably.
mean, that's the end message, right? It's okay because we're all energy anyway. So that's
No.
what Fluff is getting at, right? God
Yeah.
won't do anything about that. He's going to let this happen. You're God. He doesn't, right? He doesn't care. He doesn't intervene. He doesn't.
Yeah, but when you know better, you do better. You know
When
what I
you
mean?
know, no, that's
That's
not
the
a statement to what I said, right? Like you stumble across this image, right? And
Right.
let's say that the people that strolled through town this time, as they've done in the past, were a bunch of religious zealots strolling through town, taking care of their religious business, right? And
Right.
sure enough, your God doesn't do anything to stop it.
Let me
Lets it
separate.
happen. In fact, it's not that he can't do anything about it according to you. He just won't. He won't do anything about it.
Yeah, but I think you non-believers really focus on the evil part of life.
Well,
Like you
because
don't focus on the
there's a reason
love
for that.
that all the love that he has to offer.
All the love. There's a reason why. Because if any of us had that power, at least the ones here on this panel, and I think it's safe to assume a lot of the people that follow along to these lives that are atheists from the deconstructive side, if any of them had the ability to stop atrocity, they would.
Yeah.
And you worship someone who has, according to you, has the ability to stop atrocity, but doesn't do shit. Right?
Yes,
Doesn't do
because
anything
the
about it.
whole point of life is to love and to learn. And how do we learn? We learn through tragedy.
No,
and
no. That's not true. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. It didn't take tragedy for me to learn that 2 and 2 is 4. It didn't take tragedy for me to learn, hey, don't hit that person. None of that required tragedy. That required having a parent that looked at me and said, hey,
Right,
it's
for
not
evolution
nice.
though, and to do better, right?
No, but none of that requires tragedy to occur, right? I think what happens is you have a kink for tragedy to happen so you can say, oh, look, we can all now learn from this, and you can feign care, which is why you get a lot of thoughts and prayers coming out whenever a tragedy occurs. Lots of thoughts and prayers, but no action.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, am I wrong? Right? You see it all over Facebook. Another school, thoughts and prayers posted everywhere on everybody's page. But what's the action
Yeah,
behind
do
those
you know
thoughts and
what we
prayers?
have to do? Instead of sitting here discussing what we're discussing, what we have to do is help those children.
Isn't that a nice diversion? Hold
That's
on.
a great point.
Wait,
and what are you doing to help
wait,
those
I
children?
want to come in real quick.
Wait, Fluff. Let me just ask this one question.
Yeah, I'm
Just this one.
about to ask her the same question. Take it away, Ernie.
Oh, what are you doing right now instead of, like you said, you're sitting here on this live. What are you doing right now? In fact, when you get off this live, what do you plan on doing to help those children? You're going to go pray? Or are you going to get up and go and do something about it? Maybe, I don't know, lobby your congressman to do something about it? I don't know. Maybe, what are you actively doing about it?
Well, in my community, we have a homeless shelter, and I like to go there and talk to the people that live there.
About God?
Oh, you talk to some homeless people. That's going to help those kids that had to deal with that tragedy. Got it. Like I
No,
said, thoughts and
it's not
prayers.
that simple. It's not that
It
simple.
really is actually a lot of times, right? It can be. It can be. It's people who insist it's not that simple and then hide behind I spoke to somebody who is in need. Not I did anything. I spoke to a person in need.
Right. Well, one day I will change the world.
One day I will change the world. That's what you're going to hide behind now.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, because you're not actually willing to do anything about it. Neither is
Yes, I am.
morally bankrupt.
I don't think you know who I am.
I think I do just by what you said. You said one day I'm willing to, but not today. I'm not willing to get up today.
It takes time.
It takes time to get up and go and help children. Got it. You got to do other things first. I mean, there's your nail appointment. There's, posting prayers on Facebook. There's arguing on social media. There's all sorts of other things that are more important than helping kids. I understand. No, I understand fully. I get it. When was the last time you lobbied for a change on what we allow inside of, anything? When was the last time you actually sat down and held a person? When was the last time you held a person?
Today, but this year.
When was the last time you held a person who was dying and was there for comfort? When was the last time that you
well, that's a hard question because
the last time you put yourself in a dangerous situation to try to save people? Never. And that's okay. I'm not saying you should.
I would, though.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Exactly. You wouldn't put yourself in that situation.
No, I would probably.
You would probably. But there are plenty of situations where it occurs and all we get is we would probably, but no action on it. It's very nice to say online. I understand. I do. I see it all the time. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of your God and the believer. Probably a lot of people would do a lot of things, but when it comes down to actually doing a thing, well, there was this thing going on at this moment, right? And so I couldn't really do anything about it. But I probably would, if the stars are. All right, Fluff. I'm sorry. I'm done with this. It's just disingenuous. It's a bunch of thoughts and prayers.
Anyway, it's supposed to empower you. It's not supposed to make you.
It doesn't empower anybody. I don't see any empowered Christians fighting for an actual change in the world. Right? Because if you were, you would. And we wouldn't be able to send that message. There wouldn't be the things that we see. 2.3 billion of you, and you can't figure out how to stop half the bullshit from happening because no one is willing to actually do the right thing. I understand. But thoughts and prayers.
I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you.
Don't be sorry for me. I actually have a really good life.
But then I found God.
I actually have a really good life without this. I actually get to really help people too.
You don't understand how beautiful it is, though. The reason why I'm sharing it is because of the vast beauty.
Oh no, I was raised in the vast beauty of Christianity, and the scars that it left on my body. No, thank you.
Okay. Well, that's different. Okay. I wasn't, so I don't know that.
Well, of course, it's easy to be deluded.
I was gonna tell the truth.
If you don't know what the damage of it is, isn't it? And then you come on and you talk about it like you certainly understand, but you're mixing science with a religion that has no business in science, with a belief that has no business in science because it sounds right. Yet according to Christ,
I just brought up
according to Christ, faith alone is right. Right? Faith. But you need to. But in order to help get that little piece inside of your head to make it rational, you have to inject some kind of science into it because you need to somehow rationalize a faith-based system where you're told that all you're supposed to give is faith. But yeah, like I said, and then of course, like I said, tragedy strikes and God does nothing, and you thoughts and prayers. It's all I have. Because that's gonna.
Wait, Sweet Happy, is she implying that we are all gods, but while at the equal sense believing in a Christian God?
Not just all gods. We are all actually part of God.
I see. And then she says she's a Christian, am I correct?
Yes.
No, I'm not Christian.
She says she's not Christian. but she's a follower of Christ, which is by definition what a Christian is.
I think Jesus Christ is my favorite out of all of the religions that they have to offer.
So
I
you
don't
believe
think
Thor exists?
I believe what?
Do you believe Thor exists?
I don't even know who Thor is. That's how unchristian I am.
What
You're
about Zeus?
echoing like
Who
crazy
Zeus
there,
is?
miss.
You know who Zeus is?
The devil? I don't know.
You've never heard of Zeus, God?
No.
Oh, so this is the only God then that you've heard of.
Wait, hold on. Because miss, you gotta fix that echo, please. Please. That's all we ask. Is just to fix that echo if you can.
So, what other gods have you heard of, Jess? Or is Jesus the only one you know?
Okay, so I don't know how to answer that question because I don't read the Bible.
I didn't ask about the Bible. In your entire lifetime, have you heard of any other god, whether it's a myth or anything?
Sure.
Okay, name one.
So Joseph?
Joseph is a character. I'm asking about a god. Are you 25?
No, I'm 35.
Holy cow. So I'm not asking if you know the people in the Bible. Okay, do you
You're
think that
asking me if I know the Lords
No,
anymore.
I'm not. I'm not. Okay, so you are aware that in the Levant region, in the middle, what we would consider the Levant, where Israel is, right?
Right.
That's where you get this God from, and Jesus and all of that, yes? Okay, so other places had other gods they worshipped that weren't the same. Like in Greece.
Like Buddha and
Buddha's not a god, but yes, that's okay. Buddha's one, right? It's close, but that's one. You never heard of Odin? You never heard the name Odin?
I
Zeus?
told you I'm not a religious person.
It's not about religion. In school, you learn about mythology at some point. Everyone does, unless were you homeschooled?
No.
Okay, so in public school, you learn about mythology.
Okay, refresh my memory a little bit.
Okay, in Greece, there would have been like Zeus and Ares, Ares, the god of war.
Right.
Have you heard of Ares?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we get somewhere. So do you believe Ares was real?
I believe that the Bible was based on a true story.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking if you believe Ares was a real god.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, so Ares existed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so his father Zeus existed as well.
What do you think? Somebody just made it up in their head?
So you think all religions are equally, all these gods equally exist, but Jesus is your favorite from the Christian religion?
I don't call them gods. I call them lords. They're lords, right? God is God.
What we're trying to do is develop something called a common terminology, right? In common tongue, these would be called the gods for their region, right? They'd be called a god. You can call them a lord in private, but we need to come to a common definition of what the word of God is.
Right.
And so these would have qualified as gods because that's what they were for these people. The Greeks didn't call them their lords. They called them their gods. Right? And that's who they worshipped.
All right, so Jess, let me ask you a question. Is the word zebra or zebra?
Zebra.
No, the fuck it's not. It's zebra. Because that's who named it. The Africans. You say it correctly.
Okay, zebra.
That's right. It's not a zebra the way the colonizers decided they were going to call it. It is a zebra because that's what it's called. That's its name. A zebra. It has a meaning. Zebra. So when you tell some people your gods are weak and powerful, they're fake. You are the reason why a scene like this doesn't bother you.
It does bother me
The
though. It
fuck it
does hurt
does.
me. It
No, it
does.
hasn't. It hasn't affected you in any way, shape, or form. To
I've
show an
cried
iota,
millions
to
of
show.
tears over what goes on in our
And do
world.
you know
So
what those tears have actually amounted to for the people that you claim to have shed them for? The number hasn't gone down. They are not letting us know that your pain was so powerful it drove you to action. Nobody knows who you are. Your tears dried up in an Arizona desert, along with the thoughts and prayers that never left your mouth, to at least be carried along the ether. What if a God was real and a Holy Spirit really wanted to take your prayer to the mind of a warlord and, change his heart? You didn't even bother to put that one out there.
well, I
Do you
was
know what
getting
you
to
do,
that.
right? You do the devil's work for him. You become the worst part of humanity, the indifferent one. That is
So
the
what, you believe
actual
in the devil,
pure.
but you don't
No,
believe in
that's
God?
absolute pure evil. It doesn't matter if it's a religious evil, and it doesn't matter if it's a crime against humanity. Because an indifferent person will sit and watch and do nothing and then hope and pray that their pockets are still filled with their money, their reward, while they'll climb over the dead to make sure they still got theirs. Yeah.
So
So,
what's the statement here that says I won't do anything about that? What does that imply? That your God won't do anything about that?
no, Jess, your God won't do anything about it. Your very personal, self indulgent God won't do anything about it.
Yeah, but you have to understand, I already told you that God is everything and everyone, and it's your responsibility as a person,
Right. And you don't seem to give
right?
a fuck when God screams in pain and dies. You're just waiting for God to give
We
you something.
strive for perfection. We do. We do strive for perfection, and
None.
we're getting
Do me the
there.
favor.
We're
Do me a favor, Jess. At this point, I'm gonna need you to do the best of someone else because yours
okay.
isn't working. All right. I'm gonna move on to Nessie Dad. Talk to you later. Nessie, thank you for being
Hey,
patient. Hi.
of
Thanks for
course.
being patient. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 38.
All right. Give me a second. I have a question for you. It's not up there yet.
Sure.
The question is, why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about this image behind us? And yeah, if he
I
does look
mean, if
like
he,
George Carlin,
uh, I mean, he does have certain power that he's putting some chips in your bag right now, speaking about him through TikTok. I mean, like if it was so unimportant and if it was so like,
wait a second. Are you literally climbing into my lap to try to talk to me personally about this?
how is that personal? I'm just you're
You're
asking me a
like,
personal
oh,
question.
look, it's
If
helping
you're,
your bag, but
yeah, but if
does
it's
it?
your intention to take it in that way, I
Okay.
mean,
Well,
like
currently
it could
one
go the other way
dollar.
around.
Well, let me let you know. Currently $1.79. That's really making me a lot of money, and I've been here for an hour.
So you put in the Lord's name in your mouth because you have a passion about speaking on him, or because he's lucrating you? Like
Why are
I
you
don't
so
get it.
concerned? What's in my mouth?
So why are you so concerned on other people's beliefs?
Why are you so concerned on what's in my mouth?
So if you answer my question first, and I attempt to answer yours.
No, you're actually up here to answer only one question. Why
Uh
worship a
huh.
powerless God that can't do anything about the image behind
Well,
on the
that's a
screen?
statement. First, you made a statement. You have to prove that he's a powerless God
No,
first.
I don't.
Have you proven it?
I haven't said anything. You have to either agree or disagree with it.
I disagree. So now
Okay. Why do you disagree?
I disagree because look around you. Trees, the sun, the moon,
Okay,
you know,
guys, go ahead.
Why does the trees, the sun, and the moon mean God?
Do you have an explanation for it
Yeah.
other than the Big Bang?
Other than the Big Bang. So wait a minute. Do you have an explanation for God other than he always existed?
What do you have one?
I
That's the.
do actually.
So what
But do
is it?
you? What?
Shortly, just tell me what is it if you can.
Oh, see, that's the problem. You said shortly. Do you think that
Or take
science
your
is
time.
something
Or
that's
take your
short?
time. That's okay. Or take your time. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I
I have time.
appreciate you giving me the time on the live to speak. Thank you so much. I didn't realize that, that you as the host can give
No,
me that
my
time.
apologies,
Thank you.
host. I'm so sorry for saying a
I'm not
word.
the host. I'm just saying, I appreciate that you felt it kind enough to give me time.
All right. Do me a favor, Nessie.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am.
drop the ruler.
Okay.
Zip up.
All
This is
right.
not a dick measuring contest.
Right. Now that I've been disciplined, I would like to get the answers.
Beautiful. Well, I actually have to repeat myself. Let me know so I can just get that out the way now.
Well, I was quiet for 3 seconds, so you could have taken
Yeah,
advantage of the time.
I asked a question and then I'm not going to move forward until I have your
Okay. In my opinion,
consent.
okay, I'm gonna try to attempt to answer your question in the best manner that I can. In my opinion, for the things that I've observed, for the things that I've experienced, I'm not gonna get in details because it's against the policies here in this chat. Um, I will disagree that God is powerless or that there is not a God. Because
Okay,
science, anytime that science,
real
but I'm
quick.
not done, man.
Hold on.
Okay.
You gave me something personal, and what I said
What
was,
was personal?
you. I don't
No,
want to
but what
give
was
you
personal?
something
Oh,
personal from me. I don't want to take something personal from you. Why?
right.
Because for me, that's just fair, right? If I'm not going to give you a personal aspect, and we're just gonna rationalize like men, then I'm
Okay.
not going to allow your personal to be part of my arsenal, right? So
Well, I'm really sorry that I'm a man, so I'm gonna try to
I
make
like to
it like
protect
to get
my
on your.
guests. I like to
Okay.
protect my guests on the panel because a personal element is inviting people to discuss that, and I don't want to do that,
Understood.
right? I don't do
Understood.
it for the co-hosts. I don't want to do it for the debating side, right? So let me
Understood. I'm not
just
trying to be an asshole. I'm just, understood.
no, actually, believe it or not, do you know what I say? I don't mean to be an asshole. I'm just born that way. But
Okay.
um, I do like a level of chill. Why?
Okay.
Because I like to stay glacial.
All right.
Now,
So can I get that
my
same in return?
my
Although
only
it's your chat?
question is my
Please
only
stop
question.
talking over the host.
Thanks. My only question is this: if you are a believer in a God, notice which
I
God is not specified up on the page. Why
okay.
are
I
you
have a
worshiping a powerless God that cannot do anything about the state of a world where there has not been 1 year without a war?
I could answer the first part, but the second is very personal. And you're advocating not to have personal opinions on the chat. I'm just trying to be fair here, and and if I'm sounding like my tone of voice is a little deep, so it might come off as you know assholeish, I guess. I've gotten that
No,
before.
you're fine. I come from Brooklyn. I actually sound like I really don't give a fuck about anybody's
Yeah,
feelings and I don't have a lot of time to play with
and that's why I
everybody's
like you. That's why I
self
like. I
grandizing on my panel. Why? Because I'm not
great,
here for you. I'm here for the
great.
conversation, right?
Yeah.
So,
So
like, whichever God it is that you believe in, I'm going to say your God is a weak, powerful, incompetent fool. So,
all right,
why can't your God do anything about the image on the panel, right? That's
all right.
always going to be the
Because
most important. How many people
I'm
will you
gonna.
climb over to tell me your God is powerful? That's all.
Okay. See, let's say that we didn't have free will in the creation that I believe, right? We didn't have free will. Would you guys also complain that you didn't have free will and criticize God?
We don't have free
You
will to
don't have
begin
free
with
will.
in the beginning.
Oh, you don't have free will.
No one has.
You're
Nobody
an
has.
atheist. You
No
chose
one
to be
has
an
free
atheist.
will.
I
No,
chose
No
to
one.
be
no.
a Christian.
No one
You know
has
what I mean?
free will.
Okay.
We are deterministic state machines. I mean,
I
what do
was
you
One
expect?
definition.
answering the host. Like, if you guys are, I cannot
Oh,
address
I
three
thought you were
people at the same
asking a
time.
question. We thought you were asking a
No,
question.
I get it. But like, it's almost unfair to address three people at the same time.
I understand.
You know.
We thought you were asking a question.
Yeah, no, I was making a statement. I'm saying if it was if we didn't have free will, right? You're saying I get to choose to not believe because that's a choice. I'm assuming, no. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Are you
Like I don't
still
want you to.
talking to the host or are you asking us?
And it was to the host because I was talking to her originally, but now since she
All right, so
is
here I am. Let me break down why you don't have free will. You
okay,
lack free agency and you lack free choice. What do I mean by that? Free
okay,
agency. You do not have absolute control over who you are, right? You don't. Because as soon as you were born, you were conditioned into the styling of your parents. Now, we can go a little bit further than that. You're bound by your special constraints. You're bound by the laws of gravity. You're bound by the constraints of your environment. Okay? Let's put
right,
aside free agency.
right.
Now let's
I
take
understand.
a look at free
Okay,
choice. You are governed by a power you don't have control of. You cannot drive the speed limit as you'd like. You cannot pay any price at the grocery store.
right.
You can't bite a horse in the ankle without taking a hoof to the face.
Without being a consequence, right?
Right? Okay, so
Yeah,
that's and that consequence, right? You used your
right,
limited free agency to piggy over to a horse and say "Hink," right on its ankle, and that horse said "Roar," and hit you in the face, right?
right.
And that is a consequence of necessity and fate, right? It
Great,
necessitates the horse to hoof you in the face. And the fate of you being hoofed in the face by a 700-pound upset puppy with a metal shoe is you're probably not walking out of that alive. Now, you don't have the ability to make any of those choices without a consequence. And there,
understood.
your
And
free will is
Mhm.
locked in your reality. But when brought into the scope of Christianity,
mm,
Deuteronomy 32:8 lets you know your God even lacks the free will to give you.
mm. I
Okay, so
mean, it's
that's
great.
how I break down free will. You guys got it.
Right. So if I get the chance to answer that, I love that you brought that point. It makes a lot of sense and it's very scientific. I like that. So my thing is this. You said that we have no free will. You're implying that you shouldn't bite the horse on the ankle. But given the fact that we have the free will, there's dumb people out there that probably, if you look up these news, is gonna come up on your Google or on a YouTube video. So
What
there is a
version
free
of free
will.
will is outside of what she just explained to you?
I'm a little bit confused. Like I need a slight clarification on that.
What version of free will are you elaborating that is outside of what she just explained to you? But she just explained to you how you don't have it. So what version of free will are you looking at to where it
All
is
right.
outside of what she just explained to you about how
All
you
right.
don't have it?
So where is the limitation of our free will? That's what I would like to know. Like what says that I cannot jump in this lake right now that I'm facing and drown myself if I wanted to?
You actually, your brain structure says that, right? Like you're not going to make that choice.
But I don't want to.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
here's the
You know
thing.
what I mean?
Here's the thing. Even you're not understanding what that means, though, right? Your brain makeup will not let you just
But
suddenly.
what are
You're
you
going
saying
to
if I
do
don't
it.
understand if I
Let me.
understand? I don't
Let me.
understand how
Let,
you make statements like that. Like I don't have a
because
problem
you
with the
won't let.
host, but like you
Well,
making
you asked a
statements.
question. You asked a question, and then I went to answer it. and then
All
you've
right.
interrupted me now twice on my
No, but
answer.
you made a statement about my character. Like it's
Not
embedded in
your
my brain.
character in particular. If
Okay.
you're, it was, I thought the statement was a hypothetical that you made.
All right. Okay. Okay. So we're talking about
Was it not?
hypothetically general.
Is that an active thought in your head that you can jump in this lake right now and end yourself? Like
Well,
that's not
at
good.
this
You should
moment it's
probably be
not,
very
but I could. At this moment it's not, but I'm saying like I
right.
could.
So
A
there you go.
girlfriend could leave me. Like you know what I mean. Like I could lose my
If
job.
I mean,
That's
I
look,
not
could.
I'm not going to
what.
speak. I'm not going to speak on your mental health if you're that
No, no.
dependent on
No.
somebody.
It's a hypothetical.
There's a scientific answer to that.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at is you are basically a state machine inside of a meat skin, right?
Okay.
Your brain is and they've proven this is pre-wired
Right.
before you even think of something to what the responses are going to be. Your
So
brain has
you're
already thought of it up before you've had a chance to realize you've thought it. It's just that the way that it presents to you is that, oh, look at what I thought. But you
right,
didn't think that. You're a
but
state machine.
it
How you
almost
are raised, hold on, I'm not
okay.
done.
All right. All right.
How you are raised combined with everything around you will determine the outcome of any given event. Well, whether or not you choose, if I choose to pick up this mouse that's sitting on my desk, the reason why I'm picking up this mouse is a combination of all sorts of events that have occurred up until that moment. Such as us having this conversation, the fact that you and I are both born, there's a whole series of events that led up to that. And my brain is wired in such a way where when I'm making that statement, I will naturally go and touch it. If you ask my wife, I touch everything.
Okay.
So I am wired to already do that, whether or not I control myself to do it or think I control myself to do it. That is the
Right.
same with any given piece of functionality in human behavior. We know that that's the same due to science. That is a fact. We all will do the things that we are wired to do. So you may think that you're making a choice, but you are going to do everything you are going to do, whether you know you're going to do it or not. You're not
Oh,
actually controlling. It just appears that you're controlling yourself to do a thing.
so you're predisposed to not believe. Is that my understanding? For example, in this
I have
case right now,
never.
us being
Okay,
on the
so
chat. No, no,
yes,
it's
to
not
answer.
personal.
No, it's fine. To answer that question, I was raised in a evangelical Baptist household, and I never believed from the youngest age. I thought it was silly that adults believe. And Fluff, please don't take offense. I thought it was silly that adults basically believed in an adult version of Santa Claus.
Yeah. Now there's a lot of things that I don't agree with, and like a lot of like too muchness. I believe that it's simpler than that. Like there's a higher entity that created us. This is my opinion.
Can you
Like,
prove that?
I cannot prove it, but this is the detail. This is the detail.
But wait, no. You
No,
said you
no, but
can't.
let me
I
finish
asked
that
you a
sentence.
question.
It's only a statement. It's just short,
Oh,
please. It's
okay.
short. So the thing is this: anytime that science cannot prove something, they hit a wall and they cannot explain it. They don't leave. They don't leave God out of the picture.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they
Yes,
do.
we do.
Some
You're
of
doing
them
a God
do.
of the no,
A
you're
lot of them.
doing God of the gaps. That's basically what you're doing right now. And I can
That
see where you're going with
So
this.
whatever you want to call it, like let's say you don't call it
scientists
God, but
don't
they
do
know that
that
there's
though.
a
That's a
higher
lie.
power that might have.
The only reason why I'm interrupting you is because you lied. Scientists do not do that. That
I'm
is
not
actually
intending to lie. You
that
know,
is the antithesis. That is the antithesis of science. If you hit a wall on a piece of research, such as the fact that we can only have hypotheticals about what occurred before the Great Expansion, when
right.
you hit that wall, you don't just say, well, God must be there. The answer is, we don't know at this time, and we will keep investigating until we figure out what we can learn. We don't stop investigating because we hit a wall. That is, in fact, what you're doing personally, is you're like, well,
Mm.
this can't be explained, so I have to put God there. That is not what science does. I do not want people in chat thinking that's what science does. Science absolutely does not do that.
Well, I'm assuming everybody is grown in this chat, and it's not like my influence or my opinion is going to make
You
anybody
can
change your mind.
Oh, it absolutely
misinfluence people with
does.
your statements any given
Yeah,
time.
of
And
course,
when
it
you
absolutely does.
when you misrepresent science in that
Uh-huh.
capacity, I am going to call it out. I love science. Science
No,
does
that's
not
fine.
involve
I'm
that
not a
in any
scientist. I'm not going to
capacity.
claim that I'm a scientist,
One
but
And
second, real
that's
you know,
where
quick.
the
uh,
root of the
Go ahead.
I
Actually, let me say this real quick, and then I'm gonna give it right back to you guys.
no worries.
You absolutely do have influence on people inside of the chat. Oh, you absolutely do. And we are well aware of that as soon as we create these spaces. We
Mm.
don't intend to shut you up. So we want others to hear you, which is why we're always fighting over let's not talk over each other, right? Also, especially keep in mind I have headphones on, so the cross talking will cross my eyes.
Right.
Um, but you absolutely are. See, that is a lot of what I try to point out. And obviously, there is no evidence for a God. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having these conversations, no one, right?
Makes sense.
You
But are
see
you
my
guys
face,
happy?
right?
That's the thing.
Like,
Like
look at my
if
face.
everything
Oh
Look
is
at my
yeah.
face.
predetermined,
Oh,
if
wait.
everything is predetermined, what existence is that? That's my whole
I
my question.
Um,
It'll
I
be an
get to
existential.
experience it.
wait,
I'm happy.
wait, 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 wait. Fucking wait. I don't fucking agree with them.
Okay.
Now you'll get another aspect. We are not unified in our worldviews.
Oh yeah, that's right. The atheist worldview. I love that one.
We don't have an atheist worldview. We
I
don't
see.
understand what that is. Um, and a lot of us do not know how to shift our minds to a logical thinking. So you'll see us fighting with each other
Right.
to literally clean arguments from bullshit. And you're like, you can't possibly expect me to take on three fucking people. Fucking fight me. I take on three atheists or more for hours. I fight people who are aggressive in their convictions of we're not gonna do this bullshit today. And when they're
Right.
like, "Hey, that's a logical fallacy. It's an argument from silence." I said, "Fucking fight me, because you can throw the logical fallacy at me, but show me my logical fallacy." And that is how we address everything. So when you come in with an emotion, we're used to looking at each other without it and going, "Fucking fight me." Right? Because I'm going to challenge your opinion. If your argument can be destroyed, I'm going to rip that shit to shreds
Yeah,
like a
that's it.
dog with a stuffed toy. I'm
I
going
love
for
it.
the
That's
eyes first, right?
yeah.
But if you can handle this philosophical argument, you turn this whole thing into a food fight. Everybody's going to want at the toy.
I
Because
Hell
see.
yeah.
I see.
philosophy is going to be a branch from this person, that one, and that one. We are not unified
No, I
in how
wasn't
we
trying to
think.
be disrespectful. I was just saying
Didn't say
that
you were.
like I was just trying to hold my thought on one thing. You know what I mean? Like without being distracted, just give you the importance to the statement that you made earlier. You
Right,
know what I'm
And
but
saying?
we're not all determinists,
Okay. But
right?
anyhow,
with
I
that
like
being
this
said,
conversation. I like to like get deeper into this. We have to figure nobody like at the end of the day, nobody has like an absolute truth. If there's a lot of things that we don't know and that are undiscovered.
right, but within the undiscovered and the unknown, there are two different sections that she's also explaining right now. Section A, which is your side as a believer side, that section, which is the
Right.
section that in most cases would put the unknown as a God title and put
Mm.
something there and force a label. And on our side of the spectrum, or on our side of the fence, right, which is the atheist side, a lot of us, especially like Sweet Happy Jesus, for instance, we don't
Right.
go by what the unknown is and then place a label or try to force a type of title in the middle of that section. We just go, we don't know where this piece starts or where does it end. So, with that being said, let's continue doing research until we get somewhere.
Understood.
And
So
then here's my just for my take on it. The reason why, because you had also mentioned this earlier, the
mhm.
reason why Fluff does this live is because with all your lack of knowledge, you insist on passing laws that affect all of us and doing actions that affect all of us based on your religion instead of keeping it to yourself. So we have these lives and speak to people about it because guess what? You're fucking with our life. So instead of
so
just letting us live ours.
my friends, it goes back to the point that I was trying to prove. Due to the fact that we have free will, you have good people and bad people.
The shitty people are making the stupidest policies out there.
Free will doesn't
Happy if the
exist.
U.S. Would you be happy if the U.S. was a Christian nation?
I wouldn't care less. I would respect. Like I came to this country. I didn't brought myself here. My parents brought me.
No, no, sure,
But
sure. Would that make
so
you? Would that make you happy though, if the U.S. was a Christian?
um, I mean, if it was like to the point that it was
Did you hear
choking
it?
my ability to exist in the country, I think, for
That's
example,
not
my
what
plan
I.
is to
That's
go to
not what I'm
no, no,
asking because
no, but
Christianity.
it'll get to your question. Like
Okay.
you'll see what I mean. So what I'm saying is this: if it was to the point that it was choking my belief and like repressing me, like for example, my plan is to go to my country and move to a mountain, for example. You know what I mean? To get away from all the bullshit. I respect everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's belief because
I
at the end
like
of the
the
day,
idea of moving to a mountain. I think
you
that's a
know what I mean?
fantastic idea.
So, so that's what I'm saying. As far as not oppressing me to the point that I cannot breathe, like, then I could give everybody the respect that and their opinion that everybody wants to have.
I'm gonna
But
stop
You
you
know?
for
said
one
oppressing
second.
you. 1 second, Fluff. You said oppressing you. Does it bother you
Um,
if it would oppress somebody else?
yes, it would.
Hold
Actually, it
on,
Oh,
would.
hold
so
on,
like it's currently doing.
hold on. What
Actually, it
age?
would.
What age were you brought here, and how long have you lived here?
So I lived in Italy when I was 6, and then after that, I went to the Dominican Republic, and then I came here at 13, I believe.
Okay, and you're still
So
here, yeah?
yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
I have a
What do you
family and
think you
stuff
are?
here.
What do you think you are?
As of ethnicity, or
Nationality.
okay, I think I'm from the world. I've been all
Okay.
around,
And
and
now
I and
here's the
I.
problem.
Uh-huh.
What are you really? You're an
That's a good
American.
question. No,
Did you
I
get
feel
that?
American.
No,
Yeah, no,
no,
I
no,
feel
no. Not
American.
that you feel American.
Right,
America is a land of immigration.
right.
Every person that immigrates here becomes a new American.
So what would be a violation of America? Like, what would I do to kind of like not be considered an American? What can I do to kind of like
What
be an
is
outcast?
America based on? And what have we always been trying to make sure it's about?
Freedom, freedom,
No, no,
like freedom of religion. Like you could practice
no,
whatever you want.
no, 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 no. I love how everybody likes to be left the fuck alone. But
No,
what
I'm
is your
not saying that's what we
job?
have, and I'm saying that that's what we should have.
What is your job? Because we are not under royal decree.
Okay,
We are responsible for our government. Our government is we, the people. So when you are an
uh,
American now, what
hmm
is your civil duty? To vote and to follow our laws, to know
right.
them, to know
And
them.
because and
And
because I love my fellow people, I don't get involved in those things because if I vote for the wrong person, somebody's gonna get mad at me. If I vote for another person, somebody gets mad at me. So
okay,
I rather
now let's look at
that's
that
me. That's me.
president and God, right? Because
Hmm
if you vote for the wrong government, there's an
Uh,
issue. If you vote for the wrong God, there's
right,
an issue. The
right,
same, the government and the God. Look,
right.
they use the same weapons. Your
I
people
mhm,
against each other. So now
right.
let's look at it critically, very critically,
Mm.
very, very critically. I got butterflies and flowers. Um,
Can I get a little point across, like right in between
hold
that, if
on.
it's possible? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, you're coming right in. Um, because I'm landing my plane.
Okay.
When you choose the indifferent road, neutrality isn't always wise
Mm,
because the numbers increase. This becomes the image. You don't know who's right and who's wrong, but we now see who's dead. And I want you to note that one of those bodies has a very big belly. This is a very warm cemetery. And this warm cemetery is created by the belief that we are justified to do this to each other.
got it. Makes
Now,
sense.
when you choose indifference, you do the devil's work for him.
Right. So what if I didn't choose indifference and I was to take a side
Then you've
and there was
chosen a side.
violence and there was violence involved, like for example, let's say going to war and I had to take a side.
You've chosen a
I'm
side,
still gonna right. So I'm still gonna kill people. So so
right?
there's you know what I'm saying? So
Right?
the thing is, I see people
What am
for
I?
their
You
freedom.
think I'm
Like you know
telling you
what I
what's
mean?
right and wrong here?
No, no, no. I get what you're
Here's the
saying, but
thing.
I'm just saying you're willing to use. This is my question to you shortly. Are you willing to use force for your beliefs
I am,
or
aren't I?
go to war either
Aren't
like
I?
intellectually
No,
or
think about it. Think about it. I think I'm a little low. Think about it. I am. Aren't I?
Mhm.
Are I not? Am I
I mean,
not
you give me the vibe.
utilizing force? But look, my hands are clean, no blood.
Right.
My
No, no,
knuckles are not
absolutely.
swollen.
I'm not blaming you on
My
that. I'm just telling you
my
if you
throat
have
is.
the
But
ability.
look. You see this? I'm not
Right.
leaning against a whole bunch of people to say what I need to say. And am I using
Right.
force? Force is all depending on how you want to look at it. My force can be passion and drive. And it
Yeah,
just
so
might
if I
fucking intimidate you, and it could be too much for you to bear. So that's a
right.
heavier force than you are expecting. But for me, it's very minimal effort.
No, no, right. I'm not speaking about this. I'm just saying hypothetically, if you were willing to go to the extra extent
To
to defend
protect
to defend your
or
belief.
to invade.
Well, if you defend your beliefs on top of everybody else's, you're invading somebody's. If you
Isn't
want to
that
put it that
lovely that since I lack belief, I only judge by moral and
okay,
an ethical standard, which
that's
is
fair.
secular humanism.
That's fair, and I'm all for that. All
Well,
the
where does
extra.
it
Oh,
what's the direction of the morality now? Is it vertical between me and my God's laws? Or is it
mm,
horizontal and
mm,
abiding by and keeping note of how well my fellow man is treated by the
right.
governing powers?
I see, and that's a great point. But the thing is it fair to say that we could trust our judgment at all times, or our judgment is very flawed, and the
Now,
inspiration?
do I believe in moral objectivity? Oh, absolutely. Now,
Okay,
do I know if I am 100% morally sound? No, because I am the only judge and others that agree with me are the only counsel. That means there is no 10th man to come with a proper argument to let me know if I truly am moral or not. What I do try to do is stay within the parameters of what I know is morally and ethically safe and sound.
right,
So, do I know for an absolute fact? Absolutely not. That's why it's my truth.
right. I mean, to me. It sounds like you're about your business and your beliefs, and I respect that with all my heart. Like, the only thing that I'm trying to say is that we don't have all the answers. And given the fact that some people want to believe in a higher power, I don't see how it's not any different from your point of view.
Well,
Like,
I
There's
I
a
think
mean, like, as
difference. The
far as
one
details,
difference, and then I'm going to give it back to Biblically Styled God, Grandpa Books, and One Real Side. The one
alrighty,
difference is when I see the bodies, I don't have it in me to crawl over them. I don't know how to run. I don't know how to not look. And I don't know how to turn around and pick up a flag for them and say, I don't know how to forget you to get
I
my
see what you
glory.
mean, and
So if
I
I have to stop and hold vigil overnight for those that cannot speak anymore, my voice will get louder because theirs got silenced.
well, we will
Now,
get together to do that. Let's get together and do it.
others that believe have crawled over glass to keep from looking at their mirrors and have held a blindfold to their eyes over the body bags behind me and said, "But I believe that God is love." Of course you do.
I agree.
Now
I
go
agree.
night night. Now go night
That gives
night.
me,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it boils down to this, right? And the reason why the question is up there is
Mhm.
because if and based on some of what you said, I would assume that you're the kind of person, if you saw tragedy occurring, you would probably try to stop it. I
Yeah.
could be wrong. I
I mean,
know
we
that
could.
that's
I, I can.
I
I
know
think
for
that
a
if
fact that I can't let if it's within my visibility, um, I will do what I can to help.
yeah, no, definitely. And I would be side by side with you guys. Like,
But
although I believe in
like
whatever I believe,
yeah,
like
so
I would love to be
the
side by side with you
sure.
guys for the same cause.
So then the question
Does it
comes back to
always
why one.
well, does it always look like we're fighting? No. What it
Right.
looks like, I don't know how to move forward. Is I will take a personal experience from my older sister that has given me permission to use this example.
Right.
When a structure fell and people began to run, her legs buckled and she couldn't move. Sometimes it doesn't look like a fight. Sometimes it looks like defeat. Sometimes it looks like a weight too great. But
Mm,
something keeps you from fleeing. Something keeps
mm,
you from fighting. And now you endure this moment under the greatest weight. And unlike Atlas, your knees gave in, right? And two men from the island, ma'am, you got to get up. And they dragged her off. But not only
mm,
did she give up, a woman, pregnant, watching it,
mm,
fell to her knees too.
mm.
So, what does it look like? It looks like many things because you don't really know what you're going to do when the wolves are at the door. You don't
Right.
know who you are until you find out who you are. And
Right.
sometimes you'll find that in the face of great tragedy, your heart is broken, which is why, for some strange reason, I cannot move from this image. Every time I go live, I can't. Because I
No,
can't
I
find the joy after I
yeah.
climb over the bodies to snatch someone and go, do you not fucking see this?
Mm,
And it's not a
yeah. No.
case of why isn't he doing anything? Why won't he do anything? And the thing is because the God in your heads and God in your heart is blood fucking thirsty.
Mm,
But
all
what
right.
is the prize? What is the fucking prize? I know what the prize is. It'll keep you calm. That Beauty and the Beast story. Our voices register like music in your minds. You are 95% of the ones that commit the fucking crimes, but we are the prize and the novelty that you're fighting for. So, why doesn't God do anything? Because most of this, one, it's carrying their legacy. Knock that out of the fucking park. We already know by evidence she slept with a man. She's carrying his legacy, and do not give that man's child the opportunity to pick up the weapon against you. And then what else is there? A lot of big bodies. That's a lot of men that try to protect the very thing that is supposed to be owed protection on this planet by the biggest part of its species, the one that claims to protect it, fight, fuck, fund.
Right.
But it is our voices that get silenced. And it is our legacy, your immortality, that you're fighting for. And all I had to do was show beauty, and everyone calm the fuck down. But we are the prize. We
Mm,
are what you are negotiating your fucking selves and empathies and sympathies for. Religions will take a perfectly good human being and turn him into a fucking monster that literally hides under our beds and in our closets and climbs into our fucking windows, snatching us up and our fucking children, and then saying, isn't God fucking divine, while our cities burn and our loved ones scream?
mm. That was
How many
beautifully said.
bodies are
You're a
you
fucking
going to
poet.
climb over to tell me about
Mm,
God?
mm,
How many bodies are you going to climb over to tell me about God? How many have to die
mm.
before you
So who?
will let the evil one no
Mm,
longer have control of you? When will you let go of the evil that men do? Why do you keep asking us what the fucking answer is? And then go out and cut our throats? Why? Why does God want our virgins in his book? Why does our Jesus and his Paul say, give it up for God and you'll be holy? Why?
That was deep. Props to you. That's like very
That's an
poetic. The way,
answer that goes with that, though, isn't there? Do you have one?
yeah, that's deep. I mean, it might not satisfy your, your poetic
Take it
ways.
away, Ernie. What you got? What do you have? Remember, you're not talking to me, you're talking to them.
All right, what's
I'm
up,
not
guys?
really real, am I? Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah,
But they still exist.
who do you attribute your like humanity's safety to? Like, do you attribute it to the biggest and strongest? Like, who do you
No,
responsibilize
no,
that
because the biggest and strongest throughout history have used their size and strength to take advantage of the population. The only reason why we've gotten as far as we have is for things like the Renaissance periods and pure points in time in history when people stopped trying to constantly go to war over
right?
their belief and structure, instead tried to advance humanity as a whole.
Right, but
Right?
that isn't
So it
that like
was
whoever has the power, like kind of like as like since they're big and powerful, per se, they have power. So they abuse the power.
isn't that what historically happens? You see it
Yes,
happening.
no, no, I agree. I agree. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that I'm just trying to break it down in a way that, like so basically it's a pattern that power equates abuse,
Oh, for sure. And if you look at the
right?
last few thousand years, what has been used to gain the most
Power.
power?
Power. Bigger, stronger, more weapons. Yeah, I
No,
agree.
last few thousand years though, what was used on the society as a whole to gain more power?
Well, religion, but
What?
it does. But can you say that a knife that is used to cut a piece of bread is to be blamed for somebody using it into their advantage of power to kill somebody?
I'm sorry, I'm also cooking. Can you explain that? Can you ask that question a little louder one more
Yeah,
time?
Is that
I'm
bacon?
sorry. So smells good from here.
Is that bacon?
Uh, so again, so I'm trying to say is that how we're trying to find somebody responsible for this abuse of power. Like, would it be fair to say that using a knife that would put somebody definitely at an advantage with power to
Here
kill
you go.
somebody?
Here you go. Who's more likely to stand inside of that kitchen and note that it's a weapon, the man or the woman? Based on the
I mean, but that's a statistic.
statistic.
No,
What did
I
I
get it.
just say?
I understand that, but it goes beyond a statistic. We're talking about
No,
power and
it's
abuse of
not.
power.
It's not going beyond the statistic because
I mean,
the
if we want
statistic
to bring it to the
gives you
statistic, we could go there, but I wasn't trying to go there. That's what
does
I'm
the
saying.
statistic not give you the evidence of the abuse of power?
Yes, but it's a
There you
known
go.
fact. That's man, yes, because they're bigger and stronger. I agree with you. I
Are
did.
they?
That's why.
Are they bigger and
So
stronger?
are they or they're not? Because you said that they were, and now that you're saying not, and they're taking advantage of their power instead of protecting, they're abusing. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Now, here's the thing, bigger and stronger, right? Let's look at it this way. I can toss 220 pounds of weight across a room. I'm 145 pounds, 5 foot
Hmm.
4.
Hmm.
Now, I hit with about, I think it was 164 pounds of pressure.
Mm.
Last time it was checked, I'm smaller, so it's probably smaller,
No,
right?
you're lethal.
No, 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 no. I was taught self defense. I'm defensive. Why?
Mm.
Why do I need to be? And why did I need to learn? What is the biggest threat in the world?
I mean, it
Mountain
depends from person
lions?
to person.
Mountain
If it's
lions?
statistically,
Turtles. I live in a country. What's my biggest threat? Beers? Beers. Probably. Bears?
Dolphins and synchronized swimmers is your biggest threat.
That's why I moved away from the ocean. Now, what is my biggest threat? Bears, mountain lions, toothless neighbors, or men?
Toothless neighbors are pretty threatening.
Yeah, they are. And I'm not fucking lying.
See, but that's kind of like
Not that I'm
detaching from the
bitter.
point that I try to make, that I tried to make, and I really apologize because you have a point,
Like you're
but
sitting in your
it's kind of
fucking
like
yard, like, oh, let me come and talk to you. Why? Why?
uh
Why?
yeah, that's fucking weird.
Why?
Somebody with their fucking right senses wouldn't
Like, just why?
normally do that.
Right? So anyway, like, I'm sorry about that. Not that I'm bitter, but the the rationale when you step outside of a situation, right? I like to tell people, go sit on the moon. What do you hear? Nothing.
I'll add some extra
Mm,
seed.
When you come closer, what do you got? You got everybody's opinion, everybody's bullshit, everybody. You got 8 billion fucking people. 100 years ago, you only had one.
mm,
Now, 2,000 years ago, how many people did you have, and how smart were they, and how many of them could fucking read?
yeah. I mean, I agree that religion has abused a lot of people's mind to the advantage of some. I definitely agree with that. But I cannot blame the knife. That's my, you know what I mean? Because in all reality, there's a lot of things that were written that are almost used on all the rules that we abide by, like it or not. Like there could be good rules or bad rules, but at the same time, you
Well,
know,
I
some of
wanna
them.
let's address something you said real quick, just so I can have you look at the diamond from the other side, right? You said
Okay,
most, to the benefit of most.
right?
Is the royal family outnumbering the army?
No, and they know this. At any time, they could turn around. They
So
know
it's
this shit.
not to the advantage of most. It's to the advantage of few.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying don't use religion and still be uneducated. Like that's like a fucking knife of a
Well,
double
why
edge.
would
Like
they
if you're
use
uneducated and
it?
use religion,
Why would they use it? Let's think about why they would use it. You and I know
right?
that people believe that they are given a great commission to go out and teach the gospel, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Did you know who he said that to?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm
Do
not
you
following. I
know
don't.
who Jesus said that to?
I really to his disciples.
And only them.
Yeah.
He didn't say of the whole world.
Right.
What he said was make disciples. Now, how do you make a disciple? What must a disciple have? The knowledge that the master has. You are an
Right.
apprentice as a disciple. But according to Jesus, you were the slave,
Right.
the servant and the slave. In
The
Jesus'
servant of
eyes,
God. Yeah, he did say that.
you're
Yeah.
not the servant of God, you are the slave of God. That is what
Right.
the word really truly translates to from
Yeah.
Greek
No.
to
Absolutely. I
us,
agree. Yes.
slaves, right? Look
Yeah.
who is still instilling oppression. Slaves.
Mm,
Slaves. Make slaves of them all. And now, when you look inside of the book, they're letters to fathers of churches who were designed to make slaves. Now, when you look at a little bit of gospel music, right?
hmm
Good master. Slaves, right?
Yeah.
And why do I point and keep jabbing into the temple? Because that's how you
hmm
kill the brain structure and the thought process of chattel.
hmm
You knock them in
You.
the skull, and they really don't think or feel or fight when you cut them open and make them
Right.
bleed out. Now they are a resource for you, and you just keep breeding them.
You want me to give you a confession? Just the other day, I thought I was a Christian, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be completely honest to you guys. I'm still looking for that greater thing that I owe loyalty to. Even if it sounds stupid, like
I feel like I'm a very loyal person. Everybody has their little trait that, like loyal, good friend, good lover, like, and I think that that's one of my traits. So the other day, I went into a chat and some guys were kind of like introducing me to the Old Testament. Do you share the same views, like deep views in the Old Testament as in Christianity? Like as far as like a teaching, like a manual to life, do you share the same views? Because I could see how Christianity could sound like a little oppressing. I see that.
I don't think that's a good book on getting our morals and stuff from them to begin with. I mean, if you say like, oh well, the greatest commandment is to love thy neighbor.
Right.
Okay, well, that wasn't one of the Ten Commandments to begin with. It was
How did
much
you
less.
learn about that? How do
Hmm.
you know that you learn about that, given the fact that you were raised in a household, like you weren't like purely like isolated in a bubble and kind of like, oh, morality just came to me. Like, how did you realize that?
Realize what?
Like that you're not supposed to kill somebody. Like, how could like how experiments like they
Yeah,
use like
it's actually easy to
let
explain.
me just finish your point because
You know the question.
so we have a better understanding.
Yeah, I
So the
know the
thing is,
question, but okay.
okay, go ahead. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No, human. So, like a lot of species that you find, humans are equally cooperative amongst their own kind. And why is that a thing? Because it's a competitive advantage if you think about it, right? If we're not a cooperative species generally, like as far as in groups are concerned,
Right.
if we don't cooperate, there's a very good chance that we will not survive to have offspring.
So
Turns
what would
out,
teach that flawed kid that hits another kid or doesn't share or like what would be uh, his option? You know what I mean? Like little wild animals like that.
are
What
his
would be their
parents,
option?
are his parents in some capacity teaching him to cooperate? No, they
Right.
teach.
Let's say if their parents have failed them, like, and they're like Christians, and you think that Christianity is not like the way to go. Like, what would be his option to kind of like follow a certain structure that tells this little wildling that doesn't know any better to abide by
Oh,
something that is um
little
greater than
wildling.
him, or you know what I mean? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
I'm explaining.
you don't. Yeah, the thing is you don't need religion for cooperation, right?
But
You
how do
just.
we know that though? That's my thing because I wouldn't know that
I can
given the
easy,
fact.
easy, easy. I've raised all three of my children completely atheist and gay. They
Okay.
had zero,
But they
zero.
have but they have your grandparents' influence on you through
Ah,
you. You know
no,
what I
no,
mean?
no, no, no. Their grandparents were 100% told if you even mention it, you will
Right.
be
So would
killed.
you say if you were doing a scientific experiment that the experiment is biased, like X and Y is
Uh,
biased on certain,
can we
Let
you know
me.
what I
stop
mean?
for a second?
Let,
Can we stop?
let-
Because what just happened to my stomach, I'm about to throw at you and show you the evil of of a thing, right?
You got an inspiration?
No. I have a horror of mankind to give to you.
Mm, okay.
We know that we come with instinctive, natural born traits that are lunch that are thank you that are directly related to our instinct to survive. How do we know this?
Vicky,
I
come here.
agree, but that's not what we were
Because
bringing
hold on.
into discussion. I'm
No,
sorry, but
why?
that's
Why do we know
because what
this?
what I said to him was not that we don't have instincts. What I tried to tell him was what keeps somebody that in the eyes of others, the great majority, from hitting another kid as a child or doing the wrong things or touching and grubbing and stuff that they're not what would keep this wildling under control or like under a general consensus? What is the
Being
general?
Yeah, being raised in a way where they understand that it's wrong. And not that it's wrong because, oh, God said so, but look, you do this to someone, they do it to you. This
Right,
never, you end up in this weird cycle of constantly harming each other instead
right.
of trying to do things the right way. And I'm going to tell you, all three of my children have managed to get through school pretty much unbothered by friends. They're
Mm,
all great students. They're all successful and in happy relationships. Every one of them. And they were raised fully atheist from get. I did my
right,
best to keep every ounce of religion away from them in order to help maximize their chances of being good people without making excuses for the wrongs they do. And I
right,
forced them to face the fact that when they do a wrong, it's not some devil. There is no, I get to ask God for forgiveness. You need to make it right with the person you've done the wrong thing with. And that's the only forgiveness you'll get is if they're willing to offer it to you. And if they don't give you forgiveness, then you've done something where they can't forgive you, and you need to accept that. Having that
Right.
responsibility on their life and knowing this is the only life they have, they
Right.
make no excuses for their behavior.
So what if my
That's what the
instinct, which is very
Bible,
human, to not
the
accept forgiveness, like what keeps me from, like what tells me, like let's say like my dad didn't teach me these things or my mom, and like I'm gonna repeat again, I'm a wildling and I don't know no better. Wouldn't you say that the Old Testament is a good inspiration for those
right.
little wildlings that
So
were
so
never
which
taught any
so
better?
yeah, which verses
It's my
are you?
opinion. It's my opinion.
No, I know.
Like,
Sure. Let's talk about verses. All right. So if you go, you tell this wildling, hey, look, listen, man. If you just happen to be, and let's say it's a male. Let's say you're running along the street and you see a female that you want.
right,
Well, you can go ahead and take advantage of her all you'd
right,
like. And guess
right,
what? You're not doing wrong as long as you pay her dad 50 shekels.
right.
That's a really great moral lesson to teach a child. We're
But did you
talking
hear the story about Jacob? I don't know what's the verse that the whole family murdered the person that raped his daughter. So you want to speak about fairness? There goes justice.
You have to use the
Eh,
word grape on TikTok, not the other one.
Oh, I'm
Like
sorry.
literally. Wait a second. That ass. Look at my dude up there. He's not gonna do a fucking thing about that. As a
Uh,
matter of fact, as a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, what I asked before was what the fuck does God want with some virgins, right?
he
Yeah,
And
there's
wants
a
it
lot of
all.
things that
wait,
I'm
wait a
still
second,
studying. Like
wait a
I
second,
don't know all the answers.
wait a second. Oh, they did this to their daughters, and then God orders it to happen to the women. God tells
Right.
his dudes to do it. So,
Huh.
he doesn't stand on a moral fucking high ground. He's just as fucking sick and perverse. He's just competing with who can do
Right.
more, right? So,
But tell me a word that God said directly that wasn't a story in the Old Testament, because as far as I've been reading, it's all been stories, and I've seen the consequences of doing otherwise. That's my point. You know what
Well,
I
yeah.
mean?
Let's look at the consequence. Since you brought up free will as well earlier,
Right.
Jonah knew that a prophet, someone claiming to bring a prophecy, if that prophecy does not come true, they are to be unalived. So Jonah used his free will and said,
Right.
"Nah, I'm good, God. I don't want to go and say that because you told me it's not true, and they're going to unalive me." So Jonah goes away, and God says, "Nah, you're going to do it. I don't care. You don't have free will. You do what I said." And
Hmm.
swallowed up in the whale to deliver the message anyway. Wait a minute.
fish. It's a
Pharaoh,
fish.
hold on.
Hmm.
Pharaoh says, I want these people gone. This is causing me too much trouble. They can go. God steps in and says, nah, I need you for my glory. You're not going to let them go. I'm going to harden your heart so this way you don't. And then I'm going to torture your people more just so I can show off a little bit.
Hmm.
Those are not great morals. And they
Hmm.
certainly don't espouse free will.
Right. But some people give credit to slavery to, I mean, it mentions it in the Bible,
Yeah,
right?
and what
Wait,
it says is
So no,
can I
let me just finish this small point. It's a very
hit it?
small, guys.
Take it away,
All right.
Ernie.
So,
Can I like hi?
Um,
I wanted to introduce
one second.
myself.
Angela, let's do that. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 35.
And are you a believer in a God?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, give me a second, Nessie.
no worries. Take your time.
Let's go ahead and get Angela rolling. Because you're right, Angela. Um, we can have these blah 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 and forths all day. And also, um, there is going to be a point where I'm going to ask Real to come in and mention the dire straits. But Angela, the conversation that we are having is based on this question: why do you worship a powerless God that cannot do anything about the image behind me?
The image behind you is death, right?
And destruction.
Okay, destruction. Yeah. And so that's a very age-old question. Many times, I mean, that's part of life, though. I mean, many people
anyone could probably tell you that death is brought on unwillingly, and sometimes forced death. I mean, death has come on naturally.
You can always say unalivement.
Sorry about that. I forgot.
And
I
really,
don't.
just
And don't be nervous. It's just, just say
yeah.
what you think.
And
Don't be
for
nervous.
clarity, Fluff isn't talking about just general, hey, look, listen, I'm unalived from this disease or old age. She's not talking about that, right? She's that we're well aware of. We accept that unaliving is a normal part of life. She's referring in particular to that kind, the mass unalivement of groups of
Are
people.
you referring? Okay, so you're referring to one certain thing, massive unalivement.
Well, in this image, not just general. Hey, look, listen, Grandpa's old. He's gonna go. That's not.
He's brand spanking new. You stop. He's straight out the wrapper. He
I'm
ain't
not
going
talking
nowhere.
about Grandpa. Stop it.
All right, I'll relax.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about massive, destruction and unalivement, that comes through. I mean, you can't blame God for this. You could look for pinholes if you want. People probably um, laugh about it all you want, but destruction comes through what? And that's through
Hold
hate.
on. She's just for clarity again. She's not saying that he's the one responsible for doing it. It's just he can't seem to do anything to stop it.
Mm.
So why would
Another
But
point of clarity. Hold
who
on.
said that he
Another
wasn't?
another point of clarity. I'm looking at my comments because I'm not speaking to you directly. I'm letting my co-host talk. So I am laughing at the fact that they responded to me defending Grandpa Books on my panel. Do not associate me, my facial structures, my behaviors to yourself to justify giving yourself a reason to psychoanalyze me in any way, shape, or form. You can ask if I'm laughing at you, and I tend to not. Now, I'm also hosting, and I have to pay attention to two places. I can trust my panel to handle the conversation and not need me. What I need to do is inform you that as a boundary, I'm not going to bother trusting you or asking you to don't involve yourself with me personally.
Yeah. So, Angela, you were saying, I'm sorry, this is your time.
I don't know. I was not saying anything about her at all. I don't know.
No, not you. She was addressing the comments for what they were saying. We're getting back to you. So, what were you saying?
Okay. Well, I mean, I know lots of times, and I'm not specifically pointing her out or anyone else. I'm just saying, you know, lots of times I think, and I may not be able to bring up scientific, you know, points of views, but I do know from personal experience too. And I'm saying personal because what better point of view can someone get if it's not somewhat personal too? I mean, many times people they drag things out and say, "Well, this is what happened," and as if it wasn't factual. Well, maybe we need to look at the facts. Maybe we need to review
You,
what's actually going on here.
you
And
think personal experience is a good judge of facts?
well, I think sometimes folks can be judgmental just
Oh,
based on
I get that.
just
I was just asking if you think that personal experience is a good flagpole.
for that having something as a fact.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong.
You don't think it's wrong?
No, I really don't think so. I mean, we got gospels, we got, you know, points of views in the Bible itself from people's personal experiences. Like, are we going to say those things aren't true?
Yeah.
I mean, we had the flood. We had.
Yeah, but okay, that's a good point you brought up. So they say that there was a flood. All the other religions that were around at the time don't seem to report any sort of great flood happening in their religion, except for the ones that were nearby rivers, right? Because it's a common starter for a flood myth for river species. And you know, we have this tool called science that lets us investigate the world. And there's no evidence for any kind of mass flood years ago, any time in the recent history of humanity. And we know that there are places where people were alive then, prior to when this religion says that life began. We know that there were whole other groups of places making cities and towns, right? And that they have their own myths on how things started. So when you're the one that's saying that personal experience is good, but apparently the personal experience of these people doesn't line up with what actually happened. So how is it a good basis for fact?
So, if you let me say something, maybe clarifying, you probably already know, because that's why we're here. Since the flood and since any, abrasive or any kind of mass, ungodly kind of massive unaliving or anything like that destruction based on the Old Testament was because prophecy from then was not fulfilled. Hold on one second. I know you're gonna be like, "Well,
I didn't say anything.
okay."
I'm chewing. You're lucky.
Oh, okay.
You're lucky I make food so good, because neither me nor Fluff had anything to say right now.
Well, okay. So I'm not trying to blow anyone's socks off, but and I don't think God necessarily is looking to unalive anyone, except for back when precisely the Old Testament times, he ruled down his anger, his judgment on these people because they were basically just like breaking all the rules, pretty much.
Were they?
I mean, according to him and his
Well, let's see. He was upset with that one group because they were sacrificing people.
Yeah, they were doing all kinds of
yet, he accepted a sacrifice from, who was it again, hun?
I mean, there's a couple. There's a lot.
Yep.
I mean, just
he
to be
had a
fair, there's a lot of people that are not agreeing with the New Testament. You know what I mean?
Not
Like,
the Old Testament. He was
no, because I thought since you asked like who did he accept the sacrifice from? I thought you were gonna say Jesus.
No.
Let's see. One second. I'm giving Angela time. I'm chewing.
Go
I'm
ahead,
not
no
cutting
worries.
her off. I'm letting her speak. All right, because we did the same for you, so I'm just giving her
Yeah, absolutely.
that time. Do you know where it comes from? 20 years of customer service. And literally, if you're the one on the phone with me, I'm on the phone until the problem is solved. I don't rush you off unless you're an asshole.
Or unless I get on the phone and I call you and I say, "Hi, I have a problem with this product that I ordered, this chop. It doesn't say what I thought it was going to say, and I'd like a refund, please." Now, I did that to her 20 years ago, and she fully believed it, and it was hilarious.
And now I have like battered employee syndrome because of you.
All right. So no. So all right. So in the Old Testament, actually, since you're still chewing, real, who was in the Old Testament that was sacrificed to God? That God was like, "Oh yeah, this is fine."
I can't remember.
Well, I mean, I can only think of one actual human sacrifice. That
Hold on,
was
give me 1 second because Real's not there, I guess, at the moment, and I'm trying to find the name. Give me just 1 second. Let me go on Teacup. I'll be right back.
Abraham. 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 But anyways, is he really? Is he really looking?
Ah, thank you. Jephthah's daughter. That's the one. And he was like, "Yeah, this is great." Right? So he was against human sacrifice until Jephthah did it. Then he was like, "Yeah, I love this." Right? And so he's kind of a little bit this God that you have. Although it does say God is like a man that his mind shall never change. Yet this is a clear case of something where his mind changed, where he was willing to unalive an entire group of people over this concept of human sacrifice until he got a little taste of it, and then is like, "Whoa, dude, that's nice." You know what I mean?
I don't
Is
know
this like
about that.
contextual, like from the scriptures, like
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you just
Jephthah.
mentioned?
Yeah, Jephthah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead and look that up. That's
There's
let
another
me. I'll get
contradiction
the
because if
actual.
it
I'll get
says
the
that,
actual verse for you. 1 second.
all right, no worries.
Where did you find it at? Can I ask you?
Judges 11.
Let me grab my Bible.
Yeah, go ahead. Read Judges. I think it's like verses in the later half, like 25 plus, verses
Really, you're
25
with me,
plus.
or
I'm thinking I've
did you
heard
fall
of this
asleep? Because
too.
sometimes I think we
Yeah.
put Real
Well,
to sleep. Did we put
I
Real to
mean,
sleep?
God is certainly a little inconsistent. I think you did.
40.
I found you.
Dude, you knew the answer, Jephthah's daughter, and you didn't respond, and you made me feel like I was just talking to the ether. Me and you,
I've heard of that Jethro.
we're
That
gonna
part.
have to have a boxing match. The
You said Judges.
winner gets the oxtails.
No violence.
Oh.
But yeah, go ahead, Angela. Yeah, you could read that. But my point being is that
Yeah, I'm looking because I think I've heard of this. What you're
yeah,
talking about?
it's inconsistent though, isn't it?
Angela,
Well,
Angela, Angela. I do have a question.
yeah,
You've asked a lot of questions, right?
yeah,
Did
yeah.
you ever answer mine?
Well, I think I got caught off guard or something else happened. What was it? Maybe I can answer it.
You know, the thing is a lot, sometimes people think that we really did get, taken off track and we're gonna lose the main question. It's on the board. I didn't
About the
create
death
a
part.
forest or a maze. I literally built the landmark. And we've been sitting at it this whole time. I've been waiting for you to pay attention that you haven't actually
I got
focused
it.
on the
Yeah,
reason why
no,
you're
I.
on the. Hmm.
Well,
I've
that's what I
wondered
felt
when
when
you
it
were.
came from.
That's interesting.
Sorry,
And it's very interesting. We'll
I
see it.
I
We'll
understand
see
what you're
if
saying
it
though.
happens again. I was wondering when you were going to decide to actually, you know, be relevant to the panel here, because he's been catering to you wandering off. But I've been waiting
But
for you
I
to
mean,
pay
if he's
attention
asking
and
a
answer.
question,
Yeah,
if you'd like
yeah,
me to
yeah. No, that's
answer,
fine. I don't mind the engagement,
and
but I'm
I
waiting
don't want
for
to
it
leave,
to
but like I
have.
did get cut off from
This is
him.
a
I
thing.
just
You question: is this a thing that you do in real life?
what's that?
When people are talking, you just decide to start talking with and for them, and over them?
No,
Or is it
no.
that you're actually only doing it to me, the host, because I'm noting that biblically styled God is not getting the exact same treatment that I am, and you're the guest here on my panel. Are you all right?
I'm perfectly fine. I'm not trying to be rude at all.
No, it's not. I see you're not trying, you're succeeding.
or succeed. I'm
Wow.
not
It
really
seems
trying
to
to be
be
rude at any
effortless.
point.
Well, it's effortless, isn't it? Because even though you were just made aware of it, as if you didn't know what you were doing, you continue to do it.
Are we answering the question? Sorry, guys. I'm here like biting my nails.
I'm waiting for her to answer the question and get back
Okay,
on the topic at hand. Yeah.
okay. I'm not trying to be rude. I mean,
I thought we
if you
covered that
want,
already. I thought we were on the question and the topic at hand.
okay. It's just it's a little hard to talk to someone when I don't know exactly uh what to say.
I know.
Sometimes
Try not a manipulative attempt. Try not, softening me up or let's get into this and, oh, this is fun. Just answer the question and stay on the topic at hand.
okay. So I'm gonna answer this the best way I can.
Okay. Okay.
First, first, when it comes to know stating that the fact that there's any reason for any massive, like you said, unalive. What is it that God, you know, what exactly are we looking for? To blame him for these things that happen? Is that what we're looking for? Because we have nothing else, no one else to blame for. Why don't we look at ourselves? Why don't we actually get to the bottom of it and start asking ourselves, well, there's something I think we all could have done a lot better. I don't care what year it was, the time of Noah, the time of Jesus Jesus' birth, whatever time you know, lots of people think that just because uh, they don't have to
You
be.
noticed that you haven't said a damn thing yet on the answer
I
or the
just said
topic?
it.
No, you didn't.
Why are we trying to blame God for these things? I just said
Do
it.
you know how to read? Where's the word blame in there? Why worship
I
a
didn't
powerless
say it.
Sorry,
God?
Angela. That's not an answer, though. That's not a refuting answer. I'm sorry.
Now, the
I gotta.
question is, why are you
Okay,
worshiping a
maybe I just
powerless God?
answered.
The question is, why are you worshiping a powerless God that can't do anything about the image behind you?
Yeah, I've explained this
Why are
earlier,
we
Angela.
asking that question? Is it
No, Angela,
actually
I did
power?
explain. I did
It's,
explain earlier what she meant by the question. That she's not blaming God for it. She's saying, why can't He do anything to stop it? Or is it that He won't do anything to stop it? Is what you're saying?
I'm not saying he will. I honestly, why would anyone stop
Oh,
even?
then it's time. Yeah, look, that's the time. He won't do anything to stop it. Is what she's saying.
That's what I'm trying to say. This is all like playing out as.
If she's not gonna answer, can I just? I had a.
Really, really quick, hang on. Fluff's just got to change something. There we
All
go.
right.
There you go,
Now,
Angela. That's God. There we go.
now,
That's the
this is your God. Now, why are you worshiping a powerless God that won't even try
Oh, now
to
you're
do
changing
something
it.
about it? You sound offended.
No, I'm not. No, I just don't understand why you go and change it.
Angela, do you know what my daughter said to me?
I have no idea.
She said the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. And I realize that applies to even me, especially to a stranger. That took way too long to answer a simple question that she came up on the panel to answer.
I mean,
Now,
I'm not obligated.
if I don't have to hold a 15-year-old's hand through a philosophical understanding of what she's owed in life, please, please rest assured, I'm not going to waste my time and go back and forth with a grown ass woman on how to behave better than a kid. Dead
At what
ass.
point am
So,
I
like, if I owe you an explanation, I'm going to look for the three major things: fucking, fighting, funding. As long as you're not doing any of those things, I sleep well at night. So don't worry about if you need to know why I'm doing the thing. I need to know if you can answer the thing. That's going to be the most profound thing. Do you have the acumen to actually engage in the conversation? Or are you going to act shocked and terrified that I changed the topic because of your answer?
that has something to do with my answer, though?
Absolutely.
So that's strange.
Is it?
But I mean,
Is it something that, like, I don't know, you never thought of before? Because welcome
no,
to the
I've
world of
been in the
creative
lines
minds.
and try to express my
Wait,
opinion.
hold on. Welcome to the world of creative minds. Just because you never heard of it before doesn't mean that it's
Why are
not
you?
an old concept, right? Where someone's like, oh, since we're in this topic,
Why are you trying to
let's keep it
degrade
on
me?
this topic.
Why are you trying to degrade me on your life? What
Well,
did I do?
He's asking you to stay on topic.
I can do that,
good.
but you
All
just
right.
change the
If
topic.
she hasn't been able to for this long, my phone is dying. Like, why don't we just move on, guys? I'm
Seriously.
sorry.
You just said something about God being powerless. Then you say, well, then he won't do anything about it. So who's
Right.
going to
You're saying that he's not powerless and that it's not that he can't do anything about it. You just said he will not do anything about it. So she changed her background image
Hey,
to
Father Mark.
I won't do
Actually,
anything
here's
about
the
it.
thing. This prompt isn't designed to make me think. It's designed to make you think. And you can't. That's all. I'm not berating you. You're making something complicated thinking that you're in a level of control here. We're in a
never said I was in
situation.
control?
We're in a situation of engagement. And the thing is the only thing I want to talk to you about is the topic on my panel. I listened to you and I let you travel a little bit to see if
Okay,
you'll
then let
actually
me say,
like
if you
engage in
want
like
me
a
to do this,
fully
I will. I will go
fleshed
into.
out.
I
I
will.
love biblically styled God. How when you speak, she knows how to shut up. But when I do, she doesn't. Now, I want everybody to understand that her misogyny is turned towards her own kind.
What?
That's why I said, let me see if it happens again. And I let him say his piece. Yeah. By the
Really
way,
quick.
just to
Yeah,
let you know,
one second, Jeff, one second.
I'm gonna tell you what I've told everybody for about 37, almost 38 years. That one's mine. So what do you think I'm gonna notice when someone doesn't know how to treat her own kind, doesn't know how to care, doesn't know how to respect, doesn't know how to respect herself? But the moment a man decides to open his mouth, something else opens. Not necessarily your brain because you're running around these circles over and over and over again. But this one's actually bound. So wherever he goes, I'm glad you've invited me to come along. And that's why when he started speaking, I came along and you didn't like my presence. So I'm going to put you back into the comments and you can go ahead and look for the environment you're used to. But remember, Monday morning, most of the trash gets taken out.
Woo. Intense.
Just a little territory. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Michelle. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm good. All of a sudden, okay, the volume went down. All right. Now you say the prompt is why worship a powerless God?
That
I,
can't do anything about the image behind me. And how old are you for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm gonna give you a range. I'm over 50. Okay.
Okay.
And here's my response. Um, the prompt is, why worship a God that we can't do anything? Are you saying? Oh, you changed the prompt. Oh, you.
The
Okay.
first question is, why is this God so powerless that these images that have been consistent and regular and continuous every year for thousands, most of which for the last two are in his name? Why is he too powerless to stop his own children from masquerading around as madmen for so long?
Okay, so I guess it sounds like we're talking about different fathers then, because although I can't speak for everyone, um, a father and a mother, I think, especially from my perception and of my experience, were nurturing, protective, and empowering. So when I think of the Almighty, the ever present um, uh, Messiah figure that we've all come to identify with as the Father of the Son and the Spirit. Um, I revert to just some of the scripture that says, greater is He within than He is in the world. So I think over time, and and again, time is a reflection of results. When you have constant programming, constant uh, propaganda telling us or showing us what a reaction or a scenario or how to respond in that situation could be and would be based on how they want to promote and sell toilet paper and bread and just all the products that actually keep certain families in and farms active on the continent, then I think of how we should rethink the whole possibility of um, of always identifying something outside of ourselves when it's always been the guiding force within ourselves to identify with what resonates best from the things in our environment. Is that clear?
It is clear, but unfortunately, it doesn't answer the question. Now, the question is, why is this God powerless when his people are the ones doing this? I don't believe romanticizing um, atrocities uh, is in any way, shape, or form um, helpful, right? Because can your God do something about it or can't he? It's just a simple question.
Well, then, and like your question poses, can I do something about it, or can I?
No,
Can
it
you do
doesn't.
something about it?
No, it doesn't.
Hmm?
No, you running from my question, throwing behind you another question. Ma'am, I'm not a dog that's gonna get distracted with a scrap of meat while you run from it.
Oh, I'm not
Why
running. I'm here.
can't
I'm
your
here for it.
God do? Then it won't come out twice. Why can't your God do something about this?
Well, okay. And I'm just going to reiterate just two of the points real quick. If greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world, then and that's the God source, then what are you programming or allowing yourself to receive that allows you to believe that this is not changeable or it cannot be changed or addressed
You
or
did that
stopped?
again. You tried that again. Let's back it up.
Really quick fluff mod break here. We have 200 people inside of this live currently watching. Please go ahead and tap dance all over that screen like you're trying to do a river dance. With 204 people in the live, if every one of you shares at least one time, we can have 200 shares. So if you can, please find the time to go ahead and river dance and share. Follow the panelists if you're enjoying what they're saying. Follow them if you're not. Have fun. Talk to everybody later. Terrible at that, by the way. I try to put on like a
you can
radio
always
voice.
leave it to books. Books is funny. It's fun. I like it.
I like books too.
But I think Books is sleeping. Books, are you asleep?
Better watch out. Krampus gonna get his sleeping toes.
Let me put him to sleep. Very gently catch Grandpa and tuck him in. All right now.
And you know what?
Passed that on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the only thing that I want to know is, can God do something about what his people do, or can't he? Yes or no?
Okay, so I guess it's just my perspective, and I'm not alone in this, but I
Before
was just
you
thinking
give me
here's a
your
collective conscious.
perspective,
Yeah,
yes
sure.
or no?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Then hold on 2
Once
seconds,
once
because the
once the
question
recognition
changes.
is
No,
definitive.
not yet. Now, this is the very important question. Some people can stay and can't do anything about it. Can't. But this is won't. And now, something changes in this. And I want to see how many bodies people will actually climb over to tell me how good this God is. Because knowing he won't do anything about this, knowing one of those bodies is pregnant, and let's spice it up, 2 of those people are my family members. Let's talk about this again.
Okay. Can I say this? What if your family member is also of of the lighter hue, who looks like the God in the picture, but is not connected to you and doesn't identify with your plight or your problems? So what if that's the case? Is it because we don't know how to, and one thing I know that, and
Wait. I didn't build a maze. I built a landmark and benches. We're gonna sit in one topic.
Yeah, I'm addressing it. I'm just
No, you're not. You're not addressing it. What you did was you asked if one of my family members were white. Doesn't make a fucking difference. Answer the question. I asked a very particular.
Honestly,
why
it
is
does
your
become.
God? Why is it that your God won't? Try to limit your divisive talk. I actually grew up in a very diverse neighborhood, and I fucking had an awesome childhood. So when people
I
throw
too.
racism and prejudice
too.
and bigotry at me, I don't really tense up, get ready to fight. I get ready to drop a person and move on.
Oh well, I mean, as an option, I too had those that background, very diverse, and it was wonderful. And that's why which is the reason why I have my position here, is that if it was in you to make a change and collectively you connected with a consciousness that does so, then why isn't there a collective consciousness that is the God source, the God force, that's making a difference, that's educating those who are still wounded and still inherently feeling entitled to wound others? So if you can't address the source of the problem, you're not going to get to the solution.
Okay, that was the second attempt, but you still didn't answer the question.
I did. I said absolutely.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
Not at
that's what I
all.
answered
Because
before
what is
I
the
went into
question?
my.
What is the question now?
It still says, "Why worship a powerless God?"
That won't do anything about that.
Hmm.
hmm Like I
Why
said, it was
worship
your
a
second
powerless God?
attempt. It was your second
Okay.
attempt, right?
All right. I'm gonna tell you this.
But, but,
I don't worship a
but wait,
powerless God.
wait. You don't need to get aggressive yet.
No, I'm not.
The
I'm just
second
saying
attempt
definitively I
to
don't.
try to tie something to us failed. And you
To
still
who?
failed to answer the question. Now, the question isn't about us, it's about you. And why are you worshiping a powerless God, one who is bound by chariots? He can't move past that. He needs circumcised children. He needs the worst kind to be able to speak to them: the pimps, the liars, the grapists, the warmongers, the war generals, the idiots. That's what God utilizes to push this message across the world, right? Now you're talking to me about, well, people, and let me tell you one thing: you don't have free will. Because if you had free will, technically, you probably wouldn't still be a product of American slavery, now modernized, right? If you really had the free will and shook off all of the indoctrination, but you didn't. Now, I get a lot of people trying to be clever, but more often than not, it comes right after they try to be control freaks. I'm not in your house, I'm in my house barefoot. Okay, so when I want to know why your God is so powerless that most of his followers don't know his word, don't know his law, have a hard time not breaking his commandments, have a hard time not sinning, have a hard time answering questions directly, and my favorite, are the biggest fucking liars across this planet. All I want to know, if you can keep your emotions to yourself and talk about your knowledge of your religion and why its damage always looks like this.
I'm gonna take a quick stab at it and then I'm gonna drop the mic. Okay. So it's true. Our religion was used to control and keep us bound to a a controlled way of living and conducting our affairs in a general population. It's true. And the programming that the Bible and the church did not fully complete or was less profitable at, the television became the next
Michelle,
opportunity to do
can I
so.
can I can I ask
Let
you a
me
question?
finish, and I'm dropping the mic, and you can have it.
No, no,
Go
no.
ahead.
I just want to ask you a question.
No,
Do you think your
let me
God is
finish first, and then you can
do
ask
you
me the
do you
question,
think your
please.
God is all
Let me
powerful?
finish what I'm saying
Do you,
before you
ma'am,
interject,
ma'am,
please. I'm
do
speaking.
you
That's the point. Are we
Let
having
her
a conversation?
let her
Let
get
me
it
finish,
out.
and
But
I'm going to give you
Michelle,
the platform.
do me a favor.
Mhm.
Please keep it to what I was talking about,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's why the co-host was trying to push you right back into onto the bench that we're sitting underneath the monument that I left as a landmark. You're moving away from the conversation, and she's just asking you to stay on point.
I am literally okay. Go ahead, since all this has been a distraction, so I'm not going to be able to follow the prompt because each
the
time I
the
do,
no,
I
the prompt is why worship a powerless God. We're literally asking you about what God does or doesn't do, not what people does or doesn't do. So that's why I want to ask you, do you think your God is omnipotent?
do you think you are a God that's omnipotent?
Ma'am, I'm asking you, do you think your God is omnipotent?
Um,
let me see. I can't remember what that means. Omnipotent. Is that
I'll look it up.
omnipotent?
I'll
Yeah.
look it
What
up
is
so this way we
omnipotent mean?
actually.
She's just asking if your God is all powerful. That's all she's asking.
All powerful.
I was just gonna bring up the definition.
In
So
theory, you know what? If a God can create a human as perfectly and imperfect and still
No,
in
no.
him
I
with
just
the
asked you
imperfection, it
if
becomes a
you think he's,
perfection in work,
ma'am. I just
then
asked you if you think
I
he's all
say,
powerful. Is he? Do you think that he is all powerful?
well, let me ask you, are you able to create a being all powerful?
Ma'am, can you please answer my question?
Okay, then I guess that would be a yes.
okay,
Okay. Do you think your God is omniscient? Do you think he's knows
I'll bring
everything?
that
Have
one up.
No,
unlimited power?
I'm omniscient. Do you think he knows everything?
Uh,
There you go.
yeah,
Knowing
yeah,
everything.
he does
Okay.
know.
Do you think you are God?
I believe I have the
No,
remnant of him
ma'am, I'm
within me,
asking, do
which
you
means
think that
as
you
a
are God?
child of
No,
God, then
it's
I
ma'am,
am a
I'm asking you
reflection.
a specific question.
I
Do
did
you think
answer
that
it.
you are God? It's
I
a
did
yes or
answer it.
no question.
I
Do you
did
believe
answer
that
it.
you are God?
As a reflection, I am just like parents, I am a reflection of
Now
both.
I'm
So that would
asking,
be
do you believe
yes.
that you are God? Is that a yes or no?
I believe I have God in me,
Got you.
yes.
So
Okay.
let me
So do
ask
you
you
believe you are as
one
powerful as this God? As
real
this
Well,
quick.
omnipotent God?
you know what?
Just real quick. Do you believe
I
Jesus
as
is also
if
God? I am asking for a particular reason, and I'm gonna give it right back to you, Lords. But do you believe that Jesus is God?
okay, let me say this. First of all, as a woman
Why
who
can't you
who
answer
brings
the
life
question,
into this
Michelle?
world,
Why
which one
can't
of
you
us is more
answer the
godlike?
fucking question, Michelle?
Jesus
It's a
or
simple question.
you?
It's a simple question. You're not on here to preach. Why can't you answer the question?
Michelle, I'm asking a clarifying question so I can give it right back to Lords. And the question I asked was just simply, do you believe that Jesus is God? And then I'm
Okay,
giving it
Lawrence.
back to Lords.
Okay, so please don't yell at me because you don't have children on this panel. I don't think. Do
No,
you?
you raising your voice at me. I just want you to answer the question. Every
Woman, answer the
time
question. If
we
you are a child of God, you are God.
Nope, nope, nope.
just
Everybody,
answer the
hold on.
question. Are
Everybody,
I'm asking you.
relax. Michelle,
It seems
one,
like this has
I am
gotten
the
people in his
host.
arm.
I am the host. I
Okay.
stopped to ask a clarifying question. Lords yet again asked you to stay on topic. I am asking a clarifying question. Mr. T, do not come off of mute on my panel again. Michelle, do you believe that Jesus Christ is God? Yes or no?
I believe there is truth in that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the only reason why I'm asking is because that might be a very dangerous statement to make. If you
Why?
believe God is in you, Jesus also had God in him. That made him God. So,
We all have
in
it. You don't believe you do?
see, you're basing that off of your belief
No, no, no. I'm basing
that
that
you're
off
basing it off of your
of
belief.
science
Your
and
question,
religion
no, you're
and
not.
politics
No,
and
you're not.
government
No,
and
you're not.
geology.
No, you're not.
Okay, so what makes
No,
you
you're
feel
not.
that you don't?
No, you're not.
You
No, you're
don't?
not.
You
No,
don't
no.
have God in you?
You're not basing it off of that.
You
That
don't have God in
is,
you?
as far as I can
Are
tell,
you
that's
saying
one,
you
two,
don't?
three, four lies you told, and then you tried to lay your shit on me. Ma'am, when you try to vomit your neuroses onto me, I am gonna really get out of the
How is
fucking way, and I'm not holding your hair for that.
I didn't ask,
You
I didn't
got
try to do
drunk.
anything
I'm
but ask you a
sorry. I'm
question.
sorry. You got drunk on your own fucking supply just now and wanted me to get high with you. We're gonna stop that shit right the fuck now. If you didn't like how Lort spoke to you, I'm not nicer. She just has less patience than I do.
You're
And
saying you're
I
offended with the
wanted to
question?
give you an opportunity to answer questions. But what was your answer? We all are. Ma'am, I don't subscribe to what you believe in.
Okay, do you have do you have the ability to give birth to bring life to this world?
I'm gonna meet
Isn't that a
Ma'am,
popsicle.
godlike
do you
essence
think
kind of feature?
I'm gonna
Michelle,
meet
do you think
popsicle.
you're God? Do you think you're God, Michelle?
I'm just saying. Can you
You
answer
said you
my
think,
question
do you
first?
think you are more
Well, I'm not
powerful
going
than
to
God?
answer questions if
Do you
nobody's going
think,
to address mine. So
do you
that's
think
just
you're
not fair.
more,
That seems a
okay, well
little
then
one-sided.
you can drop, babe.
Well, I can drop.
All right,
Okay, go ahead.
we'll see you later.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. T, don't pity that fool. How old are you for TikTok purposes? You know how to come off of mute. You already did it.
Yeah, I'm 37 years old.
Are you a Christian?
Of course, yeah. I believe in the Bible.
You said, of course. I don't know. I never met you before. So I do have a question. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up for you. Why does everybody talk like we met each other? Am I that personable? I mean, I guess that's a good thing.
No, he means, of course, black lady, I'm a Christian. Aren't you? Black lady in America, aren't you a Christian? How could you ask me that?
With
Aren't we
any level
all?
of luck, those numbers will continue to drop.
Aren't all black people supposed to be Christians everywhere?
The dark skinned people are the children of God originally.
See,
That is
that's what
why
I'm saying.
I asked
That's
you
what I'm
that.
saying.
God damn it,
That's
she's
what I'm
right.
saying. Listen, let me tell you, black
But
people think
Yes.
that. Wait a minute,
some of
Mr.
our
T,
people
Mr.
have been
T, Mr.
some of
T,
our
I'm
people have
talking,
been
Mr. T,
westernized.
Mr. T,
They left
Mr.
Mr.
T, I am
T,
talking to the host.
give me a second. Give me a second. She almost tried
I'm
to take
telling
me
you,
out.
listen, Fluff, listen.
I'm listening.
They all, but they are flabbergasted. They are offended that
but,
your black self, Mr. T, do not speak.
but that was
They,
the work of the slavery. Yeah?
Mr. T, do not speak.
Okay, wait, Lawrence. He's been waiting. He's been waiting
I
for
know, but I'm
so
just
long.
saying. No, but you're asking why. Of course, because aren't all you niggas supposed to be Christians?
I'm not a fan of it. Give me 1 second. Mr. T,
I can hear you.
hi. Why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about this?
My God is not powerless. My God is more powerful. Power means wisdom. It's not a power to pull down a house or to throw bomb. Power means wisdom. My God is a
That's not the
powerful God.
definition of power.
That is power. They say wisdom is power.
Now,
Knowledge is power.
are
Haven't
you
you heard
saying?
this?
Wait a minute,
Haven't you heard the knowledge is power?
Mr. T.
Yeah.
So are you saying that God doesn't have the power to do anything that you just said? He doesn't have that kind of power. He only has wisdom.
It is in what wisdom that will give you that knowledge to
No,
do whatever you want to do.
Mr. T, listen, that's not what I asked you. We're talking about God, right? Are you saying that God doesn't have the kind of power that you just alluded to? His only power is wisdom?
The power is the principal wisdom. The wisdom is the one that will give you power to do all things.
Right, no. But for clarity, she's asking, are you saying that God doesn't have the power to stop bad things? His only capability is just wisdom.
And that wisdom will still give you the power to
No.
stop
That's not
whatever you want.
answering
No,
a yes or no
that's not the
question.
question.
Hold on. This is actually a yes or no question.
That is not a yes. So you can't tell me
Yeah,
how to
no,
answer
it
questions.
is. It
I have
is.
to answer questions
She's
how I want.
asking if you're saying something. And you can say, yes, I'm saying that, or no, that's not what I'm saying. She is
But I
asking,
have answered, I have explained for her understanding, but
you're
she's not trying to
No,
listen.
explaining
that
a
you're not.
different question.
Yes, that's not the question I'm asking.
Let me try one more time, Lord, because I know you know how to say it, but eventually I think you're going to say it,
But
and
I
I
have
think
to
you're
say
going
it
to
the way
say
she
it.
will
No,
understand it. You
Mr.
understand?
T, hold on. I'll try to bring it down to maybe fourth grade. Are you saying that your God's only power is wisdom? He does not have the power to change things himself.
Yeah, he has the power to change things himself. Yeah.
Oh my God! You fucking make up your mind.
No, I'm just talking to you as a little children. So that's
No, but
why
that's
you
not
haven't.
what you said initially, though. You said he doesn't. He only his power is wisdom. That's what you're
Yeah, that is
saying. You're
power.
saying that
That is power. That
he
is power.
doesn't. No, listen,
Is Donald
Mr.
Trump
T,
not working
Mr. T,
with his
Mr.
wisdom?
T,
Mr. T,
Mr. T.
relax. We're not
You
going
gotta
anywhere. You
relax.
got
You
time.
you
Which
gotta
power is
relax.
Mr. Which power is the
Sir,
president of
can
America
you
Spending
hear
using?
me,
time
sir?
talking to
Give me a
you.
God.
You
Okay, Mr. T. Now that
Yeah,
we know that God can do something about it, that's his power.
yeah.
Why won't he do anything about it for 2,000 years now?
To do what?
Yeah, Mr. T, can you take a look at my screen, please?
No, I'm looking. I'm seeing you now. To do what? To do what? That's what I'm saying.
To stop this image from happening in his name.
Oh, he cannot stop it because this image is also changing people. It's also giving people wisdom because good things doesn't give people knowledge. It's only when somebody is pushed to the wall, then the person will now rethink himself and be
That's
able
not
to
true.
change in order to have
That's not
words.
true.
People with money can also keep going to club and messing up their life. They cannot
That's not
think well,
true.
but
That's
that
not
is true.
true.
I can show you. I can show you by history. History have made us to understand.
I
So
I
the only thing that get people to think
I
is when
figured it out.
things.
Fluff, I figured it out. I figured out why they answer like this.
Are you saying that if your child of 7 years is going to school, you always give him $1,000 every day? Do you think that
Do you
he will be
think
more
that's what
intelligent in
Americans
school?
do? We just give our kids
No, I
$1,000
just
a
give you an
day?
example. I just give you an example. If you are
Fine.
giving your child of 7 years $1,000 every day to go to school, do you think that she will become more intelligent or she will become less intelligent because you are
No,
giving her
someone's
minimum?
Neither.
either
And Fluff, I figured it
likely to
out.
rob my kid or call CPS. What the fuck? Why am I
I
giving my
figured it
kid a
out.
thousand a day?
Let
She's
me
7. What do you want?
Fluff,
Huh?
let me explain what I just figured out. I just figured it out. It's not that they have a kink for this kind of thing, right? Like seeing the bodies and saying, "Oh, look, that's wisdom." It's not that they have a kink for it.
Yeah, but
It's
they did
that
something that.
it's that for them, they would do the same thing if it wasn't for the lack of that God. That in their mind, this would be them doing that. They actually feel. You know, have you realized the questions that they ask sometimes where it's like, oh, what's to stop, you from doing the wrong thing? It's because for them, I think every one of them is evil enough that they would do it if it wasn't that they were afraid of offending this God.
Bible. I say that all the time. They. I don't think it's. I don't even think it's because they're afraid of offending the God. They're afraid to go to jail.
Yeah.
They're afraid. It has nothing to do with God at all. They're afraid to go to jail.
Like, that's why they look at us and go, oh, well, atheists, you have no morals, so, you just go and do whatever you want. No, that's not how it works.
Hey, what's
Not
up,
how it
guys? How's
works.
it going? My name is.
Don't you do that, Leon. That's what it is, Mr. T, isn't it? You would do these same things if it wasn't for your God, wouldn't you?
No, I will not do the same thing because I have learned why I will not. I'm not
Well,
supposed
no,
to do
without
this.
this wisdom, you didn't learn it, right? Without God giving you this wisdom.
Exactly. The
Exactly.
wisdom
You
tells you
feel
what
that
to
you
do
would
and what
do
not to do.
these things if it wasn't for your God. And you know what's funny is I don't need those things to not do. I don't need a God to not do those things. It's called just not being a shitty person.
I have a
Why does that
question.
concept never hit you?
I have a question. What if I'm an atheist, right? So let's say I have a God, hypothetically. And let's say my God is a female God of wisdom. Is there something wrong with that?
The creator is a man, it's not a female. So you cannot just say you have a God, you have a
That's
female.
not what she asked you.
That's
You
not
can
what
live
I
by your
asked you.
emotion if you like.
That's
Yeah.
not what I
Can you
asked you,
answer the
is it?
question she asked?
What's this?
I said it's a problem. I say it's God. The real creator is a man, it's not a female. So you can't create your God. Your God has to
There's
Does the
your
create.
Bible say
problem.
that God is a man?
I thought so.
The Bible said
If
that.
No, it
I can
doesn't.
read it. I can read it out for you.
given that your God is a man, can you describe what he looks like?
I don't have Bible here. I would have described it, but you say he's a dark skinned man. And if you read the Daniel 9:7,
Nah.
No,
you
I don't
you
need
see.
it. I don't need it to have your Bible though. Do you have the Holy Spirit?
No, I have the Bible. The Bible is, they say the word that I speak, they are spirit and life.
Do
It's
you
supposed to
have
be
the
written on
Holy?
your heart.
Do I have the Holy Spirit?
The Holy Spirit is the Bible, the knowledge of the Bible. Then
Right. It should be written on your
the
heart, is
Spirit.
what Real's saying. You shouldn't use
It
the
Oh
is
Bible.
written.
shit!
It is written in my heart. That is why I said you should
So
read the Bible.
you
That
should
was
be
why I
able
know
to
how
answer the question without the Bible.
the God have woolly hair, white woolly hair, and dark skin, according to my Bible.
Sir, that's not what the Bible says at all.
Huh?
You're deeply
That's not what the
indoctrinated
Bible
as
says at
fuck.
all.
It is confusing to you people. I'm not surprised. I would have been surprised if you
Sir,
understand it.
no, it's
So
not confusing, sir. That's
yeah.
not what your Bible says. Your Bible says that his hair and his skin was white like wool.
What did I
That's what
say
it
now?
says.
What did I say? He have woolly hair, yeah, and
No,
skin
no,
skin dark
no,
dark
sir.
brown.
It says it was white like
I
wool.
thought it said
Yeah.
It
like
doesn't
brown.
say
Okay.
it.
What is your
It
understanding by
it
that?
doesn't. It
Read
doesn't,
Daniel
sir,
6.
sir,
Read Daniel
sir,
9:7.
sir, sir, sir. It says it was white
Okay.
like wool.
When I
Wait,
say you
let
are
me
like a child,
listen.
is he
Listen.
not saying that
Stop
you are behaving like a
interrupting
child?
me. Stop interrupting me. Don't do
Stop
that.
stop
You asked me
interrupting
a
her.
question, and I'm gonna answer. The Bible says his hair and his skin is white like wool. It is describing the color of the hair and not the texture.
And the
It
color and the
says his
texture.
hair, it says his hair and his skin, the skin, his hair was
He didn't say
white
the skin, the hair
like
on his head,
it,
the hair on your head,
sir.
not skin. The skin
Sir,
looked like a
it does
bronze
say,
brass.
sir, it does say, it says his feet were like bronze. It doesn't say anything. It says his hair and
Uh-huh.
his head were
Uh-huh.
white like wool.
Mm-hmm.
His feet were
Mm-hmm.
like burnished bronze. That's what
Burnt
it
brass.
says.
Burnt brass. What is the
It
color of
says,
burnt brass?
if not you.
I'm
Have
laughing
you
at
ever
you.
seen burnished
Okay,
brass?
is it that white one that is your God?
You know, burnished brass. You know what it actually looks like. It's actually very
Dark
similar to a
brown,
gold.
dark brown, dark
No, 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 no. And I can tell you why I know that's not true. My
brown. Okay.
grandfather happens to be married to a very
And you can take the white
spoiled
one to
woman.
be your God now. No, it's
No, no,
okay.
my grandfather is married to a very spoiled woman, and all of the fixtures in the house are real burnished brass, every one of them. And it is similar to gold. Oh, Fluff brought it up. There you go. That
Which
is
people
the
are golden in color now?
color of his feet. It is
Okay.
Mr. T,
meant to
Most
show a
people are golden in
deity,
color. You ask me the
not a
color, I'm telling
human.
you with
It's
the
a
Bible. You
deity,
said,
not a human.
so it's
Hence
not,
the
it doesn't have color.
goldish color.
Mr. T,
Did he die for
Mr.
our,
T,
did he even live in this world?
Ah,
are
here
you
comes the
an
crash
Hebrew
out.
Israelite?
Huh?
Are you an
We are,
Hebrew
we,
Israelite?
we are all Israelites by nature, by blood. Even you, but you
I
are
Stop.
lost
see.
sheep.
That's the reason why
Stop.
you're talking that
Sit down with
nonsense.
that. That's
By
bullshit.
even you, but you are lost. That's
That's
why you don't know.
bullshit.
Lost sheep.
That's bullshit.
No, you're the one who is lost. I know exactly where the fuck I came from, and this God and this Bible and this religion
Our
had
people have
nothing to
brothers.
do
See,
with me.
I know the problem. The problem is the slavery that caused our people to lose more and more. But there's no problem. You people will going to come back.
You're the one that is still in slavery by following the doctrine of your
The chain is still in
colonizer.
your the chain is still in your mind, but you are taking that away from your neck. It's not in your
Oh,
mind, and that is
oh
why
yeah?
I'm trying to unchain you guys. But I don't. I've seen that
No,
it
you need to unchain yourself from this fucking fairy tale that you're following that you're trying to project on other people.
our,
Because
our
unlike you, we have done our due diligence in doing our research. We can
our men
trace
are
our lineage and we know where the fuck we're from.
our men are being feminized now today, while the women are being masculine. That is another problem that we face today. That is why even you as a man, a
That,
little thing that you're supposed to
you
understand,
out there,
you fail to
wait a
understand.
minute. You talking about women, men have
Yeah.
been feminized,
From
and
you
you out there
came up, you
watching
have
the
been
kids
spreading
play,
your
bitch?
misogyny. You
You
can
out there
take that
watching
somewhere
kids
else.
play? Yeah, you out there watching kids play. Get the fuck out of here. And you talk about men that been fed. You out there watching kids play. Get the
I'm
fuck.
giving you. I'm just teaching you people to unchain a lot of. I have
No,
unchained a lot of people.
unchain them fucking kids in that background. That's what you do.
How can the dark skinned people not believe
I
in God? The
like the
woman was even
background music
that
of
was
kids.
why that woman was
I
surprised that
I
you
like background music.
I
Kids
mean,
are
you might.
background
Are
music.
they his kids, or is he just at the park looking at kids?
even
Are
anybody
they his,
with his
are they his kids, or
Uh,
they just
mi-
at the park looking at kids?
anybody with his senses will be
Miss,
God damn
surprised
it,
that you guys
Lawrence,
don't
that
believe
Mister,
was
in God.
Miss,
dark.
Miss, yeah,
Just
Mister
saying.
T.
You notice he ain't never saying
Miss,
shit.
If you don't
Mister
take care,
T.
they will turn all of you to gays and this
What
thing.
Miss,
Don't take
Miss,
care.
the
Mister T.
I hear you.
What's the old? Yeah, what's the oldest Bible?
What is what? Come again?
Which Bible is the oldest Bible?
King James is what we know is a perfect one to read
Okay.
if you want
Yeah,
to
we're not
read.
gonna go there.
King
I'm
James
not
1611.
Oh
fighting.
fuck!
Enough
1611.
already.
Now I know that you're truly lost and
With,
you
a,
don't
with,
know
a,
shit.
with
Yeah, I'm not
Apocrypha
gonna fight you
1611, you
guys.
can go through that. That is when you will have
All right,
understanding.
I'm
If you
done.
are
Tried
happy,
ever
because
reading the original text, which
Yeah,
is older than that?
yeah.
I don't know about that, but I'm telling you the one that you should go through if you have the capacity, if you think
First
from
of
your
all,
heart
tell
first.
us why
Yeah,
you at that
the
You
park with
think
mo-
them
from your
fucking
heart, not
kids.
from your brain.
Tell
Okay.
us why you at the park with them kids.
Uh,
Tell us
Huh?
that.
The knowledge of the Bible makes me more powerful.
T- Tell us why you at the park with them kids.
I can't understand what you said, please. Come again. Can you come again, please?
no. What we're gonna do is
I'm not where I'm not surprised is that
stop, stop,
I
stop,
know that
stop,
this has to
stop,
be happen.
stop,
If you don't
stop,
be if
stop, stop,
introduce to us what we should
stop.
give us your own idea.
What?
He never said why he was at the park with them kids. He never said I'm at the park with my kids. He never said. He just at the park with them kids.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, Mr. T. But seriously, like, why did you want to come back up when I'm literally like having to tell you to stop too many times? I just don't want to deal with it. I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just gonna get you off my panel. Like, are you alright? I really hit my I don't really care stage. Like, the silence is okay. We can talk about other shit and enjoy ourselves. Why doesn't God ever get when they're in church, when they're out of church, God can't send his best?
Well, it also, why did he have to go look at his Bible? It should be written on his heart, according to the book. In fact, it even says it would be written on there so well that they would never argue over what it says.
You say
and his
wow.
mind.
You say wow. Worth. Wow.
We don't do that,
The
Calm.
fuck is wrong with these people?
Sounds like a child. You're under 25, yes or no?
Calm Live, she asked you a question.
No, he answered it in the chat. He said yes. Okay. Now, when the teacher tells you, write your name on your test paper, it's not just so they know which child handed it in. They know your handwriting.
It's to see who follows instructions.
Teacher could actually put the names on herself or himself, gender equality.
That's how it goes, love. Those are some of the students, right? That they would sit in the exam and they would literally just copy shit from other students, even the other students' name on their own test paper. Yeah, that shit happens here.
Ooh. It's been 3 hours. This is not the worst. I'm not gonna go long. today. I don't want to miss Mama Bash. I don't want to miss Mama Bash. Mama Tonin. Um, I don't want to miss her. She literally can knock me to sleep. So for a person that really has a hard time falling asleep, I love Mama Tonin's laugh. They're very relaxed, so it keeps me okay. Um,
Hey, Fluff.
yeah.
I think the next one of this that you should do is why Christians can't do anything about this as well. Why aren't they actually exercising that mustard seed faith that Jesus told them that, once they have it, nothing will be impossible for them to do? I think that should be a next topic up there to see how much they actually do believe in this God and this Jesus who they actually praise so much.
I'm actually getting a little pissed off. I read this book more than the believers do. Um, I give a lot of energy to something that was never mine. I didn't have anything to do with. Um, and I read it more than the believers do. They can't answer questions. They don't know scripture. Then they try to tell me they belong to a thing that isn't real. So I yeah, I get really sick and tired. And then they tell me God is absolute. Hi, Chiron. Did I say that
Hey,
right?
what's up? Yeah, yeah. I
Wait,
was
what?
on your live, I think like last week,
Okay.
Wife.
and
And
the wife.
Hold on one second, then let the host
ah,
finish.
okay. So this is the
Yeah,
wife.
yeah,
All right. So let me talk to the wife.
yeah.
Right. But now I know I got both of you here.
Yeah.
Why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image on the back?
Yeah. How to go back to the full screen?
Mhm.
There you go.
I have to click, huh? I don't know. I'm trying to see the image on the back because I'm on the phone, but I can't. When I accepted the request, it when I got pulled up, it got like small.
Understood. I don't really know how to make it any bigger, but it's an
But I saw
image
it.
of a destroyed town with body bags littered in the street.
Oh,
Why
okay.
can't, why is your God powerless? And why can't he do anything to stop the image that was created in his name?
So created in his name. Okay. Um, is this like a real image or this is a AI generated image about war?
Oh, this is an blah, 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 blah. This is an AI generated image.
Okay, okay. So it's okay. So generalizing. I think I disagree that God can't do anything. I agree with the person who was on before. I think it was Mr. T, where he said God won't, and yeah, he won't do anything like about that. So because I believe that people are the ones who do this, who do whatever they want to do. And yes, in the Bible, God also told his people to go up to war because they were at war with the people around them. So I'm not really sure which scenario you're talking about. If you're just talking about people getting a direct order from God to go and wage war in different countries, or are you talking about just wars like in general for like power and like people take into their own hands?
The image behind me now has changed to more destruction, more bodies. God's up in heaven
Okay.
enjoying his fruit. But the equivalent of that fruit on the ground, you take the G away from what he's eating, is also going to be part of what happens to some of those bodies before they're put into a body bag. Now, often a believer will tell me of the glory of God, how their prayers were answered, how God stepped in and did good by them. And I realize every single time someone says that, every 5 minutes, they're climbing over a body to tell me.
Okay.
All right. And
Yeah.
now we went from God can't do anything about it. Of course he can. So he's decided that for 2,000 years, since his son has shown up, he is going to, instead of there just being rumors of wars, he is going to actually sit by while his believers engage in thousands of years of war. Every damn year. We haven't had 1 year of peace on this planet. Is this part of his plan then?
Well, the Bible does say you in the last days you will hear of wars and rumors, and that isn't God telling people to, go and wage war on people, because that's not how God operates in the current day. So in the Old Testament, and when it came to Israel and the surrounding nations, and that was a culture back then where countries were going at war with each other, and God would tell Israel to go up to these countries and plumage them and destroy them and seize them and take over the country and basically take it over. That whole that was more like a
I understand that you
physical
want
thing.
to explain, but you didn't answer the question. So hold your explanation
Okay.
for 1 second.
Okay.
What I'm asking is this part of God's plan?
Is what part of God's plan? The war?
The carnage behind me on the imagery.
Is it part of God's plan? No,
Okay.
I would disagree.
Now, why?
Because just based on the scripture that I quoted before, where it said, "In the last days you will hear of wars and rumors,"
I
and
already
the
addressed
Bible.
that. I already addressed that. Instead of it just being rumors for 2,000 years, it had actually been wars. So, it's going to go back to my question. I know you wanted to explain, but your explanation was coming off the question. The question I'm asking is it part of God's plan that these wars are happening in his name?
I don't think God in His name.
Oh, yes.
Why do you consider it in His name? Why do you consider that these wars are happening in God's name?
When they're religious wars, especially against Abrahamic faiths, it is in God's name. Because they're actually utilizing God's instructions on war in enacting these wars, and they do not deter from it. Now, this is all the faiths. This is Christianity, Judea, Islam.
Okay, so I feel like you're taking Christianity, Judea, and Judaism and Islam
Your feelings
in
aren't
all in
giving me
one,
the
and it's not the
answers.
same.
Your feelings are
No, but
still
you
not
just named
giving
three
me an
different
answer.
religions, right? And they're not
No,
the
they're not
same
different.
religions, and they don't have the same God.
Okay. Now, regardless of whether or not you agree with if their God is true or not, or the same or not, it's irrelevant. And I don't care, and I'm not going to waste my time arguing about it.
Okay,
What
cool.
I am going to do is just ask one last time.
Okay.
Are the wars for the last 2,000 years that are enacted in this God's name part of your God's design?
I already answered you no.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, every time I tried to explain, you cut me off. I'm saying because okay, so I'm a Christian, so my God, not Islamic God or Judaism,
Okay,
but
stop.
the Christian God.
Stop. Stop. Two things.
Oh,
I am going to cut you off. I'm the host. So whether I do it or not and you're uncomfortable with that, you have to cope alone and cope silently on that. You are
you
not
keep
held
asking me the
here.
same
You're not
question. How's
held
it coming
here
from?
against your will. And
Okay, cool.
two, when I said I was letting go of the topic, I don't care. It's irrelevant and it is not part of the conversation. The question is, in particular, your God. I don't care if you're a Christian.
Okay, so the
You're
Christian God.
still going to throw an Abrahamic God at me. So you can fight over that, whatever that is, privately between you and your priest or your minister, your reverend, or the person sitting next to you. When I say I don't need it, I don't want it, it is not here. We don't decide that we're in your house and you get to override me. I am not in any way, shape, or form somebody that actually has an emotional link to you. We're just having a conversation. When you try to
Okay,
control the conversation, is when I am going to move away from it and go back to
that's no
enjoying a
problem.
conversation I don't have to fight to have.
Okay,
All right.
if you don't want to hear my answer, that's totally fine. Like I already said no, so
Right. I understand you said no. You said that twice. And the no doesn't need to be defined which religion we're talking about, but why? Because I want to hear you out to actually finish the conversation.
why I don't think that God is what's it? God that God can't do it.
That is not part
Hasn't
of
done
God's
anything. This
plan.
is part of God's plan. No, I don't think that this is the wars that we're hearing about nowadays are part of God's plan. I don't think that He planned it. I think these are people who are going to war with one another based on a scripture that I just read that you said you heard before, and then I had another scripture and it just left my mind actually. But I don't think that God plans these things. People have free will, so or let me word it like this: people are able to make a choice in what they want to do. So if somebody decides to go to war, then they are able to go and do that, even if they don't believe in God at all. A lot of these people don't even believe in God or the same God as somebody else.
All right, Books, go ahead. My co host is going
Um,
to jump and he raised his hand. Go ahead.
how you doing, guest? So quick questions. Number one, is God the all-powerful creator of everything?
Yes,
Okay. Would your God be the creator of good and evil, calamities?
yes, yes.
Okay. And would your God possibly be the same God that predetermines everything before he created the earth?
Predetermined? No, no,
You wouldn't say so?
no.
Okay, that's
That's
crazy
not
because your
based on
God
the
actually
scripture.
disagrees because there actually is a verse, two verses actually, where he clearly elaborates that he created things and predestined everything to happen before he created the earth, right? So that's number
Based
one,
on what scripture
especially
are you reading that?
oh, I got you. I can definitely do that for you. Don't worry about it. But
It's
with that being said, right, I'm gonna keep moving on real quickly while I get that scripture for you. But
okay.
now within the pieces that your God says himself, right, that he does actually predestine everything before he created the earth, wouldn't you say that it's logical to think that maybe, everything that happens in the world, well, before that I get that, let me ask you this question. Would you say
Okay.
that everything that happens would be in conformity of God's will? Like his will and his nature and his destiny his desire for things.
Everything that happens is in conformity with God's
No,
desire. I
you don't
don't
need to
know.
Yeah.
ask.
I
I
don't.
have to go to
No,
Shokorush.
no, I don't believe that.
No.
No.
Again, that's kind of odd because your God disagrees with that, right?
What? Based on what does he disagree with that? Based on what?
Oh, I got you. I can definitely get you that. But before while I get you that, let's start with the first piece that you agreed with, right? God being the creator of both good and evil, right? So why would you think that things that happen on this earth or all the negative stuff, why would you say that's not part of God? Why would you disagree with that being part of God's nature or that he wants things to happen?
Okay, so you're saying that bad things happen on earth, so and I disagree with that it's that God wants it to happen, but you're saying that God does want bad things to happen based on the fact that he created evil?
I mean, he did, you know? Wouldn't you say that person who creates evil kind of intend for evil things to happen?
No, I don't think that the intent for evil thing to happen. I think that God created two extremities, good and evil. And because if he just created good and created knowledge and gave people the opportunity only to do good, then people would actually be forced. Then you would be able to call him a forceful God
So
because then he
God
would
doesn't
give you
already
a
force
choice
things to happen.
from doing good or
So
doing
so
evil. But
so
by
God
him
doesn't
creating
already.
evil, he gives people a choice to choose whether or not they choose good or choose evil. Because if he didn't have that choice, then he would have
Okay,
a forceful God.
question. Where is there a choice when being told either you choose good or you suffer? Would you say that's a choice or that's an ultimatum?
I would say it's a choice because
So
is it
if I
true?
told you, so if I was in your face right now, right, and
Yeah.
I said to you, "Hi,"
Mhm.
either bow down to me or I unalive you. Bow down to me or I set you on fire. Do you really have a choice or is there an ultimatum really? Like, is there a good ending coming out of this or no?
If you choose good, then there's good coming out of it. But I see where you're going with it.
There's no good
I
in that. It
believe.
was simply either you bow down to me or you get set on fire. So where's there
Oh,
good
if you
coming out
bow
of that?
down to
One
me.
second, really quick. 1 second, unrelated. Nessie Dad, I am going to put you down into the comments because I got 3 moderated co-hosts up here. And I'm just gonna make room for more believers. So this way the panel evens out. All right, because I don't want believers to feeling blah blah blah. I don't
He's a
want
believer as well.
believers to feel outnumbered. All right, all right.
He's a believer as well.
I know he's a believer, but he's actually fighting on behalf of us at this point. I don't think anybody's
The
paying
truth is,
attention.
yeah, I'd actually like to continue that conversation with him later on, by the way, because we were having a good conversation. I know that
All right,
we have
I'll
other
wait.
guests, but
Then
Nessie,
chill out.
later on when you come back,
Chill
if
out,
you come
Nessie.
back up, no, well, no, you have to make room. What I'm saying is, if you want to come back up later on and
No, you're
continue the
leaving.
conversation,
Well, you're leaving him as a believer up here, just kind of letting you know he's not necessarily fighting for the other side right now.
well, he's fighting for them to keep order as well, is what it is, and to answer the questions because they're hard. But if you're being honest, you can answer the question.
Okay.
So
Just let you know.
what is your name? How do I pronounce your name?
Me?
Yes,
Iran.
Kiran. Okay, cool. So Ephesians 1:5. Are you familiar with that one? Since going to verses is what believers like to do, right? Rather than actually think logical. Would you be familiar with that one? Ephesians 1:5.
Not out of my head. I'm really bad at out of my head. But I'm looking it up right now. Oh yeah, I see
Okay.
it. Yes, I'm familiar with this one.
Okay, so God predestined us for adoption to sonship through Jesus Christ in accordance with his pleasure and will,
Yeah, that's true.
right? So things happen within God's will, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So what would you say that does not happen within God's will?
He predestined us for adoption to sonship. So, in the beginning, you were saying, what would I say that doesn't happen in God's will? Um, when people do evil things. So, for instance, like we were talking about war before. Nowadays, so the Bible says we fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers in high places. Right? One of the disciples wrote that, you know, on
But
behalf of God.
on behalf of God, so it wasn't God, it was just a disciple.
Mm,
Yeah, so the
no,
disciples
and
who walked with Jesus
no, a
Christ.
disciple did. No, a disciple walking with Jesus Christ didn't write that. That was actually written by Paul. Paul was the one who said that. Paul never was walking with Jesus.
Yeah, that's
Paul
true.
never even met Jesus. So
He
no, it
met
wasn't a
Jesus. No, no,
disciples.
no. Paul met Jesus. Paul met Jesus.
Paul did not meet Jesus. Paul
Paul
even wrote
met
about this in the
Jesus.
book of Paul did not meet Jesus. The dude actually mentioned it in the book of Acts that on his way to Damascus, he falls, hit him head, saw a bright light and heard a voice. The man did not meet Jesus. He was never walking with Jesus.
Okay. Okay.
So where do you get bad things that are happening? You know, why would you make bad things that happen apart from God when God says himself that he created these bad things? I don't get it, you know.
Okay, I'm losing my train of thought with, um can you repeat the question, please? Was that the same question you asked before?
I mean, it's kind of different based on your reply, right? So you said that bad things happen based outside of God, right? It would not
Yeah,
be part
that's
of
true.
God's will. But now, how would that be so if God creates the negative things, right?
God didn't create negative things. He created evil. So he created good and he created evil. So God didn't cause a person
So
to
God's
go
not all
and
good, right?
rob somebody's house.
Really?
He
Because
didn't cause that
God
person to
even
go.
commands people to unalive people, right? He doesn't just allow it, but there's multiple verses where he commands it himself,
Yeah,
you
so
know?
in the Old Testament, God commanded people to unalive people, to plummet to different countries. Yes, that's true. That was a culture back then. The countries were at war back then, and God taking his
So that
people
doesn't apply
had
now.
what God telling people now to go and wage war on countries? No, he
Um,
doesn't do that now.
how would you know? Doesn't God say the same?
How would I know? Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. That's in the scripture.
So God
Or
contradicts
what
himself.
Paul just read.
So
No,
so
God
so
doesn't
God contradicts
contradict
himself
himself.
is what you're
Actually,
saying.
no, no, God doesn't contradict himself because now, in contrast to uh, thousands of years ago, God
So
operated
the
in a
so
totally
so so the
different way outside
so
of Israel.
so
So
let's see. So let's see. Does this sound like God to
Israel
you?
back then,
So
Israel
I have a
so
back then,
question.
how
I have a
God.
question. One,
Oh,
can
yeah,
you
yeah.
please go one at a time? Like, really? And two, Grandpa, did we figure out if God has a plan or not?
it seems like, based off of scripture, since that's where she's going with, that God's plan is just a lot of disaster.
According to you, not according. I completely disagree.
No, not really. According to your God, who allows you to take women for yourself and then bash children, right?
So, like you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Just 1 second. Does God have a plan or not?
Yes, God has that definitely has a plan
All
for
right, now.
humankind.
Okay. All right, because I just wanted to know if we were doing a scenery change.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a very good question. If he does have a plan, why do you
Why
pray?
are we praying now?
When we pray, we receive virtue from God. So Jesus Christ always prayed to the Father in heaven, and when he prayed, he received virtue. So he received power from God, and he was able to cast out demons and perform all these miracles on earth and stuff like that.
What miracles are we talking about here that hasn't been done clearly?
What what hasn't been done?
Yeah, what miracles are we talking about that clearly hasn't been done?
What miracles have not been done is what you're asking?
What miracles are you referring to that I'm saying clearly has not been done?
So, okay, I'm referring to miracles like healing the blind when Jesus healed the blind man at the pool of Bethesda. I'm referring to when he cast out demons out of people, when the disciples also
So
cast
Hold
demons out
on,
of
just in
people.
case you guys were wondering. The question has never changed. Why are we worshiping a powerless God? First, it wasn't that he couldn't do something. He wouldn't. Was it part of his plan or wasn't it? No. Let's look at his plan. So, yes, he does have a plan. The plan keeps ending up according to his speakers. This behind me. Now, these
Mm-hmm.
are God's people behind me, his believers. They believe in God, they believe in Jesus Christ. This still happens to them, right? Part of the plan or no, naturally, they're going to pray, right? Because
Yeah.
isn't that what you assume everyone's going to do? Even atheists at the end? Um, which let me tell you, before a car accident, the only thing that I said was, oh no, you can ask my husband. I didn't pray. So, while that's not true for non believers, it most certainly is for people that have a strong sense of belief in faith, right? We can expect that from them, and we're not going to judge them for it. But imagine being in a relationship with somebody who kind of only answers your text messages to come change your tire, help you get a job, put a little bit of money in your bank account, maybe a little, not enough to really survive or, keep your credit afloat, but enough. But when it comes down to what's about to happen to your home, your family, your friends, he leaves you on red. So, is it his plan or is it not? Because no matter what topic we were looking at, the God seems to be powerless to stop the results of his laws meeting reality. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay.
Fluff, if I may, I just want to read two verses, if I may. If not, then it's okay. I just want to address something that Books
I
was
love
actually
being
pointing
able to
out earlier.
say, "Take it away, Ernie," because I love that line. So hit it.
Yeah, Books, can you just remind me what was the question you asked about evil earlier?
Oh, yes. I asked her if God is a creator of both of these things, how could he be separate from it?
All right, brilliant. Thank you for that reminder. So, on that note, right, there's just two verses that I would like to read, separate apart from Isaiah 45:7 that we know of, right? And also because she actually mentioned something about what Paul wrote. And this is Colossians 1 15 and 16, talking about the supremacy of Christ. It says, He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For in him all things in heaven and on earth were created, things visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominion, or rulers or powers. All things have been created through him and for him. That's what I wanted to add to what you were saying earlier.
To who? To me?
I was saying it to Books to add to his argument because you're trying to separate God from his evil deeds.
Yeah. And if God knows all, it still goes back to Fluff's question. Either way, why pray if God has a plan?
God does have a plan, but you don't only pray for God's plan.
So part of his plan
Well,
is to let people suffer at the same time
remember,
while trying to supposedly help the ones that he selectively chooses to help.
the
Part of his.
question that we started off with, can he? You said yes. Will
Mm-hmm.
he? You said no. Why
Mm-hmm.
won't he? Because of man. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a plan? No. Are you sure? Yes. Is there a plan? Yes. If God has this plan, why pray? Because those that are in those body bags prayed for a different outcome to the same God that came marching through their town, through his Holy Spirit filling his soldiers. So, do you understand how there's a bit of
So those people in body bags did not pray to the same God that quote unquote came marching to their town because they did not know that God. That God is the God of Israel, and those people were from a different country and a different city that did not serve that God at all.
That's not true.
That's true.
let's
Okay,
take
No,
a
based
look.
on
historically speaking, Christians have
Let's take a
actually
look.
fought also amongst themselves
Guys, if you think
for their
I
belief.
haven't thought about where you were gonna go, take a look at the screen. This is still the product of your God. It has not changed.
No, Fluff, really
Every
quick
time
though,
we
what I'm
want
saying.
to dodge the warm graveyard, I got another way to bring us back.
For sure. What I was saying though, Fluff, was that really quick was that you have sects of Christianity that have also fought amongst each other in the name of their God, both sides thinking that they're correct. And it's through Christian they're both Christian. They both go to same church, or they both go to church, they both worship the same God of the Bible. Just I worship it a little bit differently from you, and so now we're going to war with each other. And that has happened historically. So you can't say that, Kieran. Just a simple read of
What?
history would prove that wrong.
No, I'm basing it on the Bible. You're basing it on things that,
No, I'm
you said
basing the
that
fact
happened
is
basing on different
there have
Christians,
been
but I'm
wars.
basing it on the stories of the Bible
Sorry,
about Israel.
she's not talking just about the Bible though, is she?
No, but so you're responding to what I said, right? I was literally only talking about the people of Israel in the different cities, right? So I was basing it on the Bible. You're responding to that. So I wasn't saying, oh, Christians never warred against other Christians in the church or, uh, in our modern day society.
Said
That's not
that
what I'm
only
saying
Are
at
you
happens
all.
from
when
one of
they're
the tribes of
worshiping a
Israel?
different God. But that's not always true, is what I was pointing out.
Are you from one of the tribes of Israel? Do
No,
you believe?
sir. No, sir. No, sir.
So what will make them believing in this God different from you believing in this God?
Make the tribe of. I don't
Yeah.
know.
If you're
I don't
not one
know
of the tribes, or if you're not from one of the tribes, right, that was along this time, along that point of history where this
Yeah.
God was being idolized in, right? What
Yeah.
makes you different from another individual who believes in this God? Since you said that they're worshiping a God from Israel, what will make you so different from them? If this is the same God for both of you.
So this is the God of Israel and my God. What makes me different than the people of Israel?
What makes your belief in this God different from their belief in this God when the same God that you're believing in is from the same region and is
My
worshipped by
be-
the same people?
my belief isn't okay. I have multiple responses to that question, but my belief isn't different to the belief
Be-
that the people of Israel of the Bible had in God. Today, in our modern day society, the people of Israel don't even they even reject Jesus Christ as being God. So that God, yes, they accept the Abrahamic God, but when it comes to
So would you be
Christianity today
considered
and
an
the
Israelite?
New Testament, they do not accept that.
Are
Yeah,
you
there's
from
no
one of
reason
the?
to. There's no reason for them to accept Jesus Christ as their Messiah.
That's cool.
There's no reason to.
That's cool. I'm just saying, there's not a comparison when it comes to that.
Yeah, because they know their scriptures, right?
Yeah.
Their scriptures doesn't talk about Jesus. The Old Testament that you're using never mentions Jesus. And
Exactly.
the Messiah that they're expecting, Jesus does not meet the criteria. So why would they accept him?
The
The
Messiah does not
some
meet.
that accept that he may have
You want to add
existed,
something?
perfectly okay, right? That's them being charitable and generous. They
Okay.
don't even have to consider the story at all. They weren't there.
What you wanted to add?
None of this story actually involves them, and there's really no recollection from them that the story continued at all. So most of that New Testament is unable to be married to the Old Testament. The only thing that you can actually marry to the Old Testament is that they mention the Old Testament. It doesn't actually prove anything. It just means that it's additional fan fiction that they wanted to keep. And it's quite contradictory within its own writing that people don't even stop to think how much it contradicts the Old Testament. The Bible itself is not even um, parallel, right? It's not an exact replica. Sorry, had to say it. It's not an exact copy of the Torah or the Tanakh. It's not. So um, when you try to utilize another faith, right,
Hmm.
to justify yours without understanding why yours cannot exist without theirs. It's weird that you would consider the three books to be about different gods when you don't have the
They
Bible
are.
without the Torah. and you don't get the Quran without the Bible. So it's all the same Abrahamic structured faith system. I'm not going to argue with that. And then two, you never seem to pay attention to the image behind you.
Well, what are you saying about the image behind you? What is the question there?
When has the question ever changed?
Just to bring you back around, the question was, why do you worship a powerless God?
So that statement in itself is it doesn't make sense to me because I don't believe that God is powerless.
I understand that, but I would actually have to see, in reality, the power of your God outside of crazed human beings killing each other.
Okay, so what you wanted to add something you said, or you forgot?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a
No,
question based
what? No,
on
wait,
you just
not
mentioned.
you. Just 1 second. My husband wanted to add something. Just 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm her husband.
I know we met. Well,
Hi.
the last
Yes.
conversation, that's when I met her. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's using my account. She's very avid, likes to speak to you guys. Yeah, I just wanted to add. You spoke about the Torah.
Yeah.
You spoke about that
The intertwined.
the intertwine with the Bible, and I just wanted to add that the reason why Judaism doesn't agree with Christianity is because they don't believe that he's the Messiah and he came in the Old Testament. And if we read many verses in the Old Testament where Jesus is actually prophesied in the Old Testament, but it doesn't use his name. It uses the angel of God. It uses
True.
the angel of God. He was
Jesus Lord.
the Lord.
Yeah.
He used the Almighty God, and these type of titles. So
I'm gonna drop
depending.
Hold
down for
on, hold
Rabbi
on.
since she's gonna
Oh,
come out. Rabbi gonna come out. I'm gonna drop down for her.
Yeah.
hold on. Is it your belief, Mr. Husband, that Jesus is God?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
But you make it clear
I,
though.
Yeah.
I see where you're getting that confusion. I don't know. I don't know his name. He just says that he's the husband, right? So yeah.
No, his name.
His name there,
This is
isn't
his
that Tyler?
name. This is his name.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that his name?
Yeah, I'm Kieran. I'm the original Kieran.
Oh, because she mentioned that her name is Kieran earlier. I wasn't here when you guys joined the first time, right? And then you came on and you said, I'm the husband. So, yeah. But
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
That was cute, Mr.
Yeah.
Husband.
Yeah. You're saying sorry?
I was just asking for clarity based on what you just said as to why you would have that misconception that, these names was actually referred to Jesus, but that wasn't the case because those titles that you're referring to is actually speaking to Yahweh, El Shaddai, El, and the list goes on and on. That was never talking about Jesus. So no, I understand why you're making that correlation, but it's not accurate.
Yeah, the reason why I spoke about it is because Yahweh, in a sense, is God is a triune God, and he represents himself as the angel of the Lord. So that's the second person of the Trinity, and that's where I refer to him as Jesus as the second person of the Trinity, which is God in its entirety.
I'm getting excited here to actually address that, but Rabbi Hannah is actually here to clear that up from the Old Testament
Hi.
side of things. And if she doesn't touch the Trinity, I'll definitely touch on that for you.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I could start there. But hi, first of all, it's very nice to meet you. It is important that I always
Likewise.
make the distinction that I'm not here to take your faith. That's not my business. However you believe is your business. So that's not my job. But what I do is I can tell you about Jewish theology, or I can talk to you about the critical scholarship of the Hebrew text, because that is my specialty. My specialty isn't the New Testament. I can tell you when the books were read. I can tell you history of it, but like I don't go into the eschatology of the New Testament. That being said, I can talk to you about the Hebrew Scripture and a few other like historical ideas. So if you let me know where you would like to start, I'm happy to start there.
We spoke about the Hebrew scriptures, so maybe we can
Mm-hmm.
start there. If
Absolutely. What would you like to know about it?
whatever you know about it, I would love to hear about it.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to make the assumption that you understand. First of all, do you read the scriptures in English or Hebrew?
I read it in English.
English. Okay. And what translation do you happen to use?
The New King James version.
New King James. Okay. Okay. No, that gives me a baseline. So some of the things
Oh,
that I would
and
say.
just
Maybe
to
I don't.
interject right quickly,
Sorry, I just
Of
want
brother
course.
to.
Anna,
Yeah.
what led us here was he
Mm-hmm.
was making the correlation to say that Jesus is God, and the
Mm-hmm.
names that are the titles given to El Shaddai, Yahweh, and Elyon, he's making the correlation to say that is actually Jesus. So that
Oh,
could
okay.
also be a good starting point for you to clear that up for him as
Okay, I
well.
can do that. I can do that. So I think that one of the important things is, and I'm going to take away the theology and I'm only going to talk about the scholarship. El is presented within the text of the Hebrew scripture as the Most High God, El Elyon, God the Most High. And that is because he is the first God. That is El. He is the high God. And then you have other gods that are presented within the text, like Baal, El Shaddai, Elohim. Now, an El Shaddai means two things, either God on the mountain or God the breasted one. So these are all separate entities that are written about within the text that are borrowed in from the Canaanite pantheon. In fact, if you were to look up the Canaanite pantheon, the only one you won't find is the Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, because Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was borrowed in from an earlier Yahwist tradition, from a completely different group of people called the Shasu. That being said, these are all designed, they are all separate deities. And then it isn't until about 800 BCE, when the reign of King Josiah is happening, and he is trying to consolidate this idea of what is monotheism, that all of these gods get kind of mushed together and been seen now as a single entity, when they were not prior to this consolidation of monotheism and the rise of monotheism. And that is an important distinction, because the texts themselves tell you there are multiple gods. Let us make man in our image. In our image, let us make humankind. Let us go down and confound them, because so they do not reach us. They are trying to become like us, like gods. So this is El speaking to what is known as the divine council. The problem is that in English, the word melech gets translated into angel or messenger, when it really doesn't mean either of those things. It means prince. So like son, B'nai Elohim, the princes of God, those are completely separated from angels. In fact, there's only one time in the Hebrew text that talks about an angel, and that's Michael. There's no other named angels. There's no other talking about angels. In English, it says like the messenger of God or the voice of God. But in the Hebrew, it says B'nai Elohim or Melech Elohim, meaning son of or prince of God. So there's that. My personal suggestion is, well, I believe that the New King James is pretty good. I mean, it's better than the King James. The two I prefer the most are the NRSVUE, so that's the New Revised Standard Edition, updated, and the NASB, the New American Standard Bible, but only I like the 2020 version. Just because they're closer to getting the Hebrew correctly translated into the English. And that's no fault of people who are English speakers. Hebrew just one word can mean like 17 different things depending on the construct of the sentence. And I'm sorry if I spoke too fast. I'm just having coffee. I would also say that while it's okay, like Christians look to the Old Testament and see this presentation of Jesus, it's not there, but it's not. And the only reason I push so hard about it not being there is because oftentimes those ideas and presentations of Jesus within the or within the Old Testament are devices that are used to leverage against minority and marginalized folks, including my people. And so that's the only reason why I push so hard on it. If Christians were just like, we see Jesus there, but we're going to leave you alone about it, I'd be like, cool, you do you. But often what happens is we see Jesus there, and I'm going to browbeat you until you see Jesus there. And so that's why I push back. Christ said their synagogues all of the devil. Listen, I'm not awake enough, so if you keep it up, Gage, I'm gonna fucking dog walk you back to your mother's vagina. How are we doing so far, sir?
we're still with you, yeah.
Just,
Okay. Do you have questions over?
I need everybody to do me a favor, because I'm exhausted, overwhelmed, very stressed. Try not letting the comments rile you up.
Yeah, I'm trying not to see them.
And then it just works better for me if you don't respond to them at all. And
you got it.
And everybody else, just my mods, do me a favor, keep an eye on the comments. And
yeah, Gage is quieted.
Do you have questions so far, sir?
No, I don't have any at the moment.
Do you have oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what you were saying, I have a idea about. Maybe I have to do a little bit more research on everything.
No, and that's completely fine. I don't expect you to know what you don't know. That would be a ridiculous notion. And that's really the only reason why I'm very, it's a hard wall for me about it. Like I mentioned, I'm not here to take your faith from you, because faith is a very personal thing. And so how you believe is okay. Now, there are 45,000 denominations of Christianity in the world right now. So each one of them believing that they own somehow the doctrinal truth of Christianity. They're the only way. They are the road that gets you to heaven. And while Jews don't believe that, we have a totally different mindset. It is bothersome as someone on the outside to see that there are so many different inroads to God, but people want to fight over which one is the right one. And they tend to use a book they know nothing about, well, set of books, i.e. the Hebrew scripture, but only to the degree that allows them to remain a part of their in-group and their dogmatic traditions. The minute that those words contradict those dogmatic traditions, then we just throw those words out because Jesus came and set you free from them, unless I can leverage it against a minority or a marginalized group of people.
Hey there, folks in the comments. This is Sweet Happy Jesus over here. Just doing a quick another mod break. If you can, please go ahead and river dance all over your screens with those itty bitty fingers of yours. We like to see those hearts lighting up. And if you're in the mood, please share the live, follow the host and panel, and we'd like to get back over to the panelists. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you thinking I have cute, skinny fingers, but I fat finger my phone all of the time.
I fat finger my phone all the time.
Yeah, my brother used to say that when I was younger. He'd be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I just fat fingered my phone. I'm sorry for the typo."
You know, Fluff has tiny hands.
That's cute. So I mean, I would suggest those two differing translations because they're very close to the Hebrew. Because Hebrew is a very hard language. I'm sorry. Oh, the
Which two translations are you referring to?
Oh, yes, ma'am. The NRSV
Sure,
UE.
do me a favor. Try to type that into the comments to a mod, so this way you don't break the rabbi in the middle of a sentence.
That and also the NASB. Now you can get both of these for free if you have access to the internet. If you go to Bible Gateway, they have pretty much every translation that has ever been put to paper, and so you can find both of them there. Yeah, so those are my top two in terms of translations, because all translations are try to they have some sort of goal in mind, whether it is leaning to the understanding that the word is supposed to be inspired, whether they're trying to smooth over words and phrases that seem harsh or rough. So those two are the ones that do the closest, in my opinion, anyway. And pretty much most of academics use the NRSVU right now.
Okay, when you said that Jesus was not mentioned in the Old Testament, are you only referring to the first 5 books of the Bible or the entire Old Testament?
I'm speaking on the Tanakh. So the Tanakh, or the Hebrew scriptures, are what you would call the Old Testament. Yeah. So the Tanakh is from Bereshit, Genesis, to Malachi for us.
And you're saying that Jesus was not mentioned in the
No,
Old
ma'am.
Testament? No, you're not saying that, or
No, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying he's not present in
okay.
the Hebrew scripture.
I have to disagree with you because I have a couple examples, but I always love to
Hold
use
on
this
one second.
example.
Hold on. That is an absolute lie. You don't have to disagree with her. You're choosing to. You're choosing to disagree with her without a basis to do so at all, other than you don't know how to counter that. But you don't
I
want to
do,
accept it.
if you let me finish.
No. Because I was in the middle of speaking. And then when I finished, then you can go ahead and counter what I'm saying. That's why it's not funny. The rudeness is the reason why I said no. When you're saying you have to disagree, no, you don't. You're choosing to disagree. That sounds like an accordion, and I hope everybody's alive.
That's a train outside the tram.
So the premise that the rabbi is handing you is based on the foundation of, you would think she would know her own faith. See, the fact that you're saying you have to disagree sounds like conditioning, not based on a rational discussion, because you're talking about book 1 versus book 2. You would think that she would know book 1. It's her book. Book 2 is your book. If we're still walking you through book 2 to get a clear eye, and she teaches book 1, do you have to disagree? Or are you incapable of agreeing? That's all it is. I just want to be clear on your answer.
Yeah, so back to what the rabbi said, where Jesus was not mentioned in the Old Testament.
That was a no. Which one is it?
What?
Incapable, or is it mandatory that you disagree? You have to. Do you have to disagree, or are you incapable?
I have to disagree with her based on what's in the Bible, because she's speaking about the Bible.
No. You don't have to disagree with her based on what's written in the Bible, because you've clearly not read it correctly.
Well, I can pull up 2 scriptures that proves otherwise.
No, it's not going to prove.
I'm going to guess.
It's not going to prove.
Isaiah 53 and Psalms 22.
No, or Isaiah 7 or Isaiah 7:14, because I did mention this to you earlier as well, that Jesus is not mentioned in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not speaking because I'm Jewish.
I didn't mention those things.
No, I was
Jesus
asking.
says I am.
So the thing is,
not that.
The thing is, ma'am, is I'm not talking because I'm a Jew. Like, I'm a rabbi, obviously, and my job is to be a member of the clergy for my people. But the things that I'm saying isn't based on my own like understanding of the text because I'm Jewish. It's based on the critical scholarship and academic consensus because I'm a doctor.
Okay, that's great, and I respect it.
That's why I
What
said
do
the
you
person that teaches it.
Yeah, I mean that's my whole job. Is I teach the Hebrew text at a
so what do you
university.
consider because he just mentioned, what do
I
you
need you
consider
to
Isaiah
stop
7?
asking questions for a moment. It's driving me nuts.
Isaiah,
And some
what?
people have patience to do it. I don't have the patience to do it or cater to it. We've
Okay, so
gone now through 4 responses that you don't want to answer. So
I'm
now,
trying to answer and be respectful, but you keep
I
cutting me off
understand what
before I
you're
finish
trying
my
to
answer.
do, but remember where we started off. We started off here, and you
We're having a
danced.
discussion, right?
Well, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. So, whether or not we have a
Obviously.
discussion is determined on how long you can stay quiet while I'm speaking. Because if you can't, then we don't have a conversation at all. You
Yeah,
got that,
been
right?
trying to hear you.
Good. So that means that when I stop speaking, right? That's when you start. When I'm speaking, don't talk with me. I really can't fucking stand it. And I don't care if anyone wants to justify doing it or if they have a reason to start huffing and making sounds. 1, don't moan in my ear, so don't talk with me. 2, I didn't ask you what I was thinking. You've been coughing a while, so don't even worry about that. 2, I didn't ask you what I was thinking. I didn't ask you to help me have this conversation. And it takes longer if I have to stop and tell you, don't talk with me. So, the first question was here. We danced through this for about 20 minutes. Then, the next question is, because I don't want Rabbi Hana to think that this is new. Then we went here. We stood here for a good long while and you spoke to 3 different people about this. That question, when I finally snapped and said, "What's the answer?" And Grandpa was like, "Oh shit, yeah, the answer is here." This question that you didn't want to answer now leads to where we currently are, which is, let's look at this one. Because while you're dancing around that question, the number got bigger, right? The number got bigger. And the question hasn't never, ever changed. Why are you worshiping a power? Hey, why are you worshiping a powerless God that no matter how many times or how many backflips, cartwheels, or dips in the pool we all take to cool off, it doesn't stop the numbers from growing. It doesn't answer any of the questions. And now I got a doctor on the panel. You need to challenge this. But at no point in time did I bother laying on scripture. By trying to pull us into the great tug of war, you have stepped over and walked through 4 war zones to play ignorant. Honestly,
Every time
that
I
is
try
the
to answer the
reason why I don't want
I
to
don't
do
want to answer a
this.
question.
I know. That's the reason why I don't want to do this to Rabbi Hana, because every single time I've asked a yes or no question, I've had to stop you 2 to 3 times to get a yes or no. That's why every single time the image changed and you danced and
But
divoted,
what haven't I answered? I keep saying
it
no,
took.
that's not God's plan. You keep asking me, is this God's plan? No, that's not God's plan.
And
So
every
what
time
haven't I
I
answered?
ask a different question on it, you do not have an answer. Because I'm not going crazy
I
here.
do have an answer. I keep answering, and before sometimes I don't even finish my answer. Like last time when Rabbi was talking about the Old Testament and the New Testament and mentioning Jesus, because that's where the conversation went. I didn't even go there, but I was just responding to it, and I didn't have the opportunity to respond.
The fact that I have given you the opportunity to respond, and you do get the opportunity to respond, and we have walked through four
No.
different images, and we haven't taken the time away from you.
What would you like to know about this image that you have up that you think I haven't answered?
Is it relevant at this point? Because now we're talking to Rabbi
Of
Hannah
course.
about the Old Testament. And before I put her through this, I would like her to know how many roads we've taken under one question that does not get answered.
If you pose a question, I can answer a straight yes or no.
I only have one question.
Okay.
I've only ever had one question. It has never come off my panel at all. As soon as you've seen it move, it is the top question. And then everything else ties into that. And the image has not changed either. I didn't
Well, I've
build
already
a
answered that
maze.
question.
I didn't build a maze of communication. I literally created a landmark and built a bench. We have always just been sitting in one space, in a warm cemetery, having a conversation about the God over the dead. That is always what this image has been. And the state
Okay, and
of
I've
being
answered that
is
question.
the dancing is the representation of your God. The direct accountability, giving God credit but not giving God blame. Sorry. I am always trying to stay focused here. See, what'll end up happening is because Rabbi Hunt is excessively learned, and so is One Real Side. I'm getting my way. I'm climbing up. I'm learning as much as I can. But I've taken a step back from teaching the scripture and how to look at it. For this particular topic, I only want to discuss the results. I am not here to give God credit. I'm here to give God blame, shame, and ask his followers, why hasn't he shown up in 2,000 years of not one single year of peace on his planet? It is
Because
never
that's a
been
choice of
another
mankind.
question. See, there you go.
That's it. That's a choice of mankind. That's my answer.
May I ask, ma'am, you mentioned that there's a couple of scriptures within the Hebrew scripture that you say points to this Jesus figure. Would you mind providing those to me, please?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking about the birth of Jesus Christ when the prophecy came to Mary and it said
Ma'am,
his name.
that's the New Testament. Ma'am,
Yes,
that's
yes,
the
yes,
New
yes. I
Testament.
know. Yes, I'm
So that
referring it
doesn't,
to I'm connecting
ma'am,
both of them.
ma'am, I don't care about the New Testament. I asked you specifically, can you provide me verses within the Hebrew scripture, i.e. the Old Testament?
That.
That's not in the Old Testament, ma'am. That's in the New Testament. That's in Matthew.
I know, miss. You're asking me for a scripture that
In the
proves
Old
that
Testament.
Jesus was in the Old Testament, yeah?
Yeah, I asked you specifically, I'm going to try again, for scriptures within that are written in the Old Testament that you believe point to Jesus. I'm aware that the New
Okay.
Testament
You can go
tries
to
to backtrack.
Isaiah 7 verse 14.
I am so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the first of yours.
What? You can go to Isaiah.
She was
Isaiah 7:14. See, this is what
Yeah.
I thought. That's one of the
That's
ones I
just
thought you
one.
might have. Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me pull it up because not that one. 14. I love Adrian. I have to say that every time because he set up my he's my teacher's assistant and he set up all my ability to search through all of my notes and files and I just have to type in what I'm looking for and it pops up because he is an amazing human being. Sorry. Okay.
Adrian,
Yeah, biblical scholarship. That's my teacher's assistant. Yeah, he's my teacher's assistant. He has been for like a year and a half. He got all my shit together. I was spastastic, and he'd be like, "Rabbi, how about if could I help you maybe streamline this?" And I was like, "I love you, you mensch." And so yes, he has. Okay, Hakin yitin Adonai hu lachem ot hineha alma hara. Oh, I love this one. V'yot ben v'karat shemo Emmanuel. Okay, so therefore the Lord Himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman Alma is with child and shall go on to bear a son and name him Emmanuel. Okay, what about it?
Yeah, so what about it? That scripture also comes back that's a prophecy in Isaiah.
It's not.
It also
And
comes in the
I
New
apologize. I
Testament.
didn't.
It also comes
It's
back in
not.
the
Can I
New
ask you?
Testament when it refers to Jesus Christ being called this name, which means God with us. Translated from
Emmanuel is not quite God's with us, but that's okay. So
What is it
here's the
then?
issue. I'm gonna get there. Thank God I've had coffee because you can ask anybody. My patience is great.
My
but to a
patience is
point.
great.
The disrespect I'm not here for. Like if you want to learn, I'm happy to help. If you want to have a conversation, I'm happy to do that. If you're going to continue to interrupt me and insert your information or your learning as fact, then just like I told that gentleman down there in the comments, I will dog walk you back to your mama's vagina.
Girl, do whatever you want to do.
Okay. So
I'm not intimidated.
here's the
by
issue. The words that are used within the text that you're speaking of in the New Testament talks about a virgin having becoming pregnant, right? Mary. Mary is a virgin who has never known the touch of a man, and the Holy Spirit comes to her and says, "Will you take on the burden of bringing the Messiah into the world?" Right? So that is what happens. This does not speak of a virgin. So it doesn't say Betula. So Betula is the word for virgin in Hebrew. The words which I read to you is Hene ha'alama ha'ara. So that means a young woman who is not a virgin. And it says here she is already pregnant. It is not she will become pregnant. Look, the young woman is with child. So what this is talking about, and it's really important to understand this from from a scholarship position. The book of Isaiah is written over about a 500-year period. It's split into 3 sections. It is split into First Isaiah, Deutero Isaiah, and then Trito Isaiah. And this is an important thing because the first part of Isaiah, which is verse 1 through 43, is given attribution to a man called Isaiah ben Amos, who wrote that first part. The second, Deutero, which goes from 44 to 55, and then Trito, which goes from 56 to the end of Isaiah, those are all written hundreds of years apart. The reason it is important is because these scriptures are speaking about Babylonian exile. They're talking about Babylonian exile and the post-exilic age, meaning once the Israelite people came out of exile. So the use of the words here are important. When it says, the Lord will give you a sign, look, the young woman, the Alama, is ha'ara. She is pregnant already, and she shall have a son. Yevoltanyan v'karat shemo Emmanuel. And that name, that shall name him Emmanuel. So while the New Testament is pointing to a virgin, the use of the Isaiah scripture discounts that just because the Hebrew is different than the Greek. So in the Greek, in the Koine Greek, when it's talking about this, it is saying, oh, come on, I got this. My Greek is not as good as my Hebrew. Porneos, virgin. And so like Betula, or that word porneos is virgin. That is the word that is used. Oh shit! Which is the one?
Hedra,
I gotta read. I gotta.
Hedrare are the prostitutes.
Oh,
Porneos
that's
should
right.
be.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought Bernays, but okay. You're absolutely correct. I got to sit down with Hanji again and have her go over my cognates with me. So
I only play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, so that's how I know. I have to actually
that's
go
where
over
you learned
there
it.
to drop off a
Yeah,
package.
no, I hear you. Generally, I get Hanji to help me out with this. Okay,
Yeah, right.
so this
Yeah.
is why the Isaiah 7:14 does not align with the scripture within the New Testament that talks about a virgin, because this doesn't speak of a virgin. This speaks of an already non-virgin woman who is already pregnant.
So
Oh,
you're saying,
additionally to that, right quick, Kieran, additionally to that, right, what believers tend to do is to read uh verse 14 but don't read the first 13 verses, right?
okay.
That is speaking about this because this is a sign for King Ahaz, which was long,
Yes,
long deleted
long.
before the birth of Jesus, right? So Jesus could never be a sign to King Ahaz that was long expired by the time Jesus was born.
Also, I know where I got it. It's Partheneos that's virgin, Fluff. Partheneos. That's how I mixed them up. So in the Greek Septuagint, Alma, while it was incorrectly translated to Parthenos, which means virgin. This is the source of Christian reading, later cited, of course, in Matthew 1:23. Of course, again, like Real Sai said, the context here is King Ahaz's time, which is the 8th century BCE. Remember, I talked about King Josiah and about 8 to 7th is not a distant future Messiah. The child's birth is meant to be an immediate sign for the political crisis that happens in Ahaz's time, and the political crisis that King Ahaz is faced with.
Okay, so and what you're saying is, because you said a mouthful, right? Just to get some concrete sentences, what you said. You're saying that Isaiah does not refer to Matthew because they use a different word primarily, which is in Matthew they use a word referring to virgin. I don't remember the Hebrew word you used for it. And then you said in Isaiah they use Alma.
Yes, Alma
Yes.
means young woman, not
Alma,
virgin. It's distinctly different from virgin.
Which means a young woman
who is either already married. So Alma is used for a woman who is no longer a virgin. So she would already be betrothed or married.
And that's, you said, is Hebrew?
Yes, Alma.
Okay, so you're saying that because Alma is used for a woman who is already married, that means that she's not a virgin?
Yes, there is a difference between the linguistics. Alma means young woman who is betrothed or married. Okay.
Okay.
And
but why
then
does that?
Yeah. You let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to that first thing you said, but
okay.
Continue.
Okay.
No, continue.
Betula, then the word Betula is someone who is a virgin. So Betula is used for both Zachar and Nekeva, which are males and females. So Zachar being male, Nekeva being female. So either a Zachar or a Nekeva could be Betula, but only Alma could apply to obviously a young woman who is already married.
Okay, but does Alma specifically? Are you saying Alma specifically means not a virgin, or are you saying Alma means that a woman is married and therefore you derive that she cannot be a virgin if she's married?
Oh, no, I hear what you're saying. No, Alma specifically means a non-virgin woman. Because if they were speaking to a virgin, they would use the text, the Betula. The problem is when the Hebrew was being translated into the Koine Greek, it was a mistranslation, and the translators used Parthenos instead of young woman, because they didn't really have an idea of like how to talk about a woman who is already not a virgin. So they mistakenly translated Alma to virgin. It was just a mistranslation by the original translators into the Septuagint.
Because I'm hearing different things from you, right? Because a quick Google search, right, would show
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
I googled Alma and then in Hebrew, and I see that it does mean virgin in Hebrew, but
It does
now
not.
I'm hearing,
I'm
yeah,
so
what
sorry that Google. Yes, by all means, what you
it's not.
should do.
It's not Google alone. It's not just Google, but it's
Okay.
reliable scholar pages, scholarship
Right.
website from Hebrew that's showing that
Yeah.
Alma actually means virgin, but uh,
It doesn't.
so that's okay. That's throwing me off. But
I'm so
what
sorry.
yeah, no problem. That's what I'm curious about is that I'm hearing from you
Mm-hmm.
different meanings for the word alma. So first you said it was a young woman, and then you said, okay, so a woman is not a virgin, and then you said it's a married woman. So I'm kind of confused as to what.
Well, I mentioned of marriageable age. So a woman who is either betrothed, meaning she is marriageable age, or she is married. So I'm sorry for not explaining it better. I will say this. I don't know how old you are, ma'am, but I'm 50, and this has been my job for the last 30 years. So I went into university I was like 21 when I went into university, and I received my PhD specifically in this in 2008. Now, I've been a rabbi only for the last 9 years. I just had my anniversary. Thank you, God, or Baruch Hashem. But in that, I grew up, I'm a born and raised Jew who grew up with a mother who, as a Torah scholar, makes me look like I'm a monkey trying to fuck a football. And that's with my PhD. My mother makes me look like an idiot. So I grew up learning in the dust of my teacher's feet. So I think out of the two of us, and even Google, when it comes to the Hebrew language, I might actually know better.
No, I believe that you, because you're Jewish, right? So you
Yes, I am,
obviously
ma'am.
speak Hebrew. I'm just saying you can speak Hebrew and be Jewish, but that doesn't make what is online on these scholars websites who are also Jewish wrong, because I'm seeing on a scholar website that it's
Could you?
saying Alma.
I believe you. I believe that's what you're saying.
Okay.
Could you do me a favor
Yeah.
and can you give me the website? Because I would love to look at it. And if it, of course, if it's incorrect, I would then like to contact whoever is the website owner, because that is an incorrect translation.
And Kieran, as mentioned earlier as well, the most accurate translation agreed upon by the scholars, you can actually take a look on that specific verse in any one of those, and you will see that they have made the correction.
The other thing that I'm gonna do, Karen, is this. Definitely not going to waste Rabbi Hana's time, or Delina, Shermie, or Kingdom. What I am going to do is I'm going to level out the playing field. I have one more moderator to come up, so I have 3 people that can actually engage with 3 co-hosts. This also allows everybody to take a little bit of my weight off of my head because I'm tired. But I will change.
Can I say I love your hair?
Thank you.
It looks so good.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun with it. I love it. But wait, there's more.
No, she dropped. And I wish she had given me the website though, because I would love to find out who is translating Alma as virgin. Because that's wild.
Relax. No one's doing it. No one's doing it. Like we found out just going, oops, that's not what that means? Oh, look at Google translating it correctly for us. No,
I have to tell you, my best friend, oh no, you're okay. If you could give me the website, that'd be awesome. My best friend is in here listening, and he messaged me on the side, and he goes, wait a minute, you're Jewish? He just literally sent me a text that was like, I had no idea you were Jewish. I didn't know that's what rabbi meant. And I'm like, you bastard.
Anybody else have a Robin Hood Men in Tights moment? Did we all have like a Mel Brooks moment? He's black?
A little bit.
Why not? Worked in Blazing Saddles. Like, okay,
I know, right? Where are all the white women at?
Delina, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
And one, thank you for being very patient with us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I do like to give people a lot of time. Let me rewind all the way down. So you start just like everybody else. I'm not going to start you off in the middle of nowhere. Okay, here we go. I know he looks like George Carlin. It's kind of done on purpose. Delina, how old are you for TikTok purposes? And are you a believer?
I think Delina's taking a nap.
Sorry. Hello.
Hi, Delina, how old are you for TikTok purposes? And are you a believer?
I'm 26 years old. I just turned 26 yesterday. So I am a believer. And before we get started, I would just like to say I'm not here to argue. I want to learn about what you guys believe in also. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so why do
That's
you
awesome. And Yom
worship?
Holy Bat Samyak. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Now, question. Why do you worship a
Yes.
powerless God that can't do anything about the image on the screen?
Well, it may seem powerless to you, but he generally did save my life, and
Let's
I
avoid personal conversations. One, don't worry
yes,
about
ma'am.
if it looks a certain way to me or not. I'm not
Okay,
going about
sorry.
how it looks to me. Two,
Okay,
this is a
I'm sorry.
very realistic depiction of what happens during religious conflict. So, whatever happens to you, remember, you have to crawl over these dead bodies to tell me what God did for you. And while you do that, I need you to keep your eye on what God didn't do for them. So I try to keep the
Okay,
personal out of it, and let's talk about God Himself and not you.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, don't
Um,
apologize.
okay. So basically, if so, I read the word, right? And from what I've read, in Kings, First Kings, so it talks about this king and queen, and they're both they believe in other gods, um, outside of what I believe in, and there's this prophet named Elijah, and so Elijah is a man of God, as I say, and he basically was very you know very powerful with his word. So he goes to the king and the queen, um,
How
and
many years have you
I,
been a
I
Christian?
apologize really quick. I'm so sorry. Delina, what year were you born?
me,
Yes.
1999.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry if I sound young.
No.
Yeah, you're
How
actually the
many
same age as my
years?
son.
How many years have you been a
Yeah,
Christian?
for me, oh, I've been Christian all my life.
Okay. When was the last time you read the book?
Yesterday
Which part did you read?
I read Second Peter's.
What was it about?
It was about love and um, just mostly about how God is love and everything.
Okay. Now, is that the position that you're coming from? It's a puppy. Is that the position that you're coming from when you're talking to us about the power of this God inside of the book?
I'm
His
sorry, I didn't
love?
hear you.
His love? Are you coming from
Yeah.
the position of God's love? Okay. Let's
Yes.
let's table that discussion about God's love because
Okay.
is
Fluff, can
it
I ask a question?
is it
Actually, really
yeah,
quick.
I just have this one question. Is it
Well, it's
easier?
related to what she said.
Right. And I'm just going to
It's the
ask the question
concept of
and
what
hand it.
Second Peter is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just hand it off to you. Is it easier to explain God's love while looking at body bags than it is to answer why you're worshiping a powerful or a powerless God, right? Because the question
Mhm.
is designed to provoke you into saying, my God's not powerless. And then the conversation begins from there. Now, that doesn't always happen, like it didn't happen here, and I'm not upset about it. But it normally allows us to set the stage for this is the conversation. So we're veering off topic just a little bit. So bear with me. I'm gonna bring us back. Can your God do anything about the image back here?
Yes, he can actually. It's
Okay.
just he
Now
has a
wait.
time.
Why
Okay.
doesn't he? This is
Sorry.
2,000 years. Remember the question I posed to you before.
Yeah.
2,000 years we
Yeah.
have not had a single year of war. And we have countless wars in God's name that has resulted in this, right? This is the question that I'm focused on, right? That's why I'm asking, which was the last book that you spoke about? Is that where you're coming from? Are you coming from a position of love when you're talking about the image behind us?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you said God can do something about it. And unfortunately, he hasn't in 2,000 years.
And he will.
But so far, this is what he's been saying. And I can't see him as powerful. This is why the question still remains. Now, why do you worship a powerless God that won't do anything about the image behind? And please take note, one of those bodies are in fact pregnant. This is a warm graveyard.
Okay. So, this picture is very, traumatizing. It's sad, and other people might say, "Oh, God isn't real because He doesn't do anything at that,
The question
moment."
is not whether or not God is real. I don't care.
Okay.
We're only
Okay.
discussing your faith within the parameters of your faith. So I'm not dragging you anywhere outside of your box. Your box is war because of who your God is. And now I'm actually asking you to look at the fruit of God's love. So don't worry about if he's alive or not. Don't worry about if he's real or not. Don't even worry about if he is a he or she or not.
Okay.
What we want to know is why is it that your God is so powerless? He won't do anything about the bastardization of his word that leads to this.
Okay. So Revelation, it says that wars will break out. People will start dying when when he's going to come. The waters are gonna turn red. There's so many things that's gonna happen, like bad things that's gonna happen before Jesus is returning. As I believe in, and I don't know why he's not doing anything right now, but I think it's in his hands and in his power to basically control that. So
Can I ask a question?
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
When has there ever been a year without war?
I think this is a question for like mankind though.
Well, no. You
Okay.
said wars breaking out and people unaliving, and so right, like, and if you look in history,
Yeah.
if you look at the writings of history throughout the last 2,000 years, every year people are saying, look, it's the end time signs as wars break out across the world globally. This has always happened, and it's never stopped. For 2,000 years, everyone has said this is the signs. So when was there a period when it wasn't the signs?
But we have free will. So God gave us free will.
Wait, that doesn't answer the question. When was there a period where the signs weren't there?
It's been going on for a long time. You're right.
Oh, I'm asking, there's 2,000 years we have not had and you can actually Google search this.
Yeah.
There's never been a year without wars happening anywhere, with people claiming those are the signs of the end times. Are you aware of any of that? So what makes today different?
I don't know. It's just what I believe in, and I think the question that you're trying to ask is like, something out of my range to answer, and I'm sorry
No,
that I
it's
can't answer
saying
this.
I don't know is actually the better answer than trying to say you do know,
It's
Yeah.
honest.
but you don't. It's because it's
Yes.
on. Exactly, it's
Yeah.
honest, right? Like there's always been war. It's always been the end time signs. It's kind of like when people say, you know how they're like, "Oh, it's different
Yeah.
now. No one wants to work
And that
anymore."
goes along with
Really
like
quick, Delina.
mankind.
Really
Who
quick,
will see?
Delina. It's kind of like when you read how people
Sorry.
say no one wants to
Yeah.
work anymore, but then you look at like newspapers from like 100 years ago, and people were saying the same thing then. And then you look at
Mhm.
writings from 200 years ago, where authors would write that no one wants to work anymore in their letters to people, and so on and so forth. How it's always been no one wants to work anymore, right? Or how they blame the youth
Yeah.
a lot throughout history, and they always say today's youth is rambunctious, but the truth is all youth was always rambunctious, and all youth was always doing those things. It's the same thing with this God and his coming end times, right? It's everyone's always said the end time signs are there, but it's been going on for 2,000 years, and sure enough, your signs of war and people unaliving due to famines and all sorts of things always happen. And sure enough, you have waters turning red. Throughout history, people have pointed to that one and said, look how different it is. The waters are turning red, but except for today, we know that that's algae turning the water red. And it happens periodically over and over again. It's not blood, it's just algae turning the waters red. So, like,
Okay.
what makes today different in that regard is a totally valid question. And why would you even bother in that case, right?
Thank you for that. And I think most of these things are, other people's perspective. Also, I put other people's what's it called?
Um,
Testimonies. Yes.
I have a
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Did it ever stop you? Did you ever stop?
For
And
what?
you said you're 26, right?
Yes.
I was 26 years old when I stopped saying something. I stopped saying someone was a particular thing because they weren't. Now, I was raised being told that thing. Doesn't matter what the issue is. I was raised being told that thing, and I never questioned it. As a matter
Yep.
of fact, it used to be one of those, haha, in passing and run away, like, and on the joke, I was the joke. Because a little bit of research had me going, oh, well, that's impossible. How could that thing be true? It's impossible. And I accepted that that's impossible. And then I went back and realized that while accepting that was impossible, I never adjusted my perspective. I just stopped saying a thing but didn't rethink, right?
Yeah.
When I'm asking you a question, ever notice I keep moving out of the screen?
Yeah.
Every single time a question comes at you, you're not talking to me. You're speaking to a warm cemetery.
Okay.
I'm only asking the questions that these people need answered because these saints came marching in, and their only crime was that they didn't want to sing and dance because that's not their music.
Yeah.
This has not stopped happening for thousands of years. This is not a rumor, this is a reality. So you do understand by saying, oh, there were rumors, God said it was going to happen. It makes it okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you okay with it. This doesn't bother you.
No.
But how many mothers are on this field?
Probably a lot.
I don't know. Why don't you take a look?
Yeah. And there are some that are, saved, like it's not like, oh, he never saves people. It's just, the plans. I don't know what his plans are, but
Who
it's
told
just
you
his.
that? Who
What?
told you that? Because you didn't hear that in the book.
What? That's his plan. Everything is his plan.
Oh,
No, not yet.
Me?
Not yet.
Oh, oh.
No, she was talking to me
No, not yet.
uh, when she said that.
I'm not moving there yet.
No, I wasn't talking about the background. I was going to say if everything is his
I
plan,
know,
then
but we've done that. I'm not moving just yet. I'm waiting for Rabbi Hannah to come back. She's probably chasing
Oh,
down
I'm
her
here. I'm
coffee
still
with a
listening.
coffin.
Yeah, right. No, I'm still here. I was answering my wife. She had messaged me, so I'll be right. Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you, but I'm just
Gotcha.
answering her real quick.
I can get Rabbi Hannah to come back. Hey, Rabbi Hannah, how you doing? Come on back now.
Listen, I love you.
She's only gonna come back to spank you.
Yeah, but she came back, right?
Okay, that was funny. Okay, that was funny.
It's Rabbi Hannah's wife I got to worry about, not Rabbi Hannah.
That's cute. All right, so my only issue
Really
is
quickly, yes, you would have to worry about my wife. My wife, when we got married, the day we got married during our ceremony, when they say, whoever has an issue with this, instead of saying speak now, it literally, our rabbi said, whoever has an issue with this marriage, you risk the event that AJ will stab you. And she pulled back her tuxedo and had her dress K-bar on her belt.
oh, smart.
She was ready
So,
to gird
yes.
her loins.
She was ready to gird her loins. She was like, I won this one. She's now mine. Y'all lost out. You can go piss off in a corner somewhere.
Or piss in a
I
corner.
love that I now know what girding the loins means.
Girding the loins, that you finally learned
Yes,
it.
I love that I learned that. I feel so good about myself.
Can I be a mm-hmm.
Deep breath. Fluff, deep breath.
Never mind, marijuana 26 was blocked for what he said. Don't worry
Damn,
about
I
it.
was about to respond to it. Can I be a
Yeah, no, I'm not.
He was.
I'm not going
Oh,
to comments.
I was talking to him. He mentioned something about Hebrew, and I'm like, yeah, there's a difference between biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew. Absolutely.
He has a problem that you have a wife, so he gets to go. By the way.
Oh, that's because he doesn't have a wife. It's not my fault that I get more pussy than he does.
Yeah, I hate that word. The thing is,
Vagina.
Yeah, that
I
affects
used
your
to call
FYP
it-
fluff, so
I used to
pulled
call
I
it
pulled him out.
in fur, China. It comes out like vagina, but it's fur.
I get you. I get you.
It hides it.
Yep.
And then Whoopi Goldberg called it a skunk, and I was never been the same again.
She needed to check her pH. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was a moment. And she's like, I'm walking around with half a skunk, and I think she was talking about the hairdo, and I was like, well, some of us are visual listeners. Now, bringing that back to the conversation, I'm going to be serious and not so vulgar. Delina, I am a visual listener.
Yeah.
When I listen,
Same.
I have to hear your voice over the voiceless,
Yeah.
right? And that's a troll in the background. I have to let me move the troll from the background. I have to look at you. We have to look at each other.
Yeah.
I don't believe you do over these bodies. Now, how many of them look pregnant?
I can't tell.
Does anybody else have an idea of how many look pregnant? Let's see if it comes up clearly.
I see no less than about 10, just in the foreground. So I see one. I know you can't see my fingers. I don't know why I'm doing this, but 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5, 6. Okay, so I see 6 just in the foreground.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of them are actually designed to look like the men that tried to protect them.
Okay.
What I tell a person now on my panel, because I need them to focus on the topic and on the image. My family is in there somewhere. Is that true or not? Is irrelevant. Can you still tell me the beautiful power of God? Are we talking about his love, or are we allowed to give him blame yet?
Oh, did you ask me a question? It was lagging. My phone was lagging. I'm
No
sorry.
worries. Now, keeping in mind that we're talking about these people, whether or not my family members are
Yeah.
counted among these people, whether or not this is my town, let's say it is,
Mhm.
let's say they're my family. And let's say the bodies in the back are
Yeah.
the men that were trying to protect the women who were literally trying to make sure that their child survived. Are you
Mhm.
still able to tell me about love and the glory of God? Do I still have to listen to you give God the credit, or can we sit down and give God the blame now?
Um, I don't think I'll ever blame God. You know, and that's my belief, and I respect your belief. But um, I just like
Do you actually respect her beliefs, though?
me.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
So let me ask you then a quick question based on that statement.
Yes.
What
Go
would you
ahead.
feel about the United States becoming a Christian nation, where where like you have like the Bible taught in schools?
Uh, See, that perspective, I wouldn't like it because it's like forcing religion upon someone, and I don't think that's okay. You know, everybody has different beliefs, and doing that to someone is so wrong. And 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 just like here, I'm not trying to change y'all beliefs. You know, I'm just trying to teach what I learned, and I'm trying to learn from you guys. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Well said, actually, because I that was I don't know. A lot of Christians would love to have the United States as a Christian nation. So you don't believe that it should be.
No, because everybody has their free will.
What do you feel about legislation based on Christianity?
Um, I don't know.
You think that that should be a thing, like, hey, you don't believe in AB, so we should ban it.
I think not even my God would like that. You know, he gave us free will for a reason. And if he would have told us, yo, if you guys don't believe in me, this and this and this, I will like kill you guys, or I will do this to you guys, or
Unalive.
Okay,
Unalive.
so
yeah, sorry,
here's the thing.
yeah,
Let's call two things and let's put everything out on the table.
yes, okay,
Because the truth betrays itself, doesn't it? The truth is the truth yesterday, today, and tomorrow. A lie is, in fact, a construct. You should know the lie in and out so it sounds like the truth. But it should make sense and everything should align correctly. Don't you agree?
mm-hmm.
Now, inside of the Bible, is there a cessation of God's original testament laws? Do they ever go away?
No,
Do you live your life according to the path God set out for you?
no, because I'm not perfect.
I didn't ask you why. I don't care why.
Okay, okay,
Why is always going to make it not so bad, isn't it?
yeah,
And why? Because I'm not perfect. Let's look at it this way. Do you find it hard to be honest?
uh, is it, no,
No?
no,
Being honest is very easy, comes naturally?
yeah,
Do you find it hard to keep any of the commandments?
yeah,
Which one?
Uh, um, Probably. Uh, Respect your mother and father.
Okay. Why is
Is
that
the
one of them?
commandment, "Thou shalt respect thy mother and father"?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the commandment. I think it's a little
Honor.
different than that. It's honor them.
Thou shalt honor your mother and father.
It doesn't mean that you just blindly respect everything they do.
Yeah.
Right. So do you find it hard to honor your parents by doing, I guess, the right thing?
Yeah.
Oh, so which commandment
So
do you
here,
break that
here is
dishonors them?
something very strange. How long have you been living away from them?
3 years now.
So then why is it hard to respect?
It's not generally like respect, it's just like listening, you know?
Right, but if they're making poor
Stop.
choices,
Hold on.
Okay.
An adult that takes care of themselves, who is a verified adult, fully
Yeah.
formed prefrontal cortex. Who are you obeying?
My mother and father.
You get to stop asking permission when you become an adult the first time. And then when you get your second set of freedoms at 21, you really don't ask questions because you've been living years not asking questions, not asking for permission, not asking for forgiveness because you don't live with them. So you don't answer to them. The moment you
Oh.
realize within the first 1 to 2 or 3 years, unless they're paying your rent and your bills, and you have to keep within a particular order to maintain that allowance from your parents, everybody knows by the time you're 18, 19, you're free, but you've been free for 3 years and you're still looking for listening to your parents. You have a hard time doing it. That's the strangest language, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange language.
But it's like
No, it's
I
not.
asked them.
No, it's not.
Oh.
It isn't what it is. And like I said, let's call a spade a spade. Do you find it
I know, but
hard keeping the commandments of the Bible?
yes, like I said earlier.
Is lying one of them?
Not too often, but yes.
Did you lie today?
Today, I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
Isn't that a strange word formula? Another thing, an
How
adult
is it
who's
strange?
another thing, an adult that's used to being accountable for their own actions wouldn't be afraid to answer.
But how is it strange?
Because a child is a child, isn't it? They
Yeah.
give themselves away. Kingdom, how old are you for TikTok purposes? Please don't try Delina. That was a child.
I am 26 years old.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Let me get your questions set up.
Okay.
Why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image on the screen?
Awesome. So I think to start, um, I think we have to acknowledge that God is like a force, right? And maybe not as everyone maybe understands him as like a human being in the sky. So if we like acknowledge God kind of like as this divine will of the universe and like religion and religious texts as our finite mind trying to interpret like an infinite God? Like, could we agree to that? Maybe.
No.
No. Okay. Is there a reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
My
And what
question
is that
is,
reason?
why do
Uh
you
huh.
worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image behind you?
So for the image behind you, I'm assuming you're talking about the dead people.
They're
Yes.
not cars.
Sure.
I know,
Sure.
it looks like
So
cars. It's not cars.
Not really. Yeah, I think it strongly looks like body bags. I mean,
I think it
Mhm.
looks like covered cars.
I think
Like a
that
couple of covered Dodges and a few Buicks.
you've spent too much time looking at middle-aged Italian guys in Brooklyn covering their cars. Okay?
I guess what I would say to that is when you adopt the interpretation of God that we are unable to understand his infinite ways and his infinite abilities with our finite mind, then things like this are all seen as working toward a bigger plan. Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry.
No.
No, it doesn't, because I don't understand how do you adopt an interpretation that you don't understand? How does that work?
Yeah.
Well, his ways are above our ways, correct?
No.
No.
Well, well that's what scripture says.
Okay, but scripture has nothing to do with me.
Sure, sure, sure,
Right.
sure.
Does
But
it
I
make it
guess,
true?
mhm. So I think throughout time, society, civilization has acknowledged that there is a sort of divine will that exists that has
Not all
made
of it.
human. Sure. Okay. Well, I would say our belief about God, because you say why worship a powerless God? Our
Mm-hmm.
belief about God is that He has ways that are above our ways. So why do we worship Him? It's because He is able to give us the ability to hold power in the sense that power is the escape from suffering, is the ability to be happy, is the ability to be free.
Okay.
And
One more
mhm,
time. With
sure.
feeling.
Yeah.
Why do you worship a powerless God that doesn't do and that can't do anything about the image behind you?
I got the answer for that.
To, I guess to
You sound like you're
acknowledge the image.
masturbating. Hold on one second. You sound like you're masturbating. Don't do that again. I'll
Okay.
gag. I'll fucking gag, country. I'll gag. Alright? I will literally fucking vomit all over this fucking desk right now.
I'm sorry. I'm just low country.
Yeah, okay. That was very uncomfortable for me.
Well,
Like, just stay muted.
I
Right?
just said I got I just said I had the answer.
Yeah, but I didn't ask, and when you said it, I
I
almost
know, but
vomited. Like, I kind of burped a little. Like, don't do that again.
okay.
Just a note, country boy, since this is your first time up, host usually only allows one guest to speak at a time, outside of her moderators who help with asking questions along the way or help determine something. So it'll be your turn soon if you don't mind being patient. In the meantime, I'd just like to do another quick mod break for those sitting inside of the live. Thank you for tapping, and please continue to tap dance on your screen. Do a little river dance there with your fingertips, and especially like if you want to do it for Fluff because she has such tiny fingers, feel free to do a lot of tapping for her. Please share out the live. Follow the panelists on here. Follow the host if you're not already following. Nope, 1 second. It is mod break time.
No, you're fucking with my fingers now.
Listen, Shorty.
You keep picking.
Listen, Shorty.
Get out of here. Get over here.
Tap that screen like you tap that ass.
Did you just drop first husband?
Yes, I dropped first husband.
No, you have tiny fingers. You do have tiny fingers. That's proven.
Husband number 2 is going into the comments.
Oh, wow.
She's not playing.
I have found tiny fingers are useful in some situations.
They reach
Don't
places.
start.
I'm just
Don't
saying.
start. Let's not start, Rabbi. Let's not
Not
do that.
nobody needs all that. Like nobody needs all that. Just a
It's
little
all
bit of
about
come
the
hither.
prompt.
You just go in the first inch or so. You do the come hither. Tiny
Rabbi.
fingers do that just
As I
fine.
was saying, tiny fingered lady, we will tap the screen, share the live, go for all the panelists out there. I just want to say that just keep it civil in the comments and keep it civil up on the panel. And like I said, Country Boy, you will be up next after Kingdom is done. Thank you very much, everybody, and I will be there.
I totally understand the wife in Mary Poppins. We're done.
Tiny
We're done.
fingers.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I totally understand the wife now in Mary Poppins. I thought she was a little unhinged. Makes total sense, right? Sister Suffragette. Okay.
Well, that's what happens when you have your husband as one of your moderators.
This is why I don't have my wife as one of my. Oh, she is a mod, but she never comes up because if she came up, she would be hurting feelings, like left and right.
It's not like it's intentional to hurt feelings. They say that spouses that tease each other a lot, it's generally because you're friends. So, it's like
Oh, absolutely. My
Fluff
wife's
gets at
my
me
best
all
friend.
the time. Yeah, Fluff
I
gets
would
at me
never.
all the time.
I would
and
never.
So,
I'm
yeah.
not even that kind of person. I don't bust chops. I don't fuck with people like that. I am really nice. Get out of here. Go make a friend.
I love you, Fluff, but please don't lie in front of God.
Yes. Yeah, don't lie in front of the Vate Yerhare. I don't know how to say it right, but I think Rabbi knows what I was trying to say.
That was awesome. It was awesome.
Don't say
You
we
got
don't know what you call us.
biblically styled God. It ain't your fault if they're pronouncing it wrong.
We don't know what you just called us. Don't do that.
That's fine. I look, listen, I know science. I know software engineering and science, and that's about the extent of it. I know some of the Bible. Well, I remember some of the Bible. I don't care for this book much anymore. And so
I'm gonna tell you, when you said that word, at first I heard Vato, and I just pictured God in the wife beater and the top, the buttoned up top like flannel with the socks pulled up to the calves and the fucking khaki shorts down to the knees, doing the
Just
moving
stand
back.
off to the side like ask them that question.
Don't
do
make
that.
me get on camera and post up. Don't make me get on camera and post up.
Don't.
This is what I'm
Please
saying.
don't. Please don't.
That's what I pictured. I pictured God posting up like machista style.
You know who never gets questioned about their achievements and their accomplishments? Go ahead. Sometimes, do you hear that we don't know who built the pyramids in Egypt? Do you hear that? Anybody ever hear that? Anybody?
That is the thing.
I have heard that, and it's nonsense, or it's the ancient aliens thing, which is racist as hell, because what you're saying is that brown people don't have the ingenuity or the engineering to be able to do this, which is bullshit.
That's not what they're saying. Because who built the pyramids in South America? Go ahead. No one ever questions it. The Mexicans.
Well, the Incans, the Mayans, the Aztecs. My grandmother was consecrated on an Aztec temple.
Listen.
We
listen,
never
Jose.
say we don't
Jose,
know
Vato.
who did it. We never
Mira.
say we don't know who did it.
Mira, Vato, mark
Stop,
it, mark
stop
it.
Stop it. But yes, they don't ask how they did it. They don't ask about the tools. They never question that it was them. Never. They never say the aliens. No.
No.
The South Americans built their pyramids. But we don't know who built the Egyptian pyramids. How did they last so long?
And I love this. Have you seen the big rings with the stair steps? Because each one of the stair steps was a different barometer of like what you could grow in what elevations. Like they had that shit all figured out. Like
they were smart people.
Oh yeah.
We don't know. Huh? But you don't question. Right? We don't know how they did Stonehenge, right? Or Easter Island. But the other ones, they're like, yeah, we got one too. And you walk up.
I mean, we kind of do, though, right?
Like we kind of do. The problem is that if you give it 2 seconds of thought, all the tools that were needed, even if it took an extraordinary amount of time, existed. Oh, well, how do you cut, this granite or whatever the stone is with the materials they had at the time? You can cut something with a piece of cloth. You can cut stone if you keep running, water over
Cut
it.
stone with string.
Yeah.
Rope.
You just need to know how. Oh, it's not hard enough. Yes,
Anyway,
it is. You
I
just need to know what
I
you're
just
doing.
needed a bit of a mental break, Kingdom, because I was just like running from one panelist to the next without actually
No
giving my
worries.
brain time to stop and take a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have that God doesn't do anything about the overzealous destruction done in his name, right?
Sure. Okay.
Is that because he lacks the power? Because I'm claiming it's powerless. Or
Mhm.
or that it won't do it.
So I think it all depends on your interpretation of God. Like you said, there are some people, and I think it's like the rabbi said even, where everyone thinks they have the right interpretation, to where you have in early texts, God is being described as multiple. And then as we move further into time, now God is consolidated into one. And then we even come further where Jesus is God and is consolidated into flesh, and then the Trinity. And our understanding of God is constantly evolving because God is beyond our comprehension. I think is the first thing that we have to accept to be able to understand like the atrocities that occur in the world.
No.
Under
But how is God
No.
beyond our comprehension, but you can understand that he didn't or won't do a thing? It's like you're saying he's beyond our comprehension, but I can comprehend this thing.
No, so I'm saying that because he is beyond our comprehension, I don't have to have the answer to this. Like because I cannot understand God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then why try to
No.
answer the question in the first place?
No.
Because the answer
wait,
isn't
wait.
why he. Go ahead.
I look
I'm
like
sorry.
a Who from Whoville when I do that. No. We don't adjust my question to give you something you can answer.
hmm But the question is why worship him, correct?
I say powerless. You
hmm
say
Powerful.
now. Can he or can he not do anything about the image behind me?
He can.
1 second.
Sure.
Question changes.
Okay.
Now, why do you worship a powerless, you say,
Powerful.
God that won't do anything about it, getting worse? This image is decidedly worse on purpose.
hmm
Now, can but won't. I say powerless, you say powerful, but still
Sure.
won't do anything. What's the message?
So I guess the message would be very similar to why he didn't save Jesus, right?
No.
Because there was a higher
No.
calling behind Jesus dying
No.
on the
His
cross.
son being set.
Unaliving, please.
His son being set to kick the bucket, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Can be looked at a couple of ways. Now, I'm going to
Sure.
say God said, oh, you're one of those. And put him back down and said, he's all yours, guys, and walked away. Now, why do I say that? Because Jesus ended up in a very uncomfortable position after he was caught
Right.
with a little boy in a loincloth. Don't ask. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Don't tell him I told you.
Okay.
But what I'm looking at here is I
Mhm.
don't care about his kid.
Sure.
Kid's a liar. It's one of those kids that literally got picked on as a youth for
Mhm.
not being his dad's real biological kid, and now he has other brothers and he's not really one of them. So now he leaves home going, my dad's a god. Eat me. We're not
Okay.
talking about the lunatic that has daddy issues. We're
Okay.
talking about the one that set the law that is being enacted in this image. You didn't ask who these bodies are. You didn't ask what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You just went into Jesus Christ. Did you count how many bodies you had to climb over to tell me about him? And I say, I don't care. Look at the bodies. You can't smell it?
Sure.
So now I just want to know, why didn't your God do anything? Why didn't he want to? Was this part of his plan? Or is he less powerful than your devil?
So it all goes back to how you perceive God. So if you perceive God in that he is the doer of all good, you can see this as a bunch of people who suffered unnecessarily, or you can see this as people who have been released from the suffering of life, right? Because they are at peace, they are at rest, and they no longer have to go through the woes and
So, are
it
you implying that because this God is quote unquote out of our comprehension, that any heinous thing or negative thing that happens in this world, whether if it is by man or by God, right, that it's okay simply because we don't quote unquote understand it?
No, I am not saying it is
Then what are you
okay or
talking
not
about?
okay. So what I'm talking about is the center of the question is why worship God or why
Right, and
worship
you
a
conceded
powerless
that
God.
on your word, and from your point of view, this God
Hmm.
is out of our comprehension. So let's
Sure.
think about it realistically, right? Not
Hmm.
only do we not see him, know him, hear him, feel him, smell him, or anything like that, right? But on top of that, you can't comprehend anything that he does. So, hey, I as a human being want to look at and worship a deity that I have no idea even exists in the world in the first place, and I can't comprehend what he does. So fuck it, I'm just gonna go with it. So if you couldn't comprehend the reason why someone unalived somebody in your family, would you still choose to go with it and just say fuck it? If you can't
So
comprehend why they do it?
so that's where like religion, religious texts, teachers, prophets, those kind of things come in. They help us with our understanding of God. And I would
But
say
how
the
can you
new
understand God if you do not know what this God can do? If you are literally saying that
Mhm.
everything that he does is outside of our understanding, you're making that worse for yourself, bringing in extra additional individuals,
Yeah.
supposed scholars who are trying to help you understand about a being that you cannot understand. That's a contradiction within itself.
So I think maybe it's better to frame this is that we'll never fully understand God, but people, prophets, scripture, text, they have all had encounters with God, and so they bring us closer to a better understanding of God.
And do you
And
have empirical
Christians,
evidence of these encounters? Yes or no?
it depends on what you would call empirical, but in any
Something
case,
that can
in
be
any
tested, something that can be done, redone, and something that can be proven as a fact, something that does not have to go by belief, something that has evidence behind it.
sure, I
I have a
mean, yeah.
question afterwards.
Yeah, go
Hmm.
ahead. You got it.
But I
Yeah,
guess
can
go ahead.
No, you were
yeah.
answering.
How
You were
much
waiting.
do say again?
Oh no, no, he
You're
was in the
waiting.
middle of answering. I thought that I said that you were just waiting for him to finish his answer. That's all.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay,
Well, yeah,
yeah. Oh, do you want me to finish, or do you want to? You can ask as
yeah. Go
well.
ahead and finish. I'll ask after.
Okay, so in I guess my understanding of Christ and his way of living and his my belief that Jesus was God in the flesh is that in the New Testament it's professed that like God is love, and to subscribe to love is to subscribe to God, and to subscribe to God is to relieve yourself of suffering. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and so that is kind of like where my understanding is now, but my understanding could grow in my understanding of God as I continue to grow in Christ and grow in faith and grow in my understanding of the divine will that kind of guides the universe. Does that make sense?
Alrighty. So you answer one of the questions that I was going to ask you. My second question then is going to be, do you have the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
So if you have the Holy Spirit,
Hmm.
and according to your Jesus that you believe is God, that is so powerful,
Okay.
when he gives that Holy Spirit to you, right,
Hmm.
it is going to teach you all things, not some things, but all things. Why is it that you can't understand this God? And why is it that this God ways is still higher than yours if you have the Holy Spirit that should actually teach you all things?
I'll answer that in, I guess, two different ways. So, our perspective is only of our lifetime. God's perspective is eternity. So he was here before us. He will be here after us. And so, like, to understand the ways of God, we have to continue to seek understanding Him. Th- Does that make sense? And those who have ears will hear, and those who have eyes will see. But like, you you have to almost submit yourself. And I think this is throughout spiritual teachings, whether it be Christianity, Judaism, Islam, many of these different religions kind of submit to that will of like, we have to kind of just submit to the will of the universe God, Jesus, like
Uh,
whatever that may look like.
I will say, real
Right quick,
Jews
Rabbi.
don't do that.
I just want to let him know that all that I'm hearing is that the Holy Spirit is actually useless at this point.
But it's useful in the sense that it can give you peace that is internal, rather than trying to rely on peace and happiness and joy and love from the external. And I think that was the entire teaching of Jesus, is like, Moses had an understanding of God, and I'm not saying that understanding of God is wrong. I'm just saying I have maybe an evolved understanding of God. Does that make sense?
So that goes back to Fluff's question originally, right? That just goes
Sure.
right back around. And Rabbi Hana, you got this right afterwards. I see your hand. But this goes back to Fluff's original question, right? Because now you
Mhm.
mentioned about peace and love. And what version is peace and love being displayed over these bodies right here that your God either won't stop and won't change and interfere with, or can stop and interfere with?
Hmm.
They won't let me talk. That's why.
You, you just need to be patient, sir. That's all.
I don't
We'll,
have
Yeah.
we'll
much.
get
I
to you.
don't have
Wait,
much time. I just don't have
wait.
much time.
Oh, I can
I
always
gotta go.
put you down because, okay, I'll talk to you later. You literally came off of mute to tell your wife, sir,
Um,
Oh, honey,
I'm
they won't
not
let me
the
get my conversation out.
I'm not
God
the
damn it, they won't let me
manager.
talk my shit.
I'm not the
God damn it, they
manager.
won't let me. They won't let me preach about God. They won't
I'm
let me
not.
preach about the Holy fucking Spirit.
What? No. What was supposed to
I,
happen?
I guess you were supposed to kowtow to the low country man. Anyway, I would I would like to point out, like, I know you mentioned Islam and you mentioned Judaism.
Sure.
Holy
I don't know
Spirit.
how much I don't know how much you happen to know about Judaism, but the way that you categorize God and the way that you see God and the Holy Spirit, or the Ruach HaKodesh, is
Hmm.
not at all what Judaism is anything near about.
Sure.
So just that way, you know, in the future, like, uh, Judaism and Christianity have nothing at all whatsoever in common, other than Christianity utilizes the Hebrew scripture as the foundation of their belief. That's all.
No, totally. And I think I understand that. And I think that's why Jews are not considered Christians, because they don't agree
Can you say
with
Jewish
Christ and his
people?
teaching.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jewish people would be preferable unless you're actually a Jewish person.
Okay,
Um,
Jewish people, my bad.
no, no, you're okay. I figure you don't know, so no harm, no
No,
foul.
it's just because like everybody puts an extra "ew" on it when they say it. Like what? Like you don't hear it. It's like how long are you gonna drag that word?
Jew.
Right. Like how are you gonna drag it out? Like just
Lewis
Yes.
Black does that. He's like, it's because he knew I was a Jew. I
right.
love it when he
You
does it.
just like it drags it out for a second. Like trying to get.
We are not considered Christians
Right.
because we aren't Christian. Like,
Right.
I don't.
No, exactly.
There's not an easy way to say that other than while none of us, no Jew cares that you consider Jesus your Messiah. We don't care. That's for you. It's just not something that affects us in any way, shape, or form. I think
Right.
literally the only issues that we really run into is when Christian folks, and I'm not saying you because obviously I don't know. This is just my experience with Christians.
Sure.
Attempt to tell Jewish people that we are somehow wrong about the book we wrote.
Actually, I got a really good question based on that, Rabbi Hannah.
Okay, hit me.
So, Kingdom, would you say that Muslims know your Christianity better than you? Because remember, as far as they're concerned, like, you know, that is the predecessor book to Islam, right?
Yeah, Jesus
Sure,
is their
maybe they
last
do.
prophet or one of the
so
prophets.
maybe they do.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, they
I mean, I
consider
wouldn't
Jesus.
put
They
all
consider
of.
Jesus a prophet based on the book, not the Messiah. So, would you say that they're correct, or is their
No.
interpretation of it wrong?
See, and I guess that's where I'm coming from in the sense.
Well, wait, hold on. Before
Yeah, go ahead.
you tell me where you're coming from,
Sure.
would you say they're correct or wrong?
I think they have a different understanding of God than I do.
Right, but would you say that they're correct or wrong with their interpretation that Jesus is just a prophet but not actually the Son of God?
Wrong.
Right. And so
Based on
why
my
is
beliefs,
that?
yeah.
Because you know your book better than them, right? And you understand it better than them, right? Because
Okay.
after all, they just look at it as a predecessor book, not as the book of their religion. Correct?
Sure. Okay.
So do you now see how that parallels to how you view Judaism, right? It's they would know their book better.
Okay.
And you have people like Rabbi Hannah who come up here trying to tell you, yes, we get that what your church fathers tell you is this,
Sure.
but we don't believe that. They're literally misinterpreting what the book says
Sure.
on our religion, and you're right. So do you not see how that parallels? And maybe that should give you a little bit of understanding that maybe even if you want to say you're Christian, even if you want to be Christian,
Yeah.
maybe you should look at the Old Testament, as
Yep.
Christians call it, although it's not the Old Testament. That's actually an insult. The Tanakh.
Sure.
Maybe you should look at the Tanakh in the light of the people who actually wrote it and follow it.
I like to call it Genesis 2.
I guess
Because
maybe there was a
Genesis 2 never really ends, now does it? Does it?
I mean, it
Genesis 2
does.
No, it doesn't.
I can read it, and then I'm done reading it.
No, but it doesn't stop.
No biblical style God. I'm going with her with this one,
Yeah,
even
fucking
though
fight me.
Adam is not blind.
Fucking fight me, Adam. What? Watch. Rabbi Hannah is going to disagree with me. But it's not going to be a logical fallacy from silence. Rabbi Hannah, in the Hebrew, is there ever a moment where we actually note that Adam is looking at anything?
Looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, it says God brings them the animals to be named, but specifically says Adam is looking at this and thought this was awesome. No.
Adam doesn't actually
Okay.
direct.
You got your question in. You got your question in. Now,
She
Rabbi
doesn't
Anna,
know that
can
Adam
you
is legally blind. I just asked
can you
if she could think about it.
let's settle this
We don't
today.
know that because when Chava is created, he said this one is finally my helpmate. So that does imply he has to look at her to know that.
Does he?
Okay. Also,
And
can
that's
you
not
can you
feeling
just shed
love.
some?
I
Can
knew
you
that's what you
also
were gonna
just
say.
can you also just give us an insight from your perspective in Genesis 2 verse 9?
2 verse 9. All right, hold on. I don't know why we do this, but you got it. 2 verse 9.
It's beautiful. Pillow fight.
You got your question in.
That was actually great, by the way.
Vayasma Adonai Elohim min ha'adama ko'etz nehamad le'marev v'tov le'machal be'etz ha'hayim b'kuk hagan v'etz ha'adat tov v'ra. Okay, so out of the ground Elohim, God, made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and to the tree of life in the middle of the garden, and to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Are you asking if that means that they had to be able to see it because it's good to the sight? Yes.
Well, in
Yes.
3,
Thank you.
hold on. In 3, we note that this is the first time that Eve is actually looking at the tree, when she knows that the tree is a delight to the eyes. Now,
This
we
is
also
true.
note, I know, you're going to love this bit. They hate this pillow fight and love it at the same time. So, you'll also note that Eve is the one that is interacting. So, Adam doesn't do anything. He doesn't till. He doesn't plant. He doesn't
No, he doesn't
actually
do anything
doesn't do
until
anything.
after they're outside of Gan Eden, yeah.
Right? But he's standing right next to her and doesn't note the fruit she's given to him. And then he's like, the woman you gave it to me.
Oh yeah, he
and
totally
I ate.
gaslights God.
And then
He
she's
totally
like,
gaslights God. You gave me the woman, and the woman did this to me, so technically it's your fault.
but wait, did he say it that way? The woman you gave to me did this, and so I have this effect. Why wasn't he able to say, no, not to 50, and stop her from getting the fruit? Instead, he's just sitting there like,
I have a feeling it has to
"As
do
the
with
trees of
linoleum. I think it has to do with linoleum.
I don't think.
Y'all see my profile? You see my picture? This is God looking lost and confused after the fucked up decisions he made.
So I think that what it comes down to is Hava, like most men, if you lay them right the first time, you can walk on them forever. And so like she just like had put it down slowly, fastly, like she backed that ass up, and so he was in like postcoital haze. And so she could
She's
just
like,
do
here, eat
anything.
this.
Like, here, take, here, eat this fig.
Hurry up! I'm tired of carrying these damn logs. Hurry up!
That's
But
an
that's the
interpretation for
thing,
sure.
right? But here's the thing,
I'm
Rabbi
sorry, she
Hana.
back what up?
She threw it in the
That
circle.
ass.
The fruit. She threw the peach in a circle. He caught it. The
Oh
thing
my.
is, what I liked, well, some
Hold
apples
on,
don't
hold
have
on.
stems.
Is that where they get the term apple bottom from?
Oh jeez.
Because it was figs. The first thing they reach for is fig leaves. You're not going to run across the garden to look for fig leaves. It had to be a fig.
Whoa, we didn't know why Adam hid when he heard God, because remember, I heard your presence, hid, covered himself up with fig leaves, remember? Who told you were naked? What? Now, who told you were naked? Why did you hide? I heard you. We never see Adam see shit. Eve sees shit, but Adam never does. Eve sees,
Like I said,
thinks. Eve, what?
Hold on, I gotta show you
Rabbi
how surprised
Anna.
I am. This is how surprised I am right now.
Rabbi, I have one more for you, if you don't mind.
I do not mind.
That I open Hebrew word, right, for that phrase. Eyes
Yeah.
open. That is mentioned in Genesis, and also what is
Yeah,
mentioned in
7.
2 Kings chapter 6.
Right?
Can you confirm that it's the same Hebrew word, please, and it actually means the same thing?
Oh, hold on. I have to actually look.
Let me. I got 7
He
here.
just put that in
To
his
the comma,
pillow.
I'm Shinalene. Be to him. Be to Ella. Tina. Useful. Okay, and you said 2 Kings, which is weird to me because we don't do that. But
Yeah,
that's fine.
chapter
2
6.
Kings 6.
6 and verse 17 to be exact.
I think I just
17. Okay.
heard
6 and
our
17. That's a lot of
sweet,
S's.
sweet rabbi say, we don't do that.
Yeah, none of those books are split up. So we don't have 2 Kings. We just have the Book of Kings. Like we don't split up any of them. That 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, we don't have that. It's just the Book of Samuel. Yitpel Ashab Amar. Oh. Pika et Naif. Let me see.
My love.
No, they use different words, love.
Hold on, I know he ain't making no
No,
salad.
yeah,
And
but
he ain't swinging on their meat. Oh, how
and
dare
anar be'ar v'nei har meset susim ufreka ish sa'id isha. Then Elisha prayed, yeah, oh Lord, please. No, those are 2 different words, love.
It's the same for
Don't
the
you argue
same.
with her.
He's not arguing. He's asking questions.
No, I'm not arguing. I want to clarify because that
Oh, that's
same
because they're
term
2
was
different
actually.
eye-opening. It's because they're 2 different eye openings, love. So in Genesis, and their eyes were opened, is not physically their eyes were open. It's that their eyes were open to understanding the difference between good and evil. Whereas when Elisha is praying, Elisha is asking his servant's eyes to be physically opened and see that the mountain is full of horses and chariots of fire all around them.
Okay, so in Kings, is it the same as in Numbers with Balaam on the donkey? That's my final question. Or is it the same as in Genesis?
Numbers.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
I
trying
gotta
to
remember.
end this today.
In Numbers 22.
Right. Hold on.
First
let
and
me
second husband are done with this one.
I think so. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Bella. Shuna Israel Ba'anu Bekrot Ma'av Bela the Adan Yaklo. Bella Zebur Bella Zamenta Sa Asa Israel Modi. Returned to Moses the Minion, the Horn from Elika, went a message to Balasha. It is Atra Adets. Defeat them. It's a completely different word. I'm sorry, we're weird. Like, yeah, I mean, like we're weird, but I don't see the word "see" here at all. So, what exact one are you looking
No,
for?
not seed, but the phrase eyes open.
In what part of Numbers, love? It's just 22, and then what is the verse?
I think it's 22, 23. It's when the eyes of Balaam was actually open for him to see that angel that the donkey saw.
Yeah. Okay, so then let me look there.
Come on, Rabbi. Put that for us.
Because he's riding the donkey. Okay, got that part. Oh, Atan Amela Nitzav Va'adrak. Okay, so that's the road.
Rabbi over here rapping.
I know, right?
She's spitting a whole freestyle right now.
We gotta find out the color of her shirt and the last thing she ate so we can figure out her rap name.
Whenever there's a chance to respond to Sai, I would like to, but I'll let you all finish.
That's rap god
The
Hana.
donkey saw the angel of the Lord.
Almost done, Kingdom. Rabbi's just validating.
Atan Va'atir. Atan. Nope, that is also a different word. So, and that's because of the way the definite article about it. So there's a difference between the see, the saw, and the seen in terms of not being a physical scene, but a conscious awakening.
I'm sorry, Sai.
No, it's fine because I was looking it up, so I just needed clarity on it. I don't have a problem, being corrected, but I'm still gonna say Adam can
Oh no, you
see
do
and
you.
Fluff's
You're
argument.
fine.
Yeah,
You do you.
and Fluff is coming from an argument of silence and a non sequitur, especially with the part about God bringing
Okay,
those animals to
okay,
Adam.
but
I'm still
fucking
gonna
fight
say
me. But fucking fight me.
that.
All right, because
Why do you guys
but
always want to fight each other? This is the weirdest
but
marriage.
but but I appreciate you clearing that up for me though.
Of course. Let me just double check something. I want to look at really quick.
Rabbi Hannah, it's because the word
Root.
azir. I learned that one from thinker and Dr. Joshua Bowen. Only
Yeah,
seems to be
so
applied to Eve and God.
yeah, so the root here for like your see and saw, of course, is going to be ra'ah, he saw, and he saw would be va'ayer, ro'eh, seer, I saw, rediti, and yireh, he will see. So, and God saw that it was good, Genesis 1:10 is going to have that. Opened eyes, in the sense of opening eyes, often with connotations of enlightenment or awareness, is pakah. He opened, and they were opened is via pekah, which is what you see in Genesis 3:7. And then you have your pekana, open please, and of course that's your 2 Kings 6:17, Eshlaz prayer for the servants' eyes to be open, and then eyes both were opened, and then 3:7. So these are from different root words altogether. So pekah being kind of like the root of via pekah and pekachana. So yeah, so you have your ra'ah, pachak, and they appear together sometimes in places to show the delineation between the opening of the eyes physically and the opening of the conscious.
Got it.
I'm going to the store. Anybody want some?
You know what? I could use some ice cream.
Like a lot. The snacks are mine.
I need you to bring me back some Ben and Jerry's Americone Dream.
All right, see, Rabbi, this is exactly why I got a problem with you now. You see the issue?
Listen, you have a beef with someone who is not me. Like that's all I'm gonna say.
Nah, you said Ben and Jerry's instead of Haagen-Dazs. The beef is definitely with you.
You can have beef with me, but I'll win.
Nah, I'm vegetarian. You got it.
A nice try, nice
Very
try.
quick, by the way, and I do apologize. I'm not trying to overly interrupt, and it has nothing to do with what you guys are saying. But I remember my last mod break. We were at 182,000 likes, and that was a while ago. With 200 people in the live, 4,000 likes is kind of a little low. If we can we please tap that screen, everybody who's just chilling and listening? Let's just try to get to 200, maybe 225. And I see that we got a lot of shares, so thank you for handling shares. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
We happy. You're not doing it right. You're being too nice. Check it out. Hey, yo, chat. We're not asking no more. Either get those likes back up, right? Or y'all not getting no ice cream. Word
Get
two.
the
Y'all
tapping.
not getting none of that. Yeah, get the tapping, yo. Y'all ain't getting no ice cream. None of that. None of that. No flavors for y'all.
Well, Fluff's got to contend with that. I'm usually a very nice person. I'm not very persuasive.
Watch Christmas come back around. Y'all, none of y'all getting presents. Nobody in that chat getting presents. Watch. Y'all ain't gonna get no presents. Santa Claus gonna pass all your houses.
Yeah, I don't care. Santa Claus doesn't come to my house anyway.
Yeah, I think he stopped coming to my area too since he got robbed last time. They took his bag full of goodies and gifts.
I think I wanted to
I
go
think
back. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Kingdom. I
I was
know that you've
actually
been
just gonna
waiting.
say to you that Kingdom has been waiting to respond to somebody.
Yeah, because I think
We were all having fun. Sorry
no,
about that.
yeah, no, that was awesome. But I just wanted to, I guess maybe it was misunderstood what I said, just about like Judaism and Islam, and then like all other kind of religions. I'm not saying that like Judaism is wrong or that Islam is wrong. I'm saying that they just have a different interpretation of God than I do. Does that make sense? Even
Yeah, I
Christians, there are
mean,
some Christians in the same religion as me that have a different interpretation of God than I do. Does that make sense?
yeah, absolutely. So we don't worship God. I think that is part of the misunderstanding. Is like from the outside, Christianity kind of thinks that Judaism is Christianity without Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
and it is not. It is a completely like we do not believe that we are here to worship a deity at all.
Mm-hmm.
We are co-creators with God. Every moment to every day, we are hand in hand with this deity creating the world around us. We also, yeah, so we don't worship. Like we are not we don't have that fear of the Lord that Christianity has. We have
Mm-hmm.
respect, but even in that, we are also the God wrestlers. So hearing a Jew say that they'll go beat God's ass in the back of a Denny's parking lot is not unusual because we wrestle with God. We wrestle with the text. We wrestle with the meaning. We wrestle with the shit that God has done wrong because we don't believe that God is infallible. In fact, we prefer the fact that God is fallible because the text shows us a God who has to learn and has to do better and has to make up for mistakes that they make. And so if this God can do that, then how hard is it for us to make up for the mistakes we've done?
Gotcha. That's actually really helpful to, I guess, better understand, I guess, the Jewish people's understanding of God.
Yeah.
And I guess for me, I would still hold to the same point of like, because we do not know God in the sense that like we can know a person, um, I would still hold on to the belief that like our our interpretation, because even Jesus was a Jew and he said like I
He was a
still.
second temple Jew.
See, all right, and so there, even within like the Jewish faith, there is different interpretations, just like in the Christian faith. And I think that doesn't mean any of our understandings of God are necessarily wrong, but they can very well bring us to different conclusions on different issues. And it just depends on which version you subscribe to. And I just say Jesus, for me, has the best interpretation of it, and he was able to embody God in the flesh. Does that make sense?
But which version
Oh,
of
it
Jesus?
absolutely
And isn't
does.
that a contradictory statement, though, in some regards, right? Because you can't, not everything can be right at the same time.
Meaning,
Meaning that either you're right and they're wrong, or they're right and you're wrong, or this one's right and they're wrong, right? Like, you can't all be correct simultaneously if you all have different interpretations.
I guess it would depend on what you mean by right. But like, for example, if someone were to pass on, some people can see that as a good thing. Some people can see that as a bad thing. Some people can see that as a neutral thing. It doesn't mean either of their perspectives is wrong. It just means that they're different. Maybe
Right, but
that's a
that's
better,
not what
yeah.
we're saying. We're like, so like in the context of, let's take the Great Flood.
Okay.
Either it occurred or it didn't, right?
Okay. Sure.
And so you can't be both right and wrong at the same time. You, in the case of Jesus being God in the flesh, either that's true or it's not. And you can't be both true and false simultaneously. That's a logical contradiction. And so either someone is right,
Mm-hmm.
someone is wrong, no one is right, right? Like there's a thing here. So you're saying, well, it's all up to interpretation. But then some people are interpreting it by nature incorrectly, and some are interpreting it correctly. And who is who? Do you believe that you're interpreting it correctly?
I think I'm interpreting it as the way God would have me interpret it at this point
Right.
in my
So
life. Yeah.
if God is the one inspiring you to interpret it this way, wouldn't that make your interpretation correct?
Sure. Okay.
And then everyone else is incorrect.
No. I don't think
So
we don't live in a world of like losers and winners. I don't think.
no, well,
I don't,
no.
yeah.
But that's a logical contradiction. If you're correct,
Uh-huh.
And Jesus is the Son of God, is God the Son of God, the Spirit of God, or whatever, and just
Sure.
he's the made flesh version,
Mm-hmm.
then everyone else who believes otherwise is incorrect. There's no squaring that circle just to try to make it seem like there is. Either you're right on that note or you're not. And if you are right, then everyone else is by default wrong. Right? Because they can't also be right by saying that's not true. So either it's true or it's not.
I think very similar to how the rabbi and the gentleman were going back and forth about what they thought about scripture and what they thought about text. Even if they come to different conclusions, it doesn't mean that either of them is wrong.
Well, it does, though. It absolutely does. Because when the rabbi is, for instance, reading...
In that context, it would be wrong because I wasn't speaking on Jewish theology when I was speaking to them. I wasn't saying this is what Jewish theology teaches. I was saying this is what we know from critical academic scholarship. Those are two different things.
Yeah, there were direct
Yeah,
interpretations that he was giving in that context, right?
Yeah.
There was a direct interpretation.
Sure.
Yeah, and I was actually asking for clarity to know if I was right or wrong with my interpretation, given that Rabbi Anna is actually way more knowledgeable than I do in the Hebrew scriptures.
So in the case of, let's take it, Jesus being the Son of God
Sure.
and God simultaneously, either that is correct or it's not. And if you say it's correct, then everyone else is actually wrong.
But I
Yes?
think that is what leads to the picture that is behind
But
Fluff.
is that
is
not
like the
a true
obsession with being
statement that I
right.
just made? If you're correct, is everyone else wrong?
No, they have not reached the understanding that I have.
Right.
Or I
So,
have not
okay,
reached
let's
the
try this
understanding
again.
that they have.
Okay. You understand that 2 + 2 is 4. If
Correct.
everyone else who doesn't understand that, let's say there's a classroom with 5 people and you're in it, with 10 people. 5 of them say 2 + 2 is 4, and 5 of them say 2 + 2 is 5. Right?
Sure.
Are you, now the answer is 4.
Yeah.
Are the people who say 5 just not reaching the understanding, or are they wrong?
I mean, in the sense that like 2 has an assigned meaning for us, and 4 has an assigned meaning for us, and 5 has an assigned meaning for us, 2 in our assigned meaning plus 2 in our assigned meaning is going to equal 4 in our assigned meaning.
Right, I get all that, but
Yes.
are you correct or are they correct? Or are
I'm
you
saying
both correct?
if they live in a society that says
No.
2
We're going
plus
on
2
American
is 5.
English. We're speaking American English, and we understand here that what 2 means. If I hold up 2 fingers, it's the same 2 as you do.
Okay.
So 2 + 2 is 4, yes?
Sure.
Are the people who say it's 5 wrong?
Okay. Okay.
That's a yes or a no question.
I mean, yes. Okay. Let's just say
Okay.
you're wrong. Now what?
Jesus is the Son of God, yes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think Jesus is the Son of God. Am I wrong? We have the same meaning of what Jesus and God are.
But we don't. We don't.
No, we do. I understand exactly what you mean when you say Jesus is the Son of God. I was raised in an evangelical household.
Sure.
I have the exact same understanding as you do.
No, I don't think you do, though.
But I do. You can't prove otherwise. When you say God, I know who you're referring to. I know that it's based on the God of the Bible. I know that when you say Jesus, and whatever other interpretations you want to throw in on top of it, you're still talking about the same God, the God of the Bible. When you say Jesus, you're talking about the Jesus of the Bible, the Jesus that had things that he said in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, such as, I come only for the lost sheep of Israel. He says that 6 times. But apparently you don't believe him, you believe Paul. So that Jesus, the one who died on the cross, unalived on the cross, the one that Pontius Pilate, we're talking about the same 2 people, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say that is the Son of God, and let's just for argument's sake say that is correct. Well, he existed. And I say he is not.
Okay.
Now, according to you, you are correct.
And I must therefore be incorrect in my assessment, yes?
No.
That is not logically sound. Now it's starting to get into the realm of weirdness here. We just proved we have the same definition of Jesus and God.
I don't think we have the same definition of God,
What is the difference in definition?
Hold on
Explain
one
to me.
second.
Wait, no,
Hold on.
Fluff.
I only got as a black woman. Guys, TikTok wants me to do puzzles and shit. I don't want to do puzzles. I want to see hearts and arrows. Can we do that instead? Hey, can we do hearts and arrows on my screen instead?
Yeah, we went from 186,000 5 minutes ago to 186,100.
Yeah, just.
I have to get out my Buzzy Buzz to make sure that you get all the likes. So I have like it's not a dirty thing. It's not. But I have a little like thing that's literally for my neck because I don't need one of those. And so what I do is I put it up to my finger and put my finger on the screen, and then because the vibration, it just sends like 1,000 hearts.
Okay, so what is different between what you're saying God is and what I understand God is from the Old Testament?
Was that Wise crunchy cheese doodles? Did you see the Wise crunchy cheese doodles? Did you see them?
I didn't.
Who's crunchy cheese noodles? Where? I'll Do you want me to beat somebody? Oh.
Crunchy cheese.
In that you're getting snacks. Oh
Yeah.
shit! I didn't even notice that. I'm sorry.
That's all
Okay,
right.
listen. Wait, no, go back.
All
Go
right.
back to the Pringles. Oh, I want the sour cream and onion.
I feel like
Yeah.
that what you're doing though is trying to find a way to avoid the answer because
you've been avoiding
I
the
do
answer.
understand what that God is. I was raised in a home with that God extensively.
But it's like you're assuming that because we're both. I'm not an evangelical Christian.
You don't have to be.
Yeah. But
I understand. I'm not an evangelical Christian either. I'm just saying I understand it from both the minimalist perspective and all the way to the evangelical perspective. Why? Because
Sure.
I was raised around people who, while some of them were evangelicals, that happens to be the home I was raised in. Not everybody in the church was a full-on evangelical. They just happened to go to that same church.
Sure.
So I understand it from that perspective. I'm 99% sure if you say something your God is capable of doing within that Bible, I can agree with you because I do understand the scripture. I was raised within it.
Awesome.
So I think we are talking about the same God, whether you want to believe that or not for the sake of your own argument.
But if I say that God is love and to embody
I am
love
100%. Yes, we're speaking still about the same God. That is the God that I was raised on. God is love.
Yes, and if we're
in fact,
saying,
I can even quote it for you. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and everything that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love.
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm well aware of the scripture.
Sure.
We're speaking of the same God.
Awesome.
If you say one thing, Jesus is the Son of God,
Yes.
and I say that is not true, someone here is wrong. You can't have both of those states at the same time be accurate.
I'm gonna ask one question.
Okay.
At any point in time, did any of the bodies move when you shifted over them? Did you disturb any of the bodies while sitting amongst them having this conversation about whether or not Jesus is God?
Disturb them in what way?
Did you need to move them out the way to have this conversation? Or are you just ignoring them while you're talking about it?
I don't think I'm ignoring the bodies. I think the bodies are at peace. The bodies are at rest. And I think, again, as I would say...
Why are they at peace and why are they at rest? Is this because you think this is God's plan and they are comfortable with it? You think they happily went into that good night softly? They danced into it?
I think when you know God, death has no sting. Death is rest. And so they are not... I'm not moving the bodies. I'm saying the bodies. What is this?
Have you ever had your life really, like, literally in danger?
Yes.
Hit it, Rabbi
Yes.
Hana.
So, you're. Did you feel at rest in those moments just beforehand?
But I'm saying to know God is to be at peace with everything. Like just
So
how
then
Jesus was able to be at peace
explain
on the
why
cross.
if Christians that claim to know God
Hmm.
go to doctors to live longer and they're not ready to go, and these are people who are there for their whole. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you ended up with cancer, you'd probably go see a doctor to live longer, right? You wouldn't just be at rest.
Sure.
Yeah. So do you think that that's what these people are? They're just at rest and they're at peace, with bombs dropping on their homes. That's how they feel.
Maybe not. But like,
So do you see how that would be an insensitive thing to consider? That they're just at rest and at peace while you step over them saying, "Oh no, you're at rest, you're at peace."
but are they not? Is there anything that would
They're
suggest
not.
that they are
No, their last
suffering?
moments are terror. So do you feel like that's okay? You feel like it's okay to step over them and say, "Well, no, they're at peace. It's okay now."
Well, I'm saying like there is nothing that we can do for people who have passed on, correct? Because
Well, no, but your
there is no
God could,
brain activity,
right?
there is
But
no
your God is
suffering.
powerful enough to do so, right? And chooses not to.
Well, he who is like he works through people. You know what I'm saying?
He's not powerful enough to stop it on his own.
It's not a matter of power. I think it's a matter of an inner being. And that's why I think depending on where you stand on the spectrum of understanding of God, whether you subscribe to Jesus or you subscribe to the Judeo way of seeing things or the Islamic way of seeing things, my Jesus, his interpretation of God that the kingdom of heaven is kind of within, the kingdom of heaven is within you, is the interpretation that I
Right.
subscribe to. Yeah.
Right. So God is
Wow.
not capable of doing anything about it, is what you're saying.
No.
Happy, real quick if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because he said something a while ago that is God actually works through people, right? Which brings me back to two verses that I read earlier. When it is talked about the supremacy of this Jesus in Colossians 1:15 and 16, that says, all the powers and authority that there is, your God is the one who actually institute this. Why is he able to work through these authorities and powers that he put in place in governments, as stated in the scripture, to commit all of these atrocities, but he's not able to stop it?
So God is a choice. We have to choose God, right? We have to choose love. And in choosing love,
Hold on
you
1 second.
gain peace,
Hold on 1 second.
understanding.
Rabbi Hana, did you say your thing because
Yeah, I do, but I'm being patient because I know that he's having a conversation with Happy. So
I
I'm
was
I'm
about
just
to
I was kind of
come
putting up my
in.
hand.
I was going to come in on
Oh,
that one, but I want to make sure that you've spoken because
okay.
what I'm coming in on, we have to choose God. So everybody remember that's the one that I'm coming in on.
Choosing God. Okay, I got you.
Okay.
All right.
So
Um,
I hear I've
Rabbi,
been listening.
if I stepped on you, Rabbi, I apologize about that. I
No,
didn't.
no, you're okay. I'm patient.
yeah, and Fluff, I'm just gonna ask you a favor, right? While Happy is going through this with him, just bring up Colossians 1:15 to 16, because here it doesn't mention anything about choice, right? It's not about anybody choosing to be in a position of power from this God. This God just dishes this out, right? When it is talking about the supremacy of Jesus, all things was created, what, by him, for him? Yes, I just want you to have that up so you can actually see it when he's actually, making a statement. But you can go right ahead, biblical.
If I might, all I would say is I've been listening to you and Biblical kind of go back and forth about like this idea of what is right and what is wrong, and I think part of that is we mistake truth for facts. So it is factual that there are 45,000 different denominations of Christianity in the world. They all believe each one of them hold the absolute truth. So we know that factually there are this many denominations, but no one can know if any of them hold the absolute truth, because each one of them is going to come to the scriptures differently, interpret the scriptures differently, and there's a lot of infighting among denominations about who has the right interpretation, and there isn't one. So there are two things I'm going to say here. One, Jews, we don't have that. We don't have a belief that we have the lock on truth. We absolutely believe the opposite. We believe that we are chosen for more chores by, that was fast. I'm going to continue my thought process. But we believe we were chosen for more chores, meaning
He
that
might have
God went, hey,
accidentally dropped. He might have accidentally
that's what I'm
dropped.
figuring.
Yeah, so
Yeah, because he was engaging pretty good.
Yeah,
So
he
I'm
was
just thinking
engaged.
it's either that or he got a phone call or something. So we believe that we have been chosen for more chores. So it's not out of privilege, but out of responsibility. We are told we have to do this. We don't believe that Christianity is false. We just believe that it's not for us. And the way I know all of you guys, or a great many of you heard me say, is there are 17 ways to Los Angeles, and each one of those is going to get you to Los Angeles. So the idea that any one person or any one denomination has the idea of absolute truth is astonishing. Is astonishing, especially to Jewish people. So there's that.
Hold on one second. Victoria Bowen, is somebody calling you ignorant inside of my chat?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the name. I just commented back, but yeah, I didn't look at who it was. But yeah, they at me at ignorant.
Okay.
But no, I was just
When you
mhm.
said you were listening to people committed to not believing, can I respond to that? Would you mind?
Sure. Sure.
It's not a commitment to not believing. If you notice, we do read this scripture a lot, and Rabbi Hannah is a rabbi and a biblical scholar. We spend a lot of time looking at this book. Mostly, I'll be honest, I spent a lot of time reading this book. I was never a believer in the God of the Bible. Let me stop being rude. I'm sorry. I was never a believer in the God of the Bible, and I was raised by Christians. And my mother allowed me to understand that there were multiple gods, and my people didn't worship this God, and I didn't have to choose this religion. I wasn't given the ability to not believe in a God. I learned that later on, that I didn't have to, right? And when I didn't have to, I realized there wasn't a reason to, right? Because there really is no concrete evidence that a God actually exists. And then I didn't find concrete evidence to support that it's possible a God exists. Now, does it exist out there? I don't know. But I haven't uncovered it, right? So I haven't discovered something that convinces me to speculate on a God, therefore being agnostic, or believing in a God. Therefore, I am incapable of belief because I am a critically thinking skeptic, right? So it's not like I am committed to not believe it. It's just that I cannot be convinced when evidence doesn't exist. So if
No,
somebody, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say no. It was a gentleman on there speaking, and it was two gentlemen speaking, and it was seemed like he was Christian affiliated. It seemed like he was trying to stick up for God, and that's fine or whatever. But there was a gentleman speaking, and he was like, "Well, what do people that are dying and want to live and all that?" And I'm just
You're
like, "Oh
talking
my
about me.
God,"
Yeah, that would be
talking
me.
about the the atrocities of the world, the suffering, you know. But when I was saying about free will and about, you know, it seemed like he himself, that man that was commenting to the other man, it seemed like he was just committed to not believing anything that he was trying to say about, you know, God being love and God being, you
Well,
know, oh,
let
well,
me
you
let
have
me
to
let me
choose
let me let
God
me
and
answer
all
for
that.
myself, Victoria. Let me answer
Mm,
for myself.
mm,
I know this book,
mm,
and I'm not committed to not believing. There's no
mm,
evidence to support belief within it.
mm,
So the difference is he was going a philosophical route where everyone is right, but not right at the same time. And I
mm,
was trying to show him the logical fallacy of it, right? You can't
mm,
all be right. So
mm,
someone is right or someone isn't right. Now, your own personal truth, if that's what you feel, sure, great, whatever. Don't legislate on it, but sure.
mm,
But at the end of the day, there is still something that is called facts.
mm,
And if 2 plus 2 equals 4, the people who say 2 plus 2 is 5 are incorrect. If you believe that Jesus is the Son of God, the people who say he isn't are incorrect, if that's actually true. Yes? Like, you can't beat around the bush for it. Either it's something is true or not. Now, as far as what I said about God being love, no, I don't believe that because I've read the Bible. God is not about love within the Bible. The Jewish people who wrote it will say that God is not about love because that's not what he's about within the Bible. I'm sorry, 1 John 4, 7, and 8. I understand John thinks God is about love, but Jesus himself says, I don't come to bring peace. I come with a sword. It's not about love. The whole story isn't about love. Paul, I get it. Paul fell off a horse and had a hallucination, but it doesn't make it true. So if you're saying I'm, what was the word again? Committed to not believing. It's not that I'm committed to not believing. Maybe if the book wasn't, not verifiably true, then maybe I would believe in some of it potentially. But right now, the way it sits, there's nothing true about it that's evidential except for if you put your faith in it, which is fine. By definition, that's what it is. It's faith.
mm.
But I can't put my faith in anything. I don't put my faith in things. I go by evidence.
No, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not a whole Bible thumper either myself. It just kind of felt like everything that he was trying to say, you know, you were kind of just stopping him. And, you know, my biggest thing was more like the atrocities, you know, why is he allowing this suffering? And, you know, people are dying. And, you know,
Yeah.
I just felt like those were kind of like silly things to kind of
Why is
comment
it silly?
on
Why
because
is it silly?
these things have to happen. These things have to
Why
take
do they
place.
have to
I
happen
don't
if
think
you're an
it
all-powerful loving God? Why
because
can't
they
you
have to take
stop
place. It's
them?
not about, and I believe what you say. I don't believe God is necessarily all loving. I don't think
If
he's a
Um,
you
punk at
if you
all.
don't if
I
you
think
don't
he's
mind
can
very
I
if you
strong.
ask a
don't
I think he
mind
question?
means business,
if
and
you don't
sometimes
mind
business
if you don't
isn't
mind,
always
Can I
about
ask a
love.
if
question?
I need Victoria, if you don't mind,
Sure,
can we bring it down to like a 3?
sure.
Because like for the last 6 hours, everything's been relatively glacial, and I like to keep
Mm,
it that way because I like to stay relaxed and peaceful. I'm pretty earthy, I don't like things getting
sure,
excited unless they have to.
sure.
Real, if you don't mind, just give me just
Vi-
another minute. Real, just give me just another minute, and I'll put it down. So
okay.
the problem is that you have this God that is all powerful, that sees that things are occurring, that chooses to just watch with indifference and does nothing to help the situation. In fact, allows this situation to get worse in his own name. And then you say, well, it's not that he can't do anything about it, he won't do anything about it. And then you walk over the bodies of those who are left within the wake of this religion and say, well, they're at peace. But they're not. Then they weren't at peace in their last moments. Their last moments were suffering, their last moments were horror. And all you can do is come up with a way that's it's a pseudo apologetic way of saying, well, at least they're in peace now. But you know what? They wanted to live that life. And if I don't know, I would argue that a good person, or at least someone who has some level of kindness, would step in and go, no, we're going to stop that. You don't have to do that, without actually stopping humanity from having choice, right?
Sure. I
But
understand that.
and being
We
all
all have to pass
powerful, you're
away. We
more
all
than.
have to pass away, and
Hold on.
it's never going to be nice. No
Well,
one ever
actually,
wants to
that's not
pass
entirely
away.
true. People pass
No
away
one
from
ever
old.
wants to go into the
No,
unknown unless
that's
they
not
do believe
entirely
in a
true.
God.
That's not entirely true. There are plenty of people who, in their old age, are accepting of their time to go. There are plenty of people who end up with illnesses that, at their last moments, they're actually at peace. However, the
Wow.
situation that Fluff is presenting is not that. That is a moment of horror. And if the only thing you have to say about it is, well, we all have to go sometimes, that just goes to show the indifference of Christianity. You're indifferent to the suffering because we all have to go sometime, right?
No, I'm very, like I said, I'm not all on this Christian stuff anyways. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how it just seemed like at that particular point that you weren't being sensitive, because when it comes to freedom of choice, we can either believe in love or we can either believe in good or
I,
try
I,
to
I
go
don't
to
have
that
to be.
point, or we could just believe like shit, life is fucked up. Ain't no God out there. It
Okay,
don't
I
matter.
don't have to be
It don't matter.
sensitive to
None of this
indifference.
matters.
I
And
don't have to be
that
sensitive
gentleman,
to
it
it. I
sounded
do
like he
not
was
have
trying
to
to
be
believe in
sensitive to
something.
indifference.
And it sounded like
That's
you
fine,
guys
Fluff. I
didn't
just
want
want
him
to
to
say one
believe in
last thing. I
anything.
don't have to be sensitive to indifference.
I am gonna come in real quick. All right. And no, you don't have to be insensitive to indifference. Indifference is evil.
No, I said sensitive. I don't have to be sensitive to indifference. I
And
don't have to be.
indifference is evil.
I
Because
believe indifference is evil.
it's evil. So I'm gonna come in. Does anybody remember the point that she was making that I said that I wanted to come in on? Hey, Diggle. Does anybody wanna? Does anybody remember what I said? It was God is what? God damn it. Do you remember, Victoria? It was something that you said, but I gotta.
Oh gosh, what was it saying? God is.
Was it God is good?
It was like a choice. It was like, I know I was talking about
God,
choice.
believing in God is a choice.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
That's what I wanted to come in on. It's gonna
Mhm.
tie right back into what you're saying, biblically styled God. And it'll still keep it in this realm.
Mhm.
Do you understand that this is actually the result of people not choosing God?
Mhm.
They
You
didn't know
talking to me,
about
right?
this God. Yeah, they didn't know about this God. And when they didn't want to give up their ancestors and their culture and their traditions, God's saints did this. Now, it wasn't God himself that marched through a city to show us his might. It's his people, his believers. And I don't care if you want to say his real believers or not. They're wearing his cross, shouting his words, following his commandments, his decrees, and his laws, reenacting the stories in the Bible as if he tells them to go out and do this. Now, my problem is whether you get free will or not, right? It seems like free will is a not, essentially, whether inside of your religion or inside of reality, right? Because if you wanted to hold your piss for an indefinite time and keep drinking water, it'd kill you, right? If you wanted to stay awake for 2 weeks straight, no, you're dead. If you wanted to go a month without clean water, not gonna happen. You're not gonna make it. Why? Because you're bound by the constraints of being what you are. You're a human. Right? Good. You're following me so far.
Oh,
Now,
I am to the T.
now, when you, a human, female, black, female, United States citizen, talk of free will, it's weird. You don't have free choice.
True.
And I don't see God coming in to actually supersede on your behalf to make sure that mankind knows you were one of his blessed, hands off.
Oh yeah, I
So,
struggle with that.
no, I don't need you to struggle. I need you to know the reality that I see from every believer. I never see God do two things: ever come up onto my panel to talk for you like you talk for him. But in all honesty, I've never actually seen him give you the free will that allows you to avoid what man can and decides to do to you due to the governing that they have decided you will be born into. So, how does God give you free will when you lack free choice and free agency?
That's good. That's good. No, that's good. And I don't have one for that. That really makes me think. Um, I can't come up
Flip.
with nothing to go up against you because that sounds really good. And like I said, I'm not even really, I'm kind of getting off this whole Christianity thing personally myself, for the same reasons. And that's why tuned into you guys. Because I do feel like, reaching out to God and sometimes, this whole religion thing, not necessarily even Christianity, but this whole religion thing can put people into a mental illness. And I don't know if you ever heard of that before, but you just going back and forth, striving to be good, striving to understand when you're good, and other people are, reaping these benefits and they're horrible and they're what you call eval, and and they're over here just having all these successes, and you're over here, loving on God like nobody else, and you're over here suffering. So that's what has gotten me off Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Because I just feel like through religion or Christianity, I'm still suffering, So that's why I tuned in. So yeah, I can definitely believe that, and that's a good argument. I do like it. I don't have anything to say against it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your
And
honest
thank you.
response.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Would you like to keep moving on, or do you want to take time to actually think about that?
No, I would like to take time to think about it. Yeah. And listen to you guys. I ain't going to turn you off, but yeah, no, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Mhm.
And I hope I explained it clear that belief is accepting that something is true without needing the evidence for it, or without evidence. But not needing the evidence for me suffices enough. Skepticism is the inability to accept it without going why.
Mhm.
Um, when it comes down to belief, we are often taught as a child, so
Mhm.
we get the whys out the way at a very young age. And as life kicks
Mhm.
in, those little whys that we kept asking seem like silly kid questions. Of course, we have all the answers, and we don't really start reassessing what we know until we get to a stage in life where we can relax enough to talk to ourselves.
Mhm.
And that's when
Mhm.
we start
Yeah.
asking ourselves, what do we know? But thank you for coming up. And I'm
Mhm.
going to go ahead and put you down into the comments.
All right. Thank you. Thank you
You're
for having
welcome.
me.
Okay, bye. The passenger preacher meets the passenger princess. The passenger preacher. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 31.
You really are my passenger princess, aren't you?
Are
Yeah, preacher.
are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Okay. Why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image behind me?
Well, it depends if it's not his priority. Why would he bother with it?
It's real.
Hmm?
I'm sorry.
Like
I think Real was raptured away.
oh, sorry. I guess my connection. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. One of the mods. It appears they were just recently raptured away. I think that God left you guys here and took Real because he's a decent person. Oh no, never mind. Real, you're still here.
Oh, there. Oh,
He's
Ah,
been
he's just playing
resurrected.
Jenga. He takes a piece out, put it on top. There are so um so we have oh my giddy aunt. Um okay. So let me just break it down just a little bit. You're a little muffled on your mic, so I just kind of want to
oh,
recap
I
real quick.
apologize.
Because
Okay.
if we're talking in my left ear, I don't know what you said. That's why
Okay.
Vidal won't like me. I didn't
Hmm.
ask you which god it was, and if you notice, I didn't pick a particular religion. Christians are just seeking me out today. However, it doesn't matter what God you're talking about. It looks like your God, no matter what, is powerless to do anything to stop the image behind me. So don't have to
Okay.
worry
Hmm.
about if I'm concerned with your religion. I'm assuming it's Christian, but on the off
I
chance
mean,
it's
yeah.
not, I don't care. Your God is weak. Fight me.
Well, well, he's not necessarily weak. It's just that he himself, like I said, the same way that he's not necessarily weak. Like I said, my God, I can talk to him through the Holy Spirit. So, and he can embolden people like me and others to perform miracles and stuff. And like, for example,
Booyah.
um, you know,
Then do me a favor. Get me to shut the
hmm
fuck up because I'm a really annoying squeaky fucking wheel. If you oil me, I stop squeaking. So what do we get? If you guys can perform miracles, why the fuck are the number of wars that we've had consecutive every year? Like, seriously, 2,000 fucking years, you would think you guys, following the Prince of Peace, would not be involved in so many wars. And you would think that so many fucking believers would not be part of the crime problem. Eh?
you make great points, and that's what I've been thinking about as well. Like for example, I want to be the difference for that. You're 1,000% correct, and it's in regards to the level of Christians that we have in this country and the world, and that but our level of impact, it doesn't correlate. And they know that is something that I myself I'm looking to change. Like for example, I'm going through. I do like I said, I do want to stop wars, and I think it's easy to stop. Easy to stop those wars, but it depends. Like for example, I'm going to through a school that's training me how to use spiritual gifts. So for example, so like for example, being able to, hear the voice of God, but then also using His voice to give you
Did you
wisdom. So let's say I
say
want to.
easy whistle God? One more time.
Oh yeah, hear the voice of God. Like
Hear
I'm
the
going through.
voice of God. Like I said, there's something up with my left ear. I got like mom hearing. That's why I heard easy whistle God. Sir, let me get out of the screen. I'm in the way. I don't think you understand what we're talking over. Every time I have this conversation, and this has been my
Oh,
topic
okay, now
for.
I see.
They're
I
not
see. I
cars. They're
see.
not cars. I should
They're not
change it.
cars.
It's not cars. They're bodies.
Oh
Those
yeah,
are bodies on
yeah.
the floor. Those are bodies
Yeah.
on the floor. Those are bodies on the floor.
That's a song. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, yeah. 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 Like yeah, I think undead. Like yeah. Um. Uh, but okay, so our God can't stop that actually. Like it's just that it's just that I mean actually that is something I want to do. Our God can stop that. He can easily stop stuff like that.
Then hold on one
But
second. Hold on one second, dear one.
Mhm.
I think dear one works a hell of a lot better than love, doesn't it? Unless somebody tells me, ain't you dear one, bitch? And I'll be like, yo, you can still be the deer hood ornament on my fucking truck. Dear one. Anyway, so, like, I can flip the script. It doesn't matter. Like, if you want it, you want it. If you don't, I don't have to give it to you. You want to be an ass? I
Oh
can.
no 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 no
You
no.
see what
I
I'm
mean
saying? Dear one.
no, I
It's
agree.
versatility.
Oh yeah, he can do it. Question is, do we have the level of faith like the prophets did to call upon the power of God to do that? Like, do we have Elijah nowadays to say, hey, and say God the same way Elijah called down a
Yo,
whole ball of fire?
wait a second. How many times did we get that dude? We only got him once, though. No?
Oh yeah, well he had
Oh,
his
cool. We only got him once, right? He never came back
yeah,
down.
he did as the Holy Spirit.
Wait, no. That's not what it says in Malachi 4:5.
Oh no, no, not Elijah, but Christ. We
No.
still have
That's not
Christ
what I
today.
asked you. I didn't ask you about
Oh, that's him.
Jesus. Or what do you
Oh,
call him?
Jesus.
Yoshi? I didn't ask about that guy. What I asked about, in fact, was Elijah. Did
Yes.
he come back like God
No,
said?
not yet.
Beautiful.
No.
Hold that. Hold that. Hold that. Hold that. We're gonna go back to God. You said God can do something, but he won't, right? Now, he's
Oh,
not just eating grapes. Some of these people are the product of it, but the number went up. The desolation is
yeah.
wider, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's
So,
very why.
so, um, try not to masturbate in my ear. It's uncomfortable. Um, and I don't think the gentleman on the panel will actually enjoy the fact that you're getting a little bit excited on the wrong topic. Now, if you take note, there are a couple of um, pregnant bodies there. Can you see them?
Oh, yeah, I can see some of them.
Okay. Some of these people are Christians, and some of these people are related to some of the people on the panel. Now, this is a very warm cemetery. A very, very warm cemetery. Notice I didn't ask you about your God. What your God's name is. We know which God it is. But your God's name could have been Muka Muka. And I would have just been like, why the fuck is a Muka Muki doing shit about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know, when God's soldiers came marching through, and both the people on the floor and the people laying waste are praying to the same God up there eating his fruit, who won? Who did God answer? Remember, there are women and children in that pile. And the men that tried to protect them. Is this why God won't do anything about it? Is he still powerful, or is he now
Oh, yeah.
powerless to stop his
Oh,
own
no, he's,
people from doing this in his name?
yeah. Well, I mean, just because they're doing the name doesn't mean that God himself called them to do it. You know,
Oh, this is
like it says,
100% scripturally accurate. I made sure my chat GPT did a very good job.
Doesn't God,
This is
make
scripturally
vessels for
accurate.
honor?
no, I mean, like for example, when they're going to commit act of terrorism, I said God,
Wait, no,
like
no,
for
no.
Right,
example,
but
No, no, no,
does
no.
it
I don't know what you're calling it, but this is scripturally accurate. This is God's law. Notice how there are no
doesn't God
little
create vessels?
girl bodies. They have been counted up with the animals. Notice how you don't see a lot of goods around. They have been taken as plunder. And notice that you have women and men. A lot of the little young ones, the young boys, are still in their mother's wombs, or maybe they're under there with her. Don't want to separate them now. But this is scripturally accurate. This is your God.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Hit it.
Um, doesn't and this is a question for the guests, of course. Speaking, since you said scripturally accurate, doesn't God also say that he creates vessels for honor and others for dishonor? So wouldn't you say, guess, that this will be a dishonorable situation that God has created those certain vessels for to unalive other believers, including family and children?
but it doesn't make sense. Why would God trying to lie to other believers? Like, it's like
That's
it's
your God. That's your backwards,
well,
corrupt God that
yeah,
literally says in one note, right? Hold on. That says in one verse that he supposedly is to be all loving and merciful. But yet, on the other side, he commanded a whole village to be slaughtered and then women to be taken by force. He said, hey, if the woman is not found pure, then she must be stoned. This is your God. That literally contradicts his own attitude, who says, one moment, I love you guys, but then in the next moment, you guys should be unalive. He's the God that tells you that you are to pay 50 shekels after raping a woman. So going back to the question, right? Since your God creates vessels for honor and those for dishonor, wouldn't you say that this would be a part of your God's creation?
oh, so when you talking about that's when God Himself tries to provide provide punishment just for sin. Because back then God took sin very seriously, but now
You
under
can't
a
say
new
back
space.
then now because why? God is supposed to be what? The same then, now, and forever, right? So whatever is
Yeah,
back
but
then would equally apply now, would it not? Because if that's the
oh yeah,
case, then that would imply that your God changes, and that would be
uh,
contradicting Himself.
no, like I said, he ain't changed. He just added something because he never took
That
away the
is
law,
a
but
change. If something
no,
is
no,
already there and I take away or add something, which your God also says don't do, don't take away or add to His words,
yeah,
right? And
yeah,
let
never,
alone He also says, do not lean on your own understanding. So
yeah.
pick your poison. Which rule are you gonna
No.
break here?
No, it's like I said, he didn't. Everything is still the same. The law is still there, but now we live under grace. So now if we fail to fulfill the law, in some actions, we have easy way for forgiveness by
And what is
seeking the Lord for
grace?
forgiveness.
What happens with a person under grace? Grace is only obtained by a person who is already dominated and who has the upper hand by someone else.
No,
If you're
no,
under
no,
my
no,
foot and I'm
no.
gonna unalive, no. If you're under my foot, this is by definition, okay? So there's no. This is by definition. If you're under my foot and I have a pew pew to your head, right? And I said, hey, I'm gonna give you grace and I'm going to let you survive, right? Grace is only given by those who are beneath the person with the power. You cannot just get grace. You only get grace based off of whoever had the upper hand against you to give you that grace. So, with that
No.
being said, yes, okay, find me the definition of grace then.
I
Actually,
mean,
you know
like I
what? Don't
said,
even do
that's
that. We
yeah.
can
Can
go
we?
back to Fluff because I don't want you to pivot from her question.
No, no. I want to ask you a part. I said like grace is a unmerited mercy. That's the context for grace. Unmerited mercy. Like it means that you
Hold on
I
one
trust
don't
you.
want to
second.
hear
Hold on.
context.
Hold
What
on
is
one
the
second.
definition of
I'm
grace?
okay. Easy whistle, God. I'm fine.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm okay. Easy whistle.
All right.
Crap.
What, he stole it
How
before
do
you
you
can use it?
do you like the picture?
We don't see it.
Make it. Oh well,
Let me
click on my
see.
profile. Make it
Let me
nice and
see.
big.
No, it's not working. I'm
That's what she
sorry.
said.
I don't see it. I don't
You,
see it. I don't what?
you might have to go to my profile though. I guess. See if you can see it in my profile.
Crap.
That's not working. Is that God as a referee?
It's
Yep.
Easy Whistle Guy.
You guys scare Christians away. I'm just saying. They're not afraid of me. They fall asleep on my panels, but they run from you guys. Isn't that right? The
Yeah, because they
passenger.
not people. Yeah, were you gonna call him passenger princess?
I'm the passenger
No.
princess. He's the passenger
Well,
preacher.
I mean, the passenger
So
preacher.
yeah, you
Preacher.
said grace, right? You said grace, preacher, right? So what great going? This is everything you reply with is gonna go right back to Fluff's prompt and right what's in the back of
Always.
her head.
You know
Always
why?
gonna
Because
go right
I'm
back
sitting
around
on
to
the
it.
bench in front of the bodies. I'm not getting up anytime soon. Got nowhere to go.
Yeah, so what grace did
Yeah,
this
and
God have for these individuals that were unalived in these tragic situations? Mind you, the same God that says himself that he creates calamity, he creates disaster.
oh, and books. I just want to let you know that you're on point because there are numerous verses where this God, both Old and New Testament, where it is written about the God, and the God is actually saying directly that He will give His grace to who He wants to give it to, and He will have mercy on who He wants to have mercy on. Right. So you're
Mm,
definitely on point. Yep.
Yep. But the grace that Christ.
You cut out.
that was the Lord trying to save him.
You said the grace that Christ what?
The Holy Spirit stopped him from saying some stupid shit. Don't give me that face, love. You know it's true. Go on now. Come on now.
Passenger preacher. You cut out. What was that? You
Yeah, sorry.
said. Go ahead
I was
again.
saying, so yes, Christ's death on the cross allowed for everyone to have to get chance of grace. It's not about what your
Sir,
effort or
your
works.
Christ just slayed my neighbors.
I mean, isn't your picture referring back to the Old Testament when they were trying to, gain their land? Like,
Dude,
By
look
the
what
way,
your
there's
Christ
nowhere in the New
did.
Testament.
You gotta
Yeah,
look, there's a whole bit of scenery. When you're looking at me, there's a
I'm,
whole
I'm seeing the
body.
bodies.
You can't
I'm seeing
smell
bodies
that? It
everywhere.
smells like people that are pissing and shitting themselves.
Intellectual dishonesty, passenger. That's a
Yeah.
15-yard penalty.
yeah, and
Flat
there's
Oh
footed.
man.
nowhere in the Gospels. There's nowhere in the Gospels where Jesus ever used that word grace.
I mean, yeah, no, not us, but obviously in the when he talks about in Romans and the letters written by Paul, not by Christ. But I mean, but Jesus Christ did show grace.
Is
He did
Paul
he did
over Christ?
no Jesus Christ did show grace. He did show the example
But
of
is
grace.
Paul over Christ though? Does
Oh
Paul's
no,
words oversee God's word or Christ's word?
That's it.
well,
You
Jesus
fucked
Christ
up
did show
real
grace
bad.
to the adulterous woman. Remember when they brought her before him and
That
said, "Hey,
Sir,
wasn't grace.
sir,
That was an
sir,
enactment
sir,
of the law.
please.
The law requires
her
that
to be
her
stoned."
accuser no, that the accusers also be present and the judges. And the accuser and the judges were not present. Therefore, Jesus was enacting correctly the law according to Judaism.
But in
Well,
the end,
not
That
he's
wasn't
just
grace.
well,
If they were
well,
present,
well.
she could have been tried.
Well,
no,
not
yes.
just the accused, right? But who she's caught in the act with should be there along with her husband, right?
Correct.
According to the law, which wasn't present. And they actually did this, as the scripture actually states, in order to test Jesus's knowledge on the law so they could bring charges against him. That ain't grace. This was a man that was sticking to the law in order to save his own ass.
And by the way, to further prove that point, his brother James, prior to Acts trying to make it seem like Paul and James were all sorts of nice with each other, James was a very big adherent to the law, to the letter of the law, just like Jesus was. So it kind of doesn't support the other claim.
All right,
But
guys.
I do see what you mean. I do see what you mean on that one.
Real quick,
So
I want to say this. I do. Listen to me. You listening? Listen. I do want to wind down. Um, so I do want to get back to this topic real quick. Normally, I spend a little bit of time, but I kind of want to end at about 6:30. Um, do you know what I keep noting? What do you think is going to be the one thing that no matter what is said, I will focus on?
the dead bodies.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm doing that to you?
To prove whether or not my God is powerful enough to do anything about it.
No. Take another guess. What does it look like? If this is scripturally accurate, what else should be happening here? It'll be reminiscent of a couple of places, a couple of moments in history. Just give it a second.
Um, I'm guessing they should
You
be
don't get it?
saved. They should have been. Yeah, you can provide
All
the
right.
further
I'm not
clarification.
going to push it because if you don't see it, you don't see it. I think it's obvious, but it isn't always. You're sitting in front of a non-believer, in front of the bodies of everyone that she loves. I know your God could have done something according to you, but he wouldn't because it was his plan. That's why I'm speaking to you, one of his believers, and you're still willing to talk to me and tell me about him in the face of my dead. Looks very Native American, looks very transatlantic slavery, looks very much witch hunt, looks every single last crusade, looks current day conflicts and current day slavery. Looks like you're God. doesn't like to quit. He really does want his burnt offerings and sacrifices. And it seems like if you guys won't give it to him in his temples, he'll take it from us. You see it now?
Yeah, I do say I see it for me. I
See
see
it.
it for me.
See it. So you got to remember the conversation isn't the typical atheist and their philosophy. The fuck is up with you Christians thinking this shit's a fucking game? You're literally climbing over real fucking bodies to talk to me about God. But if I want to hold up that lack of morality, that apathy, you'll crawl across fucking glass to avoid looking at that goddamn mirror. Shit's happening in real fucking time. You thought we were fucking kidding?
Yeah.
Alright? Conversation has a little bit more fucking depth. The bodies aren't breathing because they will never breathe again. And can you guarantee me that these people, innocent of all these fucking things, especially about your God, can you guarantee that they went to a good place? Or do you believe that they deserve to go to the hell your God has designed for them because their lack of belief in him is what he hates, and therefore their love for either their ancestors or their gods makes him jealous. And so you and all of his lovely followers start slaying in his fucking name. He loves the smell of blood and burnt fucking flesh. Hey, no. And he says that on purpose. He says it on purpose. So nobody gets confused. What gets him hot is your death. You're Mon ami, I don't know if you know that you're up here with me, but I muted you because of your background music. And I want you to understand that that's exactly what you're doing. You're crawling over bodies to talk about a fucking faith that isn't yours. So now that you realize one of us is serious, one of these things is not like the other, I want you to pay attention to if there are real victims to your fucking cult of death. The fact that you find fun in this is psychotic. Now you realize this isn't a game show. Calling a friend, sure, but call Jesus. Like these people did. See if you get a better result. I want to know which one he favors. The liar or the child? I swear to God, I'd never let any of you fucking drive a fucking train. I'd be afraid that you drive us right off the fucking tracks.
I mean, the same thing can go for those who are non-believers as well.
Nah, not really. Not really. I can
You're
walk off
pivoting.
this screen and know that they're going to keep the conversation going. But I'm afraid that if I turn around and I leave you guys, you Christians, behind the fucking wheel of the goddamn fucking train, we are going to need Spider-Man because you decided to take the fucking tracks. They're going to lead us right off the fucking cliff.
You got to remember, from your perspective, you have an afterlife. From our perspective, we don't. So less likely to do those kinds of things because this is the only life we have.
Yeah.
Well, I guess. But what do you think you even got life in the first place?
What did you just ask?
How do you think we got life?
Wait. Do me a favor. In the words of our beloved chamomile feet, can you say that with your whole chest, both nipples, please?
Hard or soft?
Hard nipples. Only hard nipples here.
All right, all right.
That's a man
So
thing. I wouldn't know how you like it.
yeah. So what do you think our like life came from? Like, so life is
I came
obviously is
from
it.
my mother. I came from my mother.
Yeah.
No, but like, but your life, like your life, because I mean, You
So
obviously
let's cut to the chase, shall we? Because we already know where you're going with that question and where you feel like real life came from. So let's get straight to that point, shall we? And that point is, what empirical evidence do you have that solidifies your point that we did come from the version of life that you feel like we came from?
well
Because if not,
because
you'll just be going off for the belief of the unknown and out of fear.
well that may believe in the unknown should at least make you at least theist because that means that blood exists.
So you admit that you're just only believing in things out of fear because of you have fear of an afterlife. You have fear of a consequence that we don't as atheists. You
No,
are the one that's trying to connect the dots to something that we know we cannot connect the dots to. You are choosing to do this, which is causing your belief. So if you
no.
don't, and if you disagree with that, what empirical evidence do you have to solidify your point that we have a creator?
Fuck
The
it.
spiritual realm,
I know which one I'm
the
going
spiritual
with.
realm.
Hold on 1 second. I know which one I'm fucking going with. Dead ass. I'm going Fremen. Why? Why am I going Fremen? Why am I going Fremen? Because he's absolutely fucking right. Fear is the mind killer. It is the little deaths.
Okay.
And every single time we ask them a question, they go, "Have you faced your fear? Have you let it pass through?" He's like, "Sir, I'm not gonna have a diarrhea dump you just because you're looking into the fucking void and it makes your fucking balls shrivel. Really? Y'all get high on fear and think, yeah, you too, right? Oh, I can't take that. No, my dude, I face my fear because I don't like being jacked up in the middle of the night all fucking constipated and shit like that. No. No, I face my fear and I let it pass through me. I turn the inner eye inward to look upon that inner path. And when I look back, there's nothing. There is no fear, only I remain. Because it's always been me this whole fucking time. Fucking Frank Herbert has it right, although I think the Muslims win. Anyway, the thing is, we are not here to validate your enslavement. Do you understand that? Let me repeat it. Because I don't think you guys understand boundaries. Look at this. You don't care about the bodies. One of them is pregnant. You could give two fucking shits. We don't care. Ask me if I want heaven. After you describe what heaven is. And be thorough about what I would be doing in heaven.
So heaven is, the place where God dwells, where there's eternal peace, joy, and happiness. What you'll be doing in heaven is that you'll be stress free, praising, worshiping God. Living like an absolute pure joy that's unimaginable. Like imagine you win the lottery ticket for like $1 billion. It's like a million times better than that.
That doesn't sound
Wait.
joyful.
You forgot something. I'm waiting for you to add the little fucking caveat. Because I'm not an Israelite. Not even an Israeli. Couldn't
Yeah,
even
but
say I was born on the land
yes,
at
but
least, right? You didn't
yeah,
finish.
but Christ came so that's
What is the rest of it?
They can never answer a straightforward question. They love
They
to
never
pivot
say
so
the rest
much.
of it. They never tell
no.
you the
Oh,
fine print.
I guess what the fine print is that you have to believe in Christ. You have to
Nope.
believe in Christ,
That's
and
not the
that
fine
He's
print. That's not the fine print. I just want to know how honest you can be or
all
how
right.
knowledgeable you are. Pick your poison.
All I
Either
said,
you don't know
well,
or you do know and you
no,
just won't say it.
no.
Pick your poison.
So the fine print is that you have to believe in Christ, like I said, and have faith in Him.
I
Now
will be
that's just
breastfeeding
by
the
you know.
children of Israel, ladies and gentlemen. Breastfeeding them. Breastfeeding
Oh, are
them.
you talking about in Revelations?
I will be breastfeeding them. Ow! That's a fun hat! I
Oh,
will be
you do know. You
breastfeeding
just
them.
didn't want to answer it because you clearly know what part she was talking about.
So it does. Okay, I actually had a discussion with somebody
Stop.
else.
I don't need
We
help.
don't
I
breastfeed.
don't need help. I don't need help. You can't help me. Liars don't help. Like I said, pick your poison. You either don't know or you do, and you refuse to answer. When I answered, "Oh, you mean, sir, that's the only place that it's actually telling you what I will be doing, me, non Israelite." So, we don't play stupid. And that was an attempt to set up a future gaslight pivot. But before you turn yourself into a crucified pivot as Christ, I'm going to stop you. Why? Not because I'm clairvoyant, but believers are pedantic, which means I can go to sleep, wake up in the middle of the night, correct your shit with one eye open, go back to sleep. I was never a Christian, and I read your book more than you do. That's not a
I'm
poker
also
face. That's called being a poker shark, right?
Fluff. I'm also trying
Because
to remember that really quick.
that's the pool shit. They're like, oh my gosh, she's gonna fuck up when she plays pool. Yeah. Until the stakes are actually important and I don't fuck up. That's called a hustler. Now, what you
Mama,
came
just
in to
help me really
do,
quick.
1 second, babe. What you came to do was hustle. That's why you danced all over the place. That's why you danced all over these fucking bodies. You didn't give a fuck about them because they are not you. Your morality is vertical. Here, before you decide to play the game, stop. I'm not in the mood.
Okay, so just a quick question to you, Fluff.
What's up, Easy Whistle God?
Where in the Bible does it say that heaven is going to be this place of bliss?
I was gonna ask the same thing, because didn't God talk about there's gonna be a war up there too?
I don't remember reading anywhere where it said it's this place of unimaginable bliss. And by the way, contrary to what you had stated, I don't find the concept of winning $1 billion to be this great event that'll make me happy. I don't need money to be happy. So that says
I don't
more
mind
about
it. Like, let's be serious. I
no,
don't mind.
but my
I don't
point
mind
being,
money.
oh, where'd he go? Like I find it weird though that even though he left, I find it weird that when he went to describe the place, it had to do with money. And so it tells me that his goals are materialistic versus I guess mine. I don't know. Maybe we just have a fundamental difference on what is good. I don't really find that concept to be that exciting. I mean, yes, it would make certain things in life easier, but money has never made people happy. The people who are the richest are miserable as fuck.
Doesn't God only have a couple of certain, like a specific amount of seats as well up there? Didn't he say there's supposed to be a specific number of people
Yeah,
that's supposed to be sitting up there?
144,000
Damn.
getting into heaven.
Eden?
Damn.
Yeah, they all think they're going, but it's only for 144,000, and then the rest are going to be the slaves. The exact words are the slaves of those 144,000.
Oh wow, so God really is picky.
Yep.
Eden, Aaron, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
Hey, I'm 39.
Are you a believer?
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me set this up for you. The question that I have is, why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about this? The image behind me.
I don't think I do worship a powerless God who can't do anything about it.
Okay. Why do
So
you believe you
I
don't
believe
worship
that
it?
I worship the creator of the universe.
That's okay. I am thirsty. Um, I do need a water break. So, I am going to mute up.
Now take it away.
You're gonna talk to Grandpa, and I'm gonna go find something with ice.
Okay. Sure you can do it.
So,
I got my drink.
Idol, you said the most powerful God, right? So let's put in a scenario, right? Let's make it really realistic, right? Because this is something that happens on an everyday basis, actually, right? So you have the left side of the street, you have a group of family members, right? You have a family that's sitting there on the edge because their house is no longer there and they're going to be homeless, starve, and can't afford to, buy food, so on and so forth, and then eventually pass away, right? Then on the right side of the street, you have another family that's equally in the same situation, just as the first family. And here's the kicker. Both families pray to this Lord. Both families follow by God's rules, commandments, however you want to place it, twist it, turn it, bop it, whatever the fuck, right? And in this situation, only one family, quote unquote, gets how do you say, a blessing, right? And this family just so happens to prosper and get a house and do everything else and start all over again. While the other family slowly just unalive very slowly, one by one, family member by family member, child by child, parent by parent, nephew by nephew, niece by niece, until they're gone because why? They can't afford food nor a home. So, which one does your God favor the most?
Well, you're saying blessings of life is not distributed fairly, and sometimes people can be blessed more than others. Yeah, that's the way I mean, that's part of the way the world is. There's like a sense of randomness,
But this is
like, and
on
even
your God. Remember that. This is about your God, the God that can make the world any other kind of way. But He, supposedly, from your worldview,
yeah,
made it this way,
yeah,
right? He made it unfair like this. So,
yeah,
from there, right, would you still say that your
that's
God's
right.
all powerful?
Yeah, yeah. He can do miracles. It doesn't mean he's going to just shower people with money randomly. Like, just the way the
Oh,
world is. Like the fact
so
that
your God
you
doesn't
can
love
plant.
everybody
Hold on,
equally?
was I in the middle of a sentence?
So your God
Sorry,
doesn't love
man. I
everybody
didn't know.
equally?
What?
So your God doesn't love
Sorry,
everybody
man.
equally,
Let
right?
me just.
Question: Is there need
Did
for a
did I
change of
trigger you on
scenery?
some?
No.
Sorry, did I
Um.
trigger you on something that you needed to
No.
interrupt?
No.
Oh,
Question:
okay.
Is there need for a change of scenery? Did we answer if God can
Yes,
or can't
yes,
do?
yes. He did
Won't.
answer that question.
Won't.
Yeah, God won't. God won't do
All
anything
right.
about it.
All right. Give me 1 second, guys. Go ahead. Continue. We're changing the question so it
Yeah.
applies more
So
to
would
Okay.
the
that
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah, so would that concede that your God is not all powerful since he, picks and chooses of who
No,
he
just
wants to
because.
come to the rescue of?
No, it's like saying, okay, could you go out tonight and find all of these
I'm not
little
God. I don't
animals
have
and take?
omniscient properties,
No, no,
right?
no,
So
no,
you
no.
can't use me as
Just
the
who?
example.
Can I?
No,
Why
no,
do you
no.
have to
You
interrupt me?
because
Like you
because
literally,
you can't use me as
like
an
I can't.
example,
Okay,
right?
can you explain? You're asking a question that I'm trying to explain. I can't even say one sentence
Go ahead,
to
say your sentence.
explain to you. Yeah, so just don't interrupt me. Okay, someone can go out and do all kinds of things, and you can be very powerful. I can go out and I could find kittens, I could change their lives. I could go to the pound, I could rescue 10
Are you an
dogs
all-knowing
and
being?
devote. No, but I'm just saying I
Okay,
have the
then. Do
power
you
to do
have all
that.
power? Are you
I don't have
described as an
all power,
all-powerful being?
but I could become like that to a dog,
Are
and I
you
could go to
described as an all-powerful being?
to
Yes
a
or no?
dog, to a
No, no,
dog
no,
would
no, no, no.
see
See,
me.
you're pivoting now,
Yeah,
right? We're not talking
I
about a
can.
dog.
No, I'm not pivoting, dude. No, no, no. I'm not
Yes,
an
you
all-powerful
are.
being. I'm a
Okay,
human
then.
being
So
just like
why
you.
are you using a human example for a
Okay, the
almighty
reason is
powerful being?
I'm
Gentlemen,
explaining that just because I have the
have
power.
respect for my fucking
Yeah,
head.
one at a time.
Both of yous.
Okay. So
My head.
just because I have the power, okay, just because I have the power to change a dog's life, rescue it from a pound, and give it a luxurious life in my home, doesn't mean I'm going to do that for everyone. So the blessings, and this just relates to how God does it too. It's
No, it
not
does
equally
not.
distributed. Yes, it is. That's how it is. Some
I
people are
just
blessed more than
asked you, sir,
others.
don't. Okay, so
Okay.
cool. So a child that's being great right now does not get the same blessing that a person does who's homeless and who somehow gets a house out of nowhere. That's what you're saying. That a child that's
Clearly
being
not. What
manhandled does not get the same treatment as a rich
everywhere
person
you
who
go
has a
around the
yacht.
world,
Second,
the life
I'm
is
not.
unfair.
I don't want to interrupt you, Aiden. I'm going to let you speak. I'm actually going to say something to Grandpa.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more devious than that, actually. The child who is being great doesn't get the same blessing as someone who prays to help them fix their tire on the side of the road and gets that.
You mean like someone they call for AAA? I mean, the world
No,
is
some
designed
random
for.
person pulls up behind them and magically, you know, in their mind, that person believes that God blessed them with someone on the road that day. And sure enough, that person that morning probably just got up and was like, yeah, you know, I just had this urge to drive on the road and I blessed somebody by helping them change their tire. And that person who needed it was just there, but
Don't
never
let
mind
go
that
of your
child
thought,
getting grilled,
Grandpa.
right?
Right. Hold on one
Grandpa,
second.
that's how I
Grandpa,
think how
stay in your
devious that
corner.
that
Hold your
really
corner
is.
solid, right? Because Happy's corner is a nice little side of a box. But part of this is your corner and Happy, Easy Whistle God's corners, right? They connect. But what you're actually facing is dominance vocabulary and selective blessing, right? Dominance, Grandpa, Easy Whistle God, selectiveness. Wouldn't that be morally unsound and scripturally abhorrent?
No, it says in Scripture that
I
God
didn't
makes it
ask. I
rain
didn't ask you.
even on the evil.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, you're talking to
And
me. Sorry.
yeah, and you didn't answer my question anyway. Um, which is why I asked the more in-depth question to two other people. I wasn't looking for a surface answer that deflects from the question. I'm glad you deflected. Stay there. But I'm asking Grandpa and Easy Whistle God if that basically covers it. Dominance talk.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm a little bit lost in your question.
You ever notice that everything he's saying is coming from the perspective of the powerful? And he doesn't
Mm,
understand the perspective of the weak?
Yes.
absolutely. I
And
see your
that
point.
when he gives Easy Whistle God an example, and he says, no, it's a little bit more devious. It really is far more selective by his selective judgment.
Yeah, and Fluff, to your point, there are people that are going through massive amounts of harm praying to the same God. Yet the ones in, for instance, the United States with first world problems, their blessings are financial or something that makes their life easier. And God has time for that, but he doesn't have time for those going through horror.
And Book's question, did anything that he answered to you lack power play?
No, not really.
Okay. Because the words that I got written down are power, dominant, selective. To surmise a sentence at a time. Eden, can you do me a favor and explain to me why you're using supremacy language in front of a warm cemetery and then blaming the victims for it?
Which supremacy language did I use?
Well, nothing has put you in a position of not being powerful.
Such as what?
What came out of your mouth? I'm not a fucking parrot. What do you want? Want me to be a human fucking recorder? You want to press play and see if I
Yeah,
repeat the
what are you
words to
talking
you?
about? What do you mean by power play?
Where did you actually give me
I,
an example from the victim's perspective? You only gave it to me from the powerful's perspective.
I said that things aren't equally distributed. Blessings, the world isn't fair.
Only a powerful person can say that. Only a person who has privilege can say that. Like I said, you're only speaking
Someone could
from a
get,
powerful position.
well, a powerful person with a
Now
lot
you
of money,
understand what I'm
they could get
saying.
hit. They could get hit by
Now,
a car.
Eden,
They could get hit by a
now,
car.
see, there you go. Still something force. Eden, do you understand that you do not realize that your language does not put you on equal footing with somebody who is weak?
How do you see that?
We're having a conversation in front of a warm cemetery. I'm not even so sure if all of those babies in the bellies are dead yet. How good is your God?
He created the universe.
So this
So
being
he's the
done in his
God of the
name.
universe.
Hold on. So this being done in his name is just then, because they made your God unhappy.
How is it just?
Yes or no?
No, not no. That's why I'm asking you. How you saying it's just? How?
Yes or no?
He said no.
No.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I wasn't hearing. I got that left ear thing going. So this isn't what God wants. It's
Well,
better if
it's
you're
part of the
muted.
creation.
I'm sorry. It's better if you're muted if you need to clear your voice or cough. Most people will take it as a sign of rudeness. So I muted you so you can go ahead and handle it. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
But I wanted to say something.
No,
So,
no, 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 no. That's what we're not doing.
Wait until it's your turn and the host introduce you. Give Eden the respect, or Iden, I don't know how to pronounce it, to finish his time, and then it'll be your time.
So your God won't stop this, right? You don't care if any of these
No.
people were devout to him or not. And it's still a
I
good
think he
God. This
cares, but
is,
it's bad things will happen to people
you
who are
think he
devout, but it
cares
also
about,
happens to people who are not.
you think he cares about what? Or is this part of his plan?
He does care that people suffer, but he knows that there will be
Is this
suffering
part of
on
his
earth.
plan because this is done in his name?
Yeah, it is part of the overall plan, but the overall plan, there's a lot more goodness in the world than badness. So you're
Right,
looking
so
at
it
like
doesn't matter.
0.1% of the world.
It doesn't matter who is praying then in that factor. It doesn't matter if God,
They were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
really? Either God has a plan
Yeah,
or he doesn't.
he does have
Either
a
he
plan, but most of
created
the world is good.
all and sees all, knows all, and has power over all. Or he doesn't.
What percentage of the world is a war zone?
Is that what it says
Less
in the
than
Bible?
1%.
There's 1%?
Less than 1%.
That's what it says?
So most of the world is good. There's beaches. Like you're ignoring all of that to say, why is this
You're
little tiny
simply
bit of the
blatantly
world?
ignoring the negative. You're ignoring
I'm not
all of
saying
the
it's not there. It's
unaliving
there.
children, right? You're ignoring by trying to focus on one side and not the other. You're blatantly ignoring all of the mass atrocities that go on in this world in the name of your God.
What
How
happens
can
in the
you
name of
do
lots of
that?
gods?
So you
It
don't
happens in
care
the
is
name
what
of
you're
lots of
saying.
gods.
So you don't care is what you're saying.
You don't care. What do you do? You care?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
I don't think you. It doesn't sound like you
I'm
care.
why are you pivoting towards me? Okay, only because you don't
Like
have a
I
No, because
proper
said,
answer
before
you
you
present.
turn your...
you
Hey,
made this
pivot is
false
Christ.
accusation. So it sounds like you don't care.
Pivot
Sounds
is
like you
It's
don't
okay,
Christ.
care.
bro.
Pivot is Christ. How would you know?
It doesn't sound like he cares.
How would you know? Do you know what it sounds like to care?
The way he's speaking.
No, I'm
Yeah, because
serious.
he's
Do you
jumping
know?
in just to
Hold
say,
on.
"So
I'm not asking you to
yeah, I
talk
can
over
tell."
me. Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to talk over me. The reason why I'm asking, how can you tell, is because I watched you not give a fuck about the bodies to talk to me about the love of a fucking God that isn't mine. That is actually responsible for the deaths of many people that I was related to and other people that my friends and family were related to. As a matter of fact, it's responsible for a lot of fucking death. And the hypocrisy and the lack of self-awareness, you live in it literally, Pivotus, crawled over, did you see that? Crushed glass, raw belly and all, to avoid looking at the mirror. What you did was you threw the mirror at Grandpa's face. Thankfully, he's been ducked a long time ago in his turtle shell. You're gonna have to fucking catch him. To hit him with your neuroses. When you become self-aware, it's not because somebody else is doing this thing. It's because you are aware of the thing is going on inside you. See, you can't psychoanalyze a complete stranger. You can only give away yourself. Like I give myself away. In this conversation, in all conversations, I am the only real weapon against myself, right? Same with you. So when somebody's like, you
I agree
sound
with
this
that.
way, you sound that way, I laugh because you lack intimate knowledge to know what I sound like. You're only
I
giving
was
me
saying that
two
to him,
things.
not to you.
Only two things. Which is why there's no reason for you to talk to me about it, now is there? So if you're trying to get
I didn't
defensive
say you
on
didn't.
whether or not
I didn't
I was
say that you
talking
didn't
to you or
care.
not, it's still irrelevant to the fact that you've decided. You wanted to show me you don't give a fuck about me or respect me. You're going to do whatever the fuck you want, say whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want in my face. Why? Because your supremacy language enforces your supremacy behavior. You need to, at some point, establish dominance. That's why I was bringing it up with Grandpa. That's why I was bringing it up with Easy Whistle God, because all you've really done is strut around trying to power play. But you don't contribute. Once you're off the panel, I will actually completely forget you because you've actually inserted nothing into beautiful hours of conversation. I know I can get better than you. So I don't need you. So if you don't want to have the conversation, I am happily going to move the fuck on. I won't miss you. And I won't think about you again. Supremacy doesn't get you anywhere. But underneath somebody's boot. It doesn't actually scare us. It scares you. You're literally outnumbered in the world. It scares you. That's the reason why you fight so hard for shit that doesn't matter to everybody else. Dermal importance. And seriously, I deal with more dick measuring out of you guys than from the men that actually have the big dicks. They keep that shit nice wrapped and tight. They don't have to show the world they have a big dick. We know. That's the reason why so many of you act the way you do. We're not interested in monkey behavior. That's the reason why we keep stopping you when you do stupid shit like this. It doesn't hurt me that you have this language. It's disgusting that you have this language because it also shows that you can't think for yourself. So not only are the weak inheriting the earth, the degenerates are actually taking over. 0 out of 10, not impressed. So, now that you understand my real opinion, such a bigoted and prejudiced opinion, I bet, can you stop trying to be cute? Because you're in a space that really isn't designed for you? Can you show us that you're actually one of the humans? And not the deplorables?
So, Aiden, would you consider your God all knowing, all loving, well, all knowing, all powerful, and omnipresent as well? Like your God is also everywhere.
Oh, Joker, let me help you.
Um, I think there's limitations. Like you can see that in the Bible. There says there was times when Yahweh was fighting enemies, but he couldn't overpower them because they had these special chariots. And so what ends up happening is like, God works within systems, and sometimes they can be taken advantage of by the enemy. And so he keeps things fair, and that means it'll sometimes appear as if he is not all powerful,
They
but
weren't
he is.
special. They weren't special, by the way. They were just made of iron. That's what it says.
No,
It's just
but it
iron
was a special
chariots.
iron.
No,
No,
it
it's
doesn't say
iron
Okay.
special
chariots.
iron. It just says he couldn't overcome them because they had chariots made of iron.
That's
It doesn't
Okay.
mention
Well,
anyone special.
think of the chariot that Elijah took off, and that was a chariot of fire. So there's these like magical chariots.
Right, but what I'm saying is the scripture doesn't say that. It actually says that because they were chariots made of iron. And if you look at the
Okay.
original text from the original scripture, and I'm talking about the actual ancient Hebrew, there was no special properties of those chariots outside of them being made of iron. And you have to remember that while some places had made it to the Iron Age, roughly, they were still kind of like in the Bronze Age. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. But
Wait,
some
has
of those
anybody
chariots
ever
were so
seen a
powerful that they could defeat
remnant
God.
of these magical chariots? Anyone?
I'm sorry. Is he saying that an all powerful God is a friend of a little pixie dust?
No, it has to be magic iron.
Yeah. So those are some limitations on God. To answer your question.
All right. I'm gonna move on because I don't give a fuck
Okay.
about iron chariots over dead bodies. What are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's what he was asking about. So I
You're
was trying
gonna
to
have to
answer his
stay
question.
focused, and you can't. I'm gonna move on. All right.
That was my fault, Fluff.
No, it's all right.
No,
Only
you're
me.
fine.
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Oh yeah, I'm 45.
Are you a believer?
Um, eh, 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 okay, I would say I am, but
Okay.
I'm getting out of
What do you mean you're getting out of it?
the question that you have on your platform is what got me here because for the past weeks I have been debating on this. Um, my parents were of course Christians, so when you were born into the Christian home, you know you get soaked into that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been asking why the same question that you guys like. Why is God, if it's all powerful, if it's all knowing and all of that, why is it letting all these things happen to people? And to be honest, I don't. I'm debating on it, and I'm starting to have doubt.
Okay.
And it's just because even me,
So
even
let's do it this way. Answer the question then. Is this a powerful God that can do something about this? Or is this a powerless God that can't do anything about this? Think about that. Give me an answer.
from my experiences that I've had, I feel like he's powerless, and I hate
Nah,
and I
take you
hate
out
to.
of it. Take you out of it. Why? Because most people claim it's a relationship. You have a personal relationship with God or you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Right?
Mm,
I'm assuming you don't feel that right now, right?
I don't.
Okay. So there goes that picture again. There goes that news fan again. So don't talk that way. Don't talk the way you don't think. If you don't believe that, then that is not part of your vocabulary. Now,
Mm,
if you believe a God exists, doesn't matter. I'm still going to say your God's a powerless punk, right? Because I don't care. But because you're having the conflict of faith, are you in love?
in love with
Another person.
yes,
Happy with it.
yes,
That's your little love bug? The little boo thing?
yeah.
Okay. So now that that's your little boo boo pookie cakes, can anybody tell you anything to give you a conflict?
No, unless
They
she does something.
do something. Unless Pookie does something. And Pookie
Yeah.
ain't doing shit because you and Pookie are happy. That's your happy life.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you. But back to serious shit. You don't have a conflict of faith on that.
No, not that.
And
Because
they
she has
have
not
it.
done anything to give me that doubt.
And now you have a conflict of faith.
Yes.
Because. And now that is enough. Because. That because is a problem. Inside of your problem is your answer.
Mm.
Problems revolve around themselves. A lot of problems tend to be isolated. Therefore, the answer lies within the problem.
Mm. Because like they say that the Bible, that God, if why would even like for newborn that has not even enjoyed life? Because I have a friend that her daughter that was just born 2 months died,
Okay.
and she has not even enjoyed life.
And
And I'm
that
asking myself,
happens. That happens.
God, this lady go to
Let
church.
Let me ask you a question, because don't give me her business too much. I'm not a gossip fan, and that's a hard thing to hear. Um, so I don't want a broken heart.
Yeah,
What
I
I
know,
would
but see, I
say,
was.
what I would say is this:
Mhm.
would you say that my dog has a soul?
Your dog, yes.
Okay, now a dog, a mama dog, sometimes goes through the same thing, and she mourns, and it breaks her heart. We
Mm.
try as human beings to help our companions because we're their guardians. So sometimes they find a baby to take care of, and it helps heal their softness, their broken hearts. There's not much difference than us and the rest of the animal kingdom. An elephant that loses her child after 13 months of gestation. Is that 16? Which one's the whale or elephant? One's 13 or 16. Forgive me, all right? Um, she mourns for a lifetime. She always misses that baby. We do too. It is not on a God that death is a thing. It is on time that death is an occurrence. Because death is an artifact of time. Much like life is. Creation, death, rebirth, all artifacts of time. And time is an artifact of gravity. Gravity an artifact of matter. Matter an artifact of energy. It all ties into itself quite simplistically. So no, I
So not to
don't
cut you
have
off.
to turn my eye to a concept in the sky and say, "Why'd you do this? Damn you, Salazar!" I don't need to say that because I don't believe it's out there. Whether it's there or whether it isn't, it hasn't changed a fucking thing. Bodies
Mm.
are still on the floor. Your personal experiences, my personal experiences, be damned. 5 minutes ago, 4 babies were stillborn. And in another 5 minutes, another 4 will be. And another 1,000 children will die of starvation. And another untold number of women will take their last breath at the hands of their husbands.
Mm.
You want me to turn around and go, why does God do this? That's not a fucking deep philosophical fucking question.
Okay.
It's not. You're literally going to sit next to me in a warm cemetery full of fucking bodies and actually sit there and ponder the meaning of life and death. But at the same time, you're having the runaway of the conflict of faith. Nothing that is meant for you feels like war.
Mm. So in that case, let me ask. So how do I move? Because you can't live life without believing in anything. But so
Bullshit.
how do you move forward?
Bullshit. You ever tried not believing?
I mean, you believe some. I mean, you believe in yourself that you can do something. But like in terms of religion, that's
Okay,
what I
well,
mean.
if I need to believe in myself, that's bullshit. That's weak. I got back pain right now. Fucking fight me. Like, seriously? If I have an out-of-body experience, you couldn't fucking pay me to get back in this thing. Are you kidding me? Ugh, please. If I had that ability, I'd fucking jump at it. Hands down. Actually, Fuck that. Fuck around and find out I turned myself into a werewolf. I'm not a god. I don't have the power to shape matter to my will. What I do have is the ability to show my fellow man that behind me is happening right now. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
And do you see God picking up the pieces, or do you see his believers laying down the bodies?
Believers laying down their bodies.
For all the thousands of years of the believers laying down the bodies, how many has he come to set things right?
None of them. But then the believers will say that he knows better. And sometimes it bothers me too, that statement. He knows better. That's why people are dying like that. Why? So
Well,
if he
your
knows better,
ministers know. That's why people are dying like that. Your governments know. That's why people are dying like that. Your madmen know. That's why people are dying like that. Because if me, gumping through life atheist, can pick up this fucking book and this shit makes sense like that, you'd literally have to fucking pay to be stupid to not understand the goddamn book. It's either because you desperately want to fucking believe it, or because you've never read it. I need you to get your life, Lou. And that's all your poison. Either you desperately fucking believe it. You are a fanatic, you are a zealot, and you know this shit balls to bones. Or you never read it. And you only believe it because you're sentimental about it. It really isn't that
but look, so can I ask you one last question, maybe, if you don't mind? So
I'm
do
not
you
going
believe?
anywhere. I'm just letting my dog out the room because she's looking at
Oh,
me
okay.
like I offended her.
I know, right? So do you believe in any type of God? Do you believe in
I'm an
anything?
atheist. Okay, one
Okay.
dog leaves, the other one comes in. I'm an atheist.
Okay.
So that's a no.
So do you have kind of like how do we got here? Because I know this, like like I feel like something happened and we all got here, or the just the one.
I don't believe the sincerity of that question.
Gotcha.
Why don't I believe the sincerity of the question?
Because I mean, my thing is,
Why
we
don't I
we,
believe
we,
the sincerity of the question?
we didn't just show up over here. I mean, something would have brought us here, don't you think? So there's something that you have to believe in. That's why I was just curious. Like, do you believe in anything?
Of course you know why I don't believe the sincerity of the question.
Because the powerless God.
No, because you didn't bother to look.
Oh, the
Conflict of,
image.
a conflict of faith means that you're going to start asking questions and looking
Okay.
for answers.
Answers. And that's what I've been for the past week. That's what I've been doing. But then, and then it's like, okay, and then that my 45-year indoctrinated will pull me in. Oh, like God is good, He is faithful.
When was the last time
You
you
know,
read the book?
uh, to be honest with you, it's been a while.
Do you not realize that you're afraid to read the book, but you're having a conflict of faith?
I'm not afraid. I've read the book and I know the book, but it's just
What
I'm
you're in
still
a
having
conflict of faith?
because whatever that the Bible says is not was happening. I don't know if that makes sense.
How does that answer my question? What does that? Oh, good. Why'd you come in? Oh, I see. She's outside. Got it. Okay. Well, there's a lovely Rottweiler who's in season. So, a lot of people going through the deconstruction process inside of this community have two questions, and it normally comes with, I was reading and I'm a little confused, and so I have a conflict. Or I I was given and never understood it, and now here I am older I'm having a bit of a conflict. Like, I really don't know what to believe. You jumped from, where did we come from then? Who created us? Anybody having a conflict of faith is going to ask themselves that question. Why would you ask an atheist who doesn't have like a uniform mind with other atheists? What, I turned it down or something? That doesn't believe in a God, what they've settled on as far as a creation theory. Like, why do I need it?
Gotcha. I get it. So yeah, you pretty much answer my, probably like you said, I just have to do my own.
No, answer the question though, because I don't know if you actually get it.
Yeah, because I do. I mean, because it's like from what you are saying, it's like you don't like. I don't know if that's what I got it. Like you don't know answer to that, correct?
No.
Okay, and that's kind of how I took it.
You
Yeah.
went from, if there's no God, then where did we come from?
Yeah, because
Now, break down the question. If there is no God, woman who doesn't believe in a God, then where do you think we came from? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice the conflict of that question is on you?
It is.
If there is no God only, where do you think we came from?
I don't know. I mean,
Exactly.
where we came from, I've been told that it's from, Adam and Eve.
Right. Now, if we didn't come from one man and one woman, then we came from humans doing what? Evolving. From earlier stages. That predate the current genre of humans or generation of human or species or type of human we have. I can't remember the word. Genus. Um, that we have today, which is currently called Homo sapien. I would start at Homo sapien and find out what a Homo sapien is. Now, if you don't find the word God in any of those, don't throw them in there. Every single time you keep going further and further and further back, don't throw God in there. And then keep going further back. You'll think there won't be answers. I shit you fucking not. You can go as far back as you'd like. And you can go as microscopic as you'd like. Do you know how you know you can go as microscopic as you like? Because we don't have to have a philosophical conversation about if you can look at something under a microscope. Because once the age of the microscope and the telescope showed up, philosophy was no longer a status symbol. That's why I get bored with having philosophical conversations. Stop asking me the questions, ask yourself the questions, right? Because when you're deconstructing and you're examining your faith, one of the most important things to do is ask yourself what you know. And if you don't know, chances are there is an answer. Because a lot of people have asked the questions too. And a lot of people have asked deeper questions and have gotten up to find answers. And there are answers. I'm not here to teach. But I also like telling people to do two things. Read your Bible and go to a museum.
Okay.
Do you know why I want you to go to a museum? I want you to be able to see it. I don't want you to just read about it in the book. When you believe in something, you believe it without evidence. Go to a museum and read your Bible. Literally fucking sit down and read it. And then go to a museum. I want you to go to a museum because a lot of things will be revealed to you. The trajectory of humans and even the trajectory of religions throughout our histories. You'll see so much of the world that the Bible told you did not exist. and I want you to read your Bible, and I want you to see what it steals from you. And then I want you to decide if you really need to ask an atheist, well, no God, who do you think created you? I want you to start answering the question of, so what happened before that?
Okay.
Because if I give you the answers, I take the fun out of actually enjoying and discovering of your life.
Got it. Got it. Okay. I guess I will continue to, answer,
Stay curious.
deal with it. Yeah, and then see where it lands me.
Also,
But
by the way, learning staves off Alzheimer's. Just to let y'all guys know, reading books saves lives. Just let you know.
okay. So appreciate you all. Appreciate your time.
No problem.
And
But
thank
conflict
you.
of faith, I'm not going to touch a conflict of faith. I want you to have your battle. I want you
Yeah.
to battle yourself because the only person that you're actually talking to about this shit is you. Internally, the
Facts.
only person that's going to decide if you are a believer or a skeptic, first and foremost, a believer or a skeptic is you. Like I like to tell people, you're the only one that knows when your ass is itching,
Facts.
right? So, conflict of faith. I would trust a woman's intuition. If it doesn't feel right, leave.
Mm. Yeah. I think were you saying were you trying to say something? I think I might have heard you. I don't know if you were saying something.
Real, I think he's
Oh,
talking
I
to
was
you,
just
Real Grandpa.
asking the host to increase your mic volume to at least 200%. Ever
Oh,
since the other day, you're sounding extremely low. It's like I'm fighting to hear you without my earbuds.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for
Is
your
this
time. I
better?
appreciate it.
Wait, really quick before you go, Fluff. Is it okay if I just
Is
say
this better?
something?
Yeah.
Fluff?
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah.
Much
Alright.
better, dude.
I think that you sound fine. I just wanted to say something before that gentleman heads out. What the host said is absolutely correct. That the best way to figure out where we came from is to read about where we came from. But as far as like primers are concerned, I would certainly say that like you'll find actual answers within science, not as many. What's the word for it?
Religion.
Questions without justification.
Okay.
Right? Like so. Like I know one of the harder topics for people to understand is like, just like, and I'm not saying you can't, but is like, how do people evolve, right? How did we come from monkeys? Things like that is a common thing we hear. And why are there still monkeys, right?
That's true.
But here's the funny thing. We don't come from monkeys. We come from an ape-like ancestor that also happened to monkeys, right? So, and baboons and all the other great apes, because when science puts us in a group, when taxonomists put us in a group, they put us in a group of great apes, as our lineage is similar. It's almost like if you look at, a tree, right? And so you have branches, and each of those branches has some slight mutation to each of the next offspring branches, and so on and so forth. It's not that why do we still have monkeys? It's that monkeys are like our cousins, and this ape-like ancestor is like our great-grandparents somewhere, but great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents. So far back that we could never really track exactly what day they would have been alive. But they're far way back, and the reason why we know this is because we have fossils that show this step-by-step evolution. And yeah, you're not going to have every single fossil for every single step, but because fossils, in fact, are exceedingly rare.
but we have enough that lets us paint an actual picture from the smallest forms of life all the way up until today. We have enough to prove that there was this gradual step by step where we can see from individual microscopic shit all the way to humans. And you'll get Christians that say, well, what about this step? And what about that step? Every time there's a single little step missing. And the answer is, like I said, fossils are exceedingly rare, number one. So the ones that we have we're super grateful for. And number two, it doesn't matter how many steps science can find. They're always going to put God in a gap in between. The goalpost is always going to move. So you kind of have to use logic and reason to say, okay, well, yes, I'm not going to get every single fossil, right? This happened over the course of 500 million years, so I'm not going to have every fossil. But if I have enough to say I can step from one step to another, then maybe there's something to this.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think his network might be bad. But but yeah, thank you so much for your time, and I
Yeah,
really
no
appreciate
problem.
it.
The reason why I get on people about being curious, one of the things that you should always break free from is letting someone else tell you the answers.
Got it.
While you have, like, it's a wealth of knowledge that you'll find with atheists and skeptics and people that are deconstructing. You'll find a wealth of knowledge. Why? Because the obvious begins to happen. They go into the book and they look. And one of the first things I do is, I'm an atheist, right? You would think that I would say, don't read it, put it down. Read it. Read it. Read it. Don't read it
Gotcha.
backwards. Don't read that New Testament first. Read that book like a book. Start that first sentence with, once upon a time, and keep running through that book. It doesn't take long to read it. That little text, don't let it fool you. It's fourth grade writing. You got
Gotcha.
this. They ain't
I
using
do.
big words. They are not explaining abstract concepts. God doesn't even know fucking math or physics. So don't worry. You're not reading mysteries. Here's the trick on mysteries. The fact that you don't know what's in it is a mystery. That is your mysteries. You don't know what's in it.
But I see, not to cut you off, but I thought the Bible said Genesis, says, God created heaven and earth. And then he,
The
of course he formed.
gods created mankind. That's how Cain gets a wife outside of Eden, in the land of Nod, after he slays his brother.
Yeah.
Gets
Gotcha.
better. If you read it, you're like, oh, these people are sick. But you're like, ha, I didn't know that. You'll think that there's a fallen angel. You read the book, you won't find one.
Yeah.
Shit, you're not. Is it boring? Oh, absolutely. But you should read it like your soul depends on it. Why? Because these people behind me, even though they didn't know what it looked like, or even though they didn't read it, this is still the end results of this Bible, these preachers, and these towns. This is still the same result.
Got it. Oh, well, yeah, I know I got a lot of work to do.
No, you don't. It's not a lot of work. It's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of
Thinking, you're
energy.
right. That
It's a lot
part.
of energy. It's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of energy. Deconstruction isn't just your faith. It is the behaviors the faith created. The
You're right. The
thinking.
fate, you're right.
the faith
And then that's why
community.
you've been in it for 45 years. So trying to pull that out of you is not, because the friends, your parents, your family, everybody is like, that's how you've
Pull
been grew.
what out of you? What's in you? You're having a conflict. You're not standing firm in your faith anyway. You're fine.
No, I'm not. I mean, no, I am trying to stay away from the faith because the faith has not done whatever that it says it's going to do for me. So now I'm having doubts.
Okay, so you're not standing firm in your faith. It's not really destroying your life,
No, it's
but
not.
you're looking and you're thinking. You're going to go through a grief process when you look at the lies, because that's what it is. A construct essentially is a lie. But I always say forgive the other people that are still in it. If you didn't know, what makes you think they do?
Also, let me just say that learning isn't easy, right? It's
No, it's
it's
not.
it's not it's not the easy path. It's the harder path is actually having to learn where we came from, right? It's not God offers an easy path, right? Like, hey, you wonder where you came from? God. You wonder where you're going? God. You wonder what happens when you unalive? God. You know what I mean?
Babe, I just became a live. I'm in here, so.
So
Oh, so cute.
I apologize. So all that stuff is super easy, but when it's time to learn, where did we come from? That's a hard answer.
Sure
Where are
is.
we going? Well, most likely you're going into the ground when you unalive, and that's it. What are we here for? That's something you have to figure out for yourself. There's no easy answer this way, but at least there's the knowledge that you're not being duped and that you're facing reality head on instead of putting it,
Somebody
into
else's
your
brain.
imagination to be happy.
Gotcha.
I think it's also worth. Well, can I fluff? Can I say like two things to only me really quick? Is that okay? Okay. So the only thing, so I'm reading the Old Testament right now, right? And this is my first time reading the Bible all the way through, cover to cover, word for word, so on and so forth, right? And what I've noticed is while the New Testament, quote unquote, is a lot shorter than the Old Testament, it's mainly for two reasons. The Old Testament is ridiculously repetitive. Like it will say the same sentence 4 times in a row. It's ridiculous. And then there's another thing about it where it has a lot of like lineages, and it says the son of Hebity Skibidi is the son of Gippity Bop Bop, and then which is the son of blah 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 blah. And it keeps going like that for like 5 lines. That's why it's so long.
Gotcha.
And gonna be honest with you, you can skip most of it. You can read like the first sentence and skip the next like 4 or 5.
So my only problem here is, or my only doubt or my fear is, I've been growing up. I've been told that God is the one that created this heaven and all of that. So whatever that happens in this world, He decides it. He makes it happen, and He makes those choices and all of that. But then you sit back and you ask yourself, so if it's all good, He's a good God, and why would He? So
Wait, that's the question you ask yourself? Not when. Fucking bet, show me. Never?
yeah,
Never.
no,
Like,
yeah.
let's take 4 things down, right?
Mm.
4 massive things. Huge flood nobody fucking knows about. You gotta read about it in a goddamn book. But not a history book. Let's put that to the side. Then you got this massive sea splitting. You can only find that in that book, but nowhere else. Right? And you got like thousands of slaves with gold leaving Egypt. Egypt didn't know about that shit. Let's put that to the side. Best one ever. Dude comes down from the sky, performs a whole bunch of miracles, walks on water, rides a donkey, and then literally takes the entirety of the world's sins into his itty bitty little body with them beautifully itty bitty body, right? And his death frees everybody from
Everybody.
laws that they still have to keep following.
Wow. Okay. You gave me. You gave
And
me.
Fluff, let me add to that last one, by the way. Apparently, also, all the unalived Jewish folk suddenly became alive again. But no one else knew about this in any other writing anywhere. But the unalived suddenly were walking again, as
That's
it was
right. There
mentioned in the
what
book.
actually there were 2 zombie apocalypses, and apparently
Yeah, like these.
it's fiction now, but it used to happen. There were zombies back then. I don't get it.
Gotcha.
Right? This is the active.
Thank you. Yeah.
Why does no one else?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think I'm gonna go ahead. You've given me enough information to 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 work through. So
We can
I appreciate
honestly
you.
we can honestly also start in Genesis 7 where God himself says that he grieves his own creation.
Nah, just
Mm.
start in Genesis 1. It's a hell of a ride because the first sentence is going to make you go, well, what the fuck was happening before then?
Yeah.
Nobody ever tells you, by the way. Nobody ever tells you. It
That's a
stays a
good
mystery.
question. That's a good
Reset the
question.
GG. I'm gonna go down to the comment slide. Boot me. Put me down.
All
Well,
right, there,
well,
Calico.
thank you so much for your time. Good next. Thank you for chipping in. I appreciate your time.
See you in a bit, and let us know if you have any more questions. Sonia. I don't know if you know you're up on. Well, I think you know you're with me. Let me send you an invite to unmute.
Hello.
Hey, Sonia. How old are you for display
Hi.
purposes? Hi.
I am 51.
Okay. Are you a believer?
I am.
Okay. Why do you worship a powerless God? Oh, let me get the question properly set up.
Okay.
All right. So here
I
we
have
go.
a question. I know you have the question, but I have a question real quick. I
Not
do
yet.
believe in God.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I'm not taking questions first. I'm asking questions first. Let's get the actual thing that I want to do out of the way. And if we have a moment, I'll go ahead and take the question and then keep moving on. But you a believer in a God. Why do you worship a powerless God that can't do anything about the image behind me?
I believe he could do something about that image.
He can?
And yeah.
Okay. So what is the issue? If he can do something, is it that he won't?
I'm guessing. I don't know that answer yet. I honestly don't.
Are you able to answer according to the Bible?
That's just it. My belief in God was not because I read the book or because I was raised Christian. It was due to a circumstance, an experience.
Well, that's still going to be based on a level of previous indoctrination, then, isn't it? So, if you don't have scriptural knowledge, how do you know it was actually God? It could be anything telling you it's anything.
You're right. But
so now
okay.
You don't know if it's anything that you want to be, and shit, you don't know if you let something into your body now and it's actually poisoning your system, destroying your relationships, making you miserable. making it hard for you to live a really good, steady, healthy life. And you're struggling and trying your best to be a good person, but you're not really getting the benefits that that Holy Ghost actually guaranteed. I wonder why. You should try to read your book, Sonia.
I have been the last couple of weeks and trying to understand it. So, like, I'm searching. I've watched a lot of different people on TikTok talk about God, but if it's an experience, it's so hard to deny. And what else? My
No, an
thing is, what else?
experience would be hard for you to deny. It wouldn't
That's what I'm saying.
necessarily be hard for a medical professional to deny or a psychologist to analyze and get some real answers out, especially if they know how to ask the right questions. Many times I hear people
Yeah.
talk to me about miracles, and it's only a miracle because the person lacks the knowledge of what really happened. Are you
Oh, it wasn't a
different?
miracle. It scared the hell out of me. So, I mean,
Fear
no, it
doesn't
was.
necessarily mean you're looking at things with a clear and rational eye. It doesn't.
You could be right. I basically kind of answered my question without me ever asking. I know for a fact that because it's been 30 years since this experience, and I've been kind of rationalize it. I've been to psychiatrists. I've been to several people
Um,
about this.
Wait, Sonia, one second, Sonia. Fluff, I don't think everyone in the chat can see the 25 plus sign on the prompt.
Huh?
There we go. Okay. Hey, chat, is that better? Put a yes in the chat. Continue, Sonia.
What was that? No.
Okay, so before you do something I really don't like done, the image behind me is body bags. It's war
Mm-hmm.
torn, and this is the work of a God's people enacting their God's laws on their own kind.
Mm-hmm.
Your personal experience is not going to bring back the child that's about to die in 5 minutes.
No.
No. So it's either it's a powerless God or a powerful God. Is your powerful God that you experienced, have you seen it actually manifest anything worth noting for someone other than you?
That's
It's not a loaded question, it really is. Can you give me something about your God that isn't centered on you getting something out of the cosmic ATM machine?
no.
No.
No, I mean, okay. I've lost baby. I've lost my mom. I've lost my dad. I've had a lot of loss in my life, and I've
Okay, so you're
questioned that
human.
same God.
So you're human.
Yeah.
All right. Now, has your God come outside of your head, your feelings, and been been a benefit to other people? And somebody can come up and say, "No, Sonia's God, that ass showed the fuck up for me."
Um. Um. Mm, I don't know yet. That's the question. I don't know.
So
I'm
until you
learning
have that
about the God
answer,
that I've experienced.
right? Until you have that answer, let's just go with no, because nobody is actually coming
Okay.
forth on your behalf. Neither is your God to actually validate
Okay.
that it's real. The only thing that I have is a person that keeps telling me personal things. I will not have an emotion that your personal things will move. I don't have the room for your emotional moments when I'm literally sitting in front of a backdrop of body bags. They're
Mm-hmm.
dead. You still have a day to process your grief and get over it. They don't have a promise of tomorrow. Believers need to understand something. The one thing that you have is vertical morality and eyes and glasses and lenses only for self-pleasure. When I ask you to think about other people, one of the first things that you do is let me know that you've lost and you grieve and you have human emotions, while ignoring the dead.
I was relating with the dead.
How? They're dead.
Well, because I know what...
You're talking about your godly reward, and they're dead for your God's glory.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand that. It's a relation.
It looks like your God can't or won't. Is it that your God won't do anything to stop the wars in his name?
I think he will. I don't think he has.
That's 2,000 years so far. I'm gonna let you know I wouldn't wait for a man that long. I'll have a little bit more self-respect than that. Especially I wouldn't sit there and watch the bodies drop left and right and still wait for that fucking man to show me an iota of approval. Fuck his approval. Honestly, I'd have to give up my morality just to suck his nuts, please.
Well, I feel like I'm still learning, and I'm not there yet. I just honestly, how can I say this? I have read scary parts of that Bible. I mean, I have no fear, but I love people that may not believe, like my family, you know, like I do. And that's what, it's not necessarily my own fear, but a fear of the love I have for my family.
Yeah, me too. That's the reason why when I saw 1 Corinthians 7:36, there's no way I can let a grown man fuck my little girl. So there was no way I was going to actually raise her in that faith. I would never allow her to think that she was actually just property and a fleshlight to a man just because some strange, weird god that some colonizers and slavers wanted to give my people said they had to take. I mean, shit, the fucking barrel of the gun is not really in between my eyes right now. I don't actually have to take it just to save my life. Now, do I? That's the only reason why black people were Christians in the first place. It was to save their lives during slavery. Otherwise, if we had been left the fuck alone, we wouldn't be on this fucking continent, and I think it would actually be looking a lot worse considering that we actually built this nation. Or otherwise, what was the slave work for? But that was scripturally accurate, so God allowed them to take slaves. I guess it's okay. God's all love, right?
I don't know. I don't know that much about slaves. I mean,
it's okay. When you read your book, you'll find out that Jesus owned slaves. No worries.
I know. I the thing I struggle with the most, and I'm still searching, is my family. I have 4 kids, aging from 31 to 21, and I didn't teach them about God.
They're adults.
Yeah.
So I think it's too late to play spiritual guide mommy. Leave them out of it.
Well, I didn't teach them, and I know in that book, what does it say? You need to. But I didn't believe,
Well, you missed your opportunity. And thank God you did. Imagine teaching children that.
I don't know. I'm gonna I'm going to get off here because I really don't know the Bible or scripture to hold up. And I'm kind of searching, I guess you can say. But you answered my question. You did. Without even realizing you did. And I thank you for your time. Okay?
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, guys, I am going to be shutting down. I have reached my limit. My exhaustion is beyond exhausted. That's a lot of bodies I watch people crawl over to talk to me about the love of God. It's a lot of people that didn't know their scripture. It's a lot of scripture that people don't know. That is a lot. I still, non-atheist, now had to look at Sirah, and I'm like, come on! Because every argument that I have is strengthened by another book of this Bible against the Bible. It doesn't seem to register. We are using the book in its totality, and they don't want to read it or look at it. I didn't want to. I don't want to waste. That's the reason why I don't want to teach anymore. I don't want to teach it. I don't want to teach it. They don't care. They don't read it. Just washes over. Yeah. I come through this every couple of months. You notice? I'm exhausted from it. I'm picking the topics, and it's bothering me. It's actually driving me nuts. They won't pick up this book. They'll fight from positions of authority, but they don't care who they have to climb over or step on to tell you, I believe. Whoa. Fucking whoa. And then I get called a narcissist, and I call my therapist, and I'm like, am I a narcissist? But essentially, it really does come down to, no, Grandpa, I think they just want cruelty. Because if you think about it, if I were to cry about, I mean, I do this topic on a regular. I'm, me and ChatGPT did a good job. But if you think about it, the responses are cruel, aren't they? They're devoid of. It's not humanity. It's void of. What's the word I'm looking for? It's void of something. It's not the usual words. There's a particular. Where the fuck is Forrest when you need him? No. It's not empathy. It's not humanity. It's void of. They're incapable of remorse. They're void of. I don't know. Maybe it is awareness. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it and I can see it. Like I know what it looks like, but I can't. Yes, like they're lacking a conscience. Not even awareness. Like the little guys on your shoulder, they don't have them. Right, they're incapable of true contrition. because that would require something to be in place. And it's not there. No, I don't think it's guilt. Because they like their guilt. They like their shame. They like their pity. They love their persecution, but they're devoid of something. And I don't know what the word is.
Hey, Fluff, I apologize, by the way. That was me that invited Carlos up.
Hey, hola. Carlos, how old are you for hi? How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Whoa. Sorry, what was the question?
I was just checking you for the age.
Oh, I'm 23. I didn't read the 25 plus. I'm sorry
Did
about
you
that.
request up?
No, like I said, that was my fault. And then the song that played in the background just suddenly said ass to mouth, and I blocked it.
I thought it said Last Survivor.
Well, I have a missing eardrum, so it's potential it said that, but I heard ass to mouth.
No, I don't think they're devoid of a soul. Everyone has a soul. Whether their soul is of a particular kind of nature or not, I couldn't tell. Some of the sexiest motherfuckers are completely fucking evil. I don't know what happened. It's like, it just don't move. But you're really pretty. Just fuck. I knew it. Evil. And that's when you find out that, like, wow, this is a really cute guy, and then he's getting hauled off to prison. And you're like, fuck.
Lacking of accountability is another one. I agree there, right? Because they do something and then they hand it to God and call it a day.
Tigger King. Yeah, you can see it. I'm sorry, guys. I went 2 hours longer. It is self-centered, but there's something else. They'll look at you with this look on their face. I don't know what that is.
Oh, and just watch in anticipation of
What
the
is
event.
that? What is that? No, it's hungry. Hyena hungry. That's what it is. You know what I mean? It's hyena hungry. But you do a thing, and at the moment that normal, sadistic, it is a sadistic thing. There's an enjoyment in praying, but when you hold the mirror up, the laughter stays, something else hits. And that's what I'm talking about. They hate you at that moment. Something is, I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out one fucking day. I don't know what it is, but it's an emptiness of something. I don't know what it is. But it's
I think
terrifying. It's nightmare making.
It's integrity, because in order to have any type of self-awareness, honesty, like, what is it, awareness of others, sense of like any type of those basic principles, they all stem from a sense of integrity. And if you don't have a sense of integrity, you don't have those things.
It's a couple of things it's missing, and it bothers me because it's not natural. It's
There's a lot of
supposed to
things missing, to be
be
honest.
there, but it's almost like you cannot reason with it. It doesn't understand.
Contrition, where they have to constantly like say the contrary to what you're saying just to be a D-dick douchebag.
No, I encounter where it's not there at all. Sometimes that's why, like you'll see real just snaps, and so will grandpa, and so will, it's not there. Like, I keep pushing, like, nah, come on, it's in there, come on, give it, it's not there. It really
Yeah, that's
isn't
me
fucking
in this
there.
sense as
It's not
well.
there.
I
No,
can't.
yeah. Because in Christianity, they literally teach you to not think. Like, there was a good year whenever I left the Amish and stuff like that, where I genuinely had to learn how to think.
Well, Fluff, it's
Okay,
like
I
my
get
told
that.
you my it's like what my grandmother says, right? And my mother, logic and reason are the enemy of God. And they
And
are.
that you get your information by osmosis.
Yep. Yep.
There it is. That's
They,
the
they
full picture.
yeah, it's the enemy of God because when you start using your logic and reason, God stops making as much sense.
I love
And
that part.
instead,
Can get it by osmosis. What the fuck is that?
well, she didn't understand what osmosis meant, so that's why she said it. Yeah, she basically only understood that it was a sciencey sounding word and called it a day, but she has no idea what she was saying. And I don't have. It's not that I don't have the heart; it's I don't have the crayons to explain it to them.
Tigger King, what's up? What you got? What's up? Talk to me. What's up?
He said he's got 3 minutes. He
You got 3 minutes.
promises.
What's up?
Yeah, I promise. I promise 3 minutes. I'm 40. Just let TikTok know. All right. As an indigenous man, and gone to school for psychology and have broken down Christianity, and have actually diverted people from that to save their children and women. Um, they're narcissists, like you said. It's the easy way to put it. I know what you're trying to find that empty thing. It's to me they're all narcissists. It's a narcissist religion.
No, because
It just point
narcissism can't be cured. They can.
can't be sorry can't be what.
Cured. They can. No, like I won't
Okay,
have the
you got a
magic
point.
formula that's gonna help everybody deconstruct. I'm not gonna make it through many people, right?
Right,
Some
you're right.
people have a method. I'm still kind of like winging it, like my eyeliner. But it is it, and I don't even like I wasn't part of this, right? So I have learned that Mama Bash. Thank you. I've learned that a lot of people and I want to give Mama Bash a raid, so don't let her end. Um, a lot of people believe um, that you can't help people. You're not helping people. You're making them think. What cures a non-thinking mind is thinking. A narcissist is the other side of a coin. An empath and a narcissist are both made by trauma.
True. And who do Christianity target? Ones that are weak. No, I don't mean saying that you've been trauma is weak, but I'm just saying that ones that have been traumatized and by rape or abuse of any form, they prey on those.
Now, they tend to be stronger human beings in the long run. It's the ones that don't know what a predator looks like that is easy prey. The ones that know what a predator looks like tends to know what's lacking from people. Why? Because there is a natural reaction to human beings that leave them the fuck alone. And then there is a behavior of the people that keep gravitating towards them. Most things should
Right.
happen naturally. Predatory behavior forces it.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with that, and
Now,
I'm in.
belief is forced on children.
Yes.
They are not given the option to consent to believing in shit without evidence. They are forced to accept it without evidence, and their whys get punished. Their questions get punished. It's a cult. And it
Mm-hmm.
kills. It's a cult that kills. And
Correct.
mostly the ones that it kills the most are children and women. So that is
Well, because
that's the biggest thing that I have a problem with. It's
right,
not
because
just
it's
a void. They're not narcissists. They're not. They're literally born into enslavement to serve a particular agenda. And it's normal to them. They drink poison water every day. So when you keep trying to give them clean, filtered mineral water, they keep spitting it out. The taste is unfamiliar. That's what I mean. Not narcissism. Because not all children of the church get trauma. I was raised by by Christians. I didn't suffer church trauma. There was that one church van accident, but he hit a pole. That's not necessarily church trauma. That's literally James not backing up right. I got home safe,
right.
you know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe he should have stopped driving a church van by that point. But I did get home safe. My knees took a beating. But you understand what I mean? Like that's the most traumatic thing that ever happened in relationship. Well, that's not okay. And then there was that time that Gail actually did my hair too tight, and you can actually see it, like my little scalp was crinkly. Okay, that was pretty fucking traumatic. But other than that, God didn't beat me up, and I didn't ask God for shit. So whether or not He was answering my prayers or not, couldn't tell you. Didn't ask Him.
Right. No,
I
that
don't
makes
have
sense. You
that
know.
relatable concept. And the God is still fucking evil. And the people are still devoid. Because it was never normal to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just creepy.
Right. Right. You know. I guess that's why, like, I can only really speak on my belief system as an indigenous man.
Which is what?
You know, I'm my belief is that we have a creator, yes, but we aren't forced into believing in them. Your choices if you want to follow that path.
What
Um,
indigenous culture is it? Because it
uh,
sounds
I'm
strange.
I'm Ogallala Lakota.
Oh, that is path specific. Otherwise, you would just live your way of your people. Unless you were chosen to live a particular path based on particular circumstance. Lakota. Yeah, that's Coyotes people, isn't it?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with believing in them or even worshiping them. There's no need to. The balance already
Right.
exists. He is the
Right.
balance between death and chaos, and therefore he's also the creator of human life. Yeah, no, there's no reason
Correct.
for it.
Right. Correct. You know, and that's why I understand it more and I see less trauma in it. You know, I'm not saying that everybody should.
What do you mean there's less fucking trauma? The stories are still fucking disturbing.
No. I'm saying like less trauma, as in meaning like how am I trying to put it? Okay, less trauma in meaning like there's no
No, there's no real
women and children are to be
punishment.
saved.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You're not gonna go to hell if you're not believing in me.
As a matter of fact, you're not supposed to mention the dead, or else you incur bad juju. Leave people the fuck alone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem is your gods, such as they are, um, would not actually enact it. It's their bodies on the ground. They're people. So this is still
Right.
the path of the Abrahamic God. right? That's the reason why this one looks a little like Rip Torn and the last one looked like George Carlin. Um, because they're just the actors behind the real machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the big face, and the wizard behind the screen is the church.
Correct. Correct. You know, and
What's up, Grandpa?
it's
Why are you like what? Grandpa, like, why are you like what, Grandpa? Grandpa, talk to me. Why are you like what?
What happened? What happened?
Did you have a mouthful of ice cream?
No, I had Pringles. Now it's a honey bun.
but like I said, I was only going to take 3 minutes of your time.
No, it's all right.
So, but
You could take three more. It wasn't that serious. It's just a simple question, but yeah, like I say I'm a child of two continents, right? I know
hmm
I am part of the transatlantic slave trade, but I also know that we're Gullah from North Carolina. Not originally from North Carolina, but Gullah. We migrated to to South. Sorry, we migrated to South Carolina from Virginia. Um, there are. So I know that I'm Northern Native, East Coast, and still Africa. I also know that it doesn't matter if my grandfather came from Jamaica. I'm still African, right? It's kind of like a one stop, and then he hopped over. So I don't know if that counts. I think that makes me Jamaican. You know, but the thing is, um, even the indigenous people weren't indigenous to the Americas. They were indigenous to Eurasia, and even those people weren't necessarily fully indigenous to that area. They were also indigenous to other parts of the world. We come from many mixtures of human. So when people try to claim this land is our land, 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 it's nobody's, it's everybody's. So, you're sure we know that our people have these migratory stories, but we're still all one people, and it's still all one migration story. So, I try not to do separate narratives because your coyote um, is still old man Jackal. Didn't really go very far. Us earthly things have earthly concepts. The belief system isn't different from one continent to the next. It's just based on the animals that we have. You don't have zebras in the Americas, right? So you wouldn't have stories about them. But you don't have river otters, I think, in Zimbabwe. So you're not going to have stories about them either. Everybody has a story about a spider. Ever know that shit? Everybody talks about a spider. But the Irish don't
yeah.
have stories about snakes. They didn't have them.
hmm
See what I mean?
Right.
But did they have a great half human, half animal thing that created them too? Yeah, you damn right they did. So it's always been the same. It was always something that was able to be woven in together through our histories and our understandings. It's just the archetype of the human condition. And the stories get more and more fantastical. They're supposed to get more and more fantastical so the children don't fucking believe them. They just get the concept of where we came from and how we saw ourselves. And somewhere along the way, somebody decided to turn it into a weapon, and it has been dropping bodies ever since.
Right. Makes sense.
It shouldn't, though.
Yeah, I know it shouldn't, you know, but like it's unfortunately the reality. You know, it's unfortunately the reality. You know that is nowadays. You know, and I mean, I guess that's why my parents never withheld the the gruesome history. You know, and everything like that, so that I knew and understood it. And then when I was in school, they would teach all the great things, and the way that they teach how everything was so perfect and whatnot in their La La Land. I knew the truth, so I could really see how corrupt
I am
they were
ending
trying
sober
to
mind.
put people.
I'm getting ready to send Mama Bash a raid. I know, and you can see it. I stayed up like 2.5 hours longer than I was gonna. But if the conversations are relaxed and chill enough, I'll stay. Um, no, Elijah never came back. They're still waiting. Is everybody's RSVP'd for his party? Um, but yeah, native beliefs are fun. But I'm gonna tell you anything that old that you don't want to lose. Yes, should be written down, or maybe you should have some traditions. But the fact that a religion can walk in and say you can't have that at all is one of the more suppressive methods, because it kind of feels cool to know your own history, know about your people. It gives you
Hmm.
pride. Now, if you didn't have your people, what pride do you have? Whatever pride they give you.
Right, right. True.
Yeah, it's painful. But I am going to rest my sleepy head.
All right, you do. I don't like. I don't want. When I say you do that, I'm not saying giving you permission or anything. I know you don't need it, but as a form of respect, you do that, and you have a great night. And it was a pleasure speaking with you.
You too. You have a good one.
You too.
Okay. I was literally the alarm in the brain that goes off for men. Like, dude, you shouldn't have said that. Nope, bad answer, bad answer. Abort, abort. She's gonna. Fuck. All right. Oh fuck, real. Do you still want me to bring up the supremacy of Christ again? Because I brought it up, but and then he ran. Do we still need it?
Uh, but the answer to your prompt though is in Daniel 4:35.
Is this the kingdom that is made out of iron and stone that'll last forever, or is that Daniel 22?
Yeah, you can just read Daniel 4:35. It's a pretty short verse. The answer to your prompt. The
Daniel,
supremacy of Christ can stay. The dude is no longer here.
Daniel 4:30. All the inhabitants of the earth were counted as nothing. For fuck's sake! I blessed the
Yeah, the
Most
dude doesn't.
High and praised and honored the one who lives forever, for his sovereignty is an everlasting sovereignty, and his kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth were counted as nothing, and he does what he wills with the host of heaven and the inhabitants of the earth. There is no one who can stay his hand or say to him, "What have you done?" Well, or is like God gives you free will. No, God gave himself free will. Well, wait a second. If Nebuchadnezzar was literally praising God, I wasn't mad at him. I can't. I can't think about it. I can't. I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole. Not only is
No,
Nebuchadnezzar something, I'm gonna say Nebuchadnezzar's blind. Look.
no, he's not blind. He was an animal though. Maybe the talking snake or talking donkey. The dude was living as an animal 7 different times.
before he came to his senses, right? And then it's like, oh
Nebuchadnezzar's a
yeah,
fucking goat. He's a goat. Oh my god, what if that's what Belshazzar named his general? And most of the story is about taking down a horse.
I don't know. It's a possibility.
No, I'm still fighting you guys on Adam is blind. Even Rabbi Hannah's like, I don't know. Got 3 different sites here. And then remember, like Sweet Happy Jesus said, he's going to note every time someone has a malady. But that would assume that Adam had a malady and wasn't just made that way. Oh? Hey. He's legally blind.
On one condition.
You can't have my dog.
No.
What?
The condition is that it's not that Eve didn't, see the tree before. It's just that the snake had a bigger snake.
I have a strange feeling that the tree told the snake to go get somebody to come over and eat her. And I don't mean that kinky. I believe that the tree told the snake to go get them and bring them to her. I think the tree did it.
I'm not sure who's that comment is for, Father Mark. Is that for Fluff? Or is that for me? Or for someone else?
Oh, Father Mark, come up here. Fight me. Father Mark. Adam
Hi,
is...
Fluff.
Hi. Adam's blind.
Stop it.
Adam's blind? How so?
Archbishop. I got...
Archbishop's going to say, what book did you read?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
No, I didn't. You didn't call me.
Oh, fuck, I forgot to call you. I'm going to call you right now. I'm going to get off of this and I'm going to call you right now.
I'm going to have to say hello first. Come on now.
Oh, all right, well, say hello. I'm going to call you right now because I have the memory of a fucking goldfish.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Like, seriously, don't
we
ask
all?
him to relay messages. Don't ask him to relay messages.
No?
So, Fluff,
Archbishop,
why won't you...
No, sit down first.
Huh?
Why won't you do anything about it?
Why won't I do what about
Yeah,
what?
your prompt says I won't do anything about that.
No,
so why
the
won't
prompt is, why do you worship a powerless God that won't do anything about that? Look at it. The God's saying, I won't do anything about that while he's eating some grapes. That's
Oh,
not
I
doing
thought
anything.
you... I thought you were saying you wouldn't do anything about it.
Ooh, Father Mark. Adam's blind. Adam's legally blind. Adam hasn't seen anything. Go ahead and show me where Adam looks at stuff. You can't find it.
Wait, what?
Adam is blind.
And how did we come to this conclusion?
Because Eve does all of the seeing and the thinking and the moving. And Adam does not. Adam doesn't till the ground. Adam doesn't go to the animals. Adam doesn't do anything. The only time we really see Adam say anything when he says, this at last is flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. We also don't even see him looking at her, but some people want to argue we can assume that he saw her. It doesn't necessarily mean that he sees anything else. But Eve is his other half. It might be a different kind of connection. However, Eve gives Adam fruit. Then the eyes of both are open. God says, where are you, dude? Adam's like, yo, I heard you, so I went hiding. Because I was naked. And God's like, wait, who told you you were naked? yo, you eat that fruit? The woman you gave me, she gave it to me. And then I had some. Why'd you do that? Because the snake told me to get some fruit. So I did. The fuck? Now, do you understand? It's not that Adam's dumb. Adam is blind.
Okay, but that actually kind of makes sense. Because in chapter 2, verse 18, God says, I'm going to make him a helper.
A strong one, too. Yeah, a helper. Why does he need a helper? What's wrong with him?
No, no. Father Mark, please. You gone to verse 18. What about verse 9 in chapter 2? I can't let you just go over and Fluff's side. No.
Wait, I don't. How do we even. So, how is Adam being blind pertinent to the creation story?
Oh, what is
It's
Eve
not. We
then?
could just umbrella or a pair of glasses.
When God takes Eve out of Adam, it can actually be assumed that God actually took the only spark of real thought out of Adam. And therefore, that is the key player in Genesis, not Adam himself, but the strong support who is Adam's keeper.
Okay, but then my question would be, to which version of Genesis are you referring to?
Yes, because in Genesis 1, we have all of humankind made, animals and plants and all that good stuff. It's all good. Then Genesis 2, we have a garden, and inside this garden, another creation takes place. A man is made, placed inside the garden. Inside the garden, plants and all that other good stuff, plus animals are made. No animal is given the commandment to not eat of the fruit, and the trees are pleasing, all the trees are pleasing to the eye. In the center is the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, Eve says the tree that's in the middle of the garden, signifying that that's where that one is. But God places the tree of knowledge and the tree of life in the center, meaning that both could be the same tree or one side of the other. In Genesis 3, something significant happens. We see that Eve finds the tree a delight to the eyes, which means she hadn't seen it before. But Eve does see it. Adam and God tell Eve not to touch the tree. But Eve sees it for the very first time, standing next to Adam. She gets the fruit, gives it to her husband who is with her, and then the eyes of both are open. Her eyes are already open. I think his eyes were never opened, because the only time we ever see anyone seeing is Eve. Puts a different spin on then the eyes of both were open.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take a step back and actually go into that. That's interesting.
Okay. I guess you never thought about if Adam can see. He also might be clinically deaf.
Sounds like Adam's got a lot of issues.
He's got a condition.
He's got a few of them. See, and I only came up here to say hello because I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, do you regret it? I'm so sorry. I'm running on Adam is blind now for how long? And then I fought 3 atheists over it. And Pastor Catherine came up. She's a Christian minister. She came up and sided with me.
It's
and now
bad
here.
when the clergy side with you.
It's bad when the clergy starts siding with me.
That's how you know something's really really going downhill.
Okay. Now I got Sweet Happy Jesus left. Grandpa's gone completely silent. And Real is unmuted but not saying anything. I'm trying to figure out if I'm in trouble yet.
Well, you foiled my plans because I misunderstood the prompt, and I thought you were saying that you weren't going to do anything about it. So I was going to come up here and threaten your plans. But I can't now because that's not what the prompt is actually saying.
And the last time you threatened my plans, I got Japanese beetles. Stop that.
See? And how are you not a Christian yet?
Because you don't threaten me with Japanese beetles and expect me to become a Christian. Fight me. Your Adam is blind.
That doesn't mean I'm blind. Although I am wearing glasses and my vision is getting worse. So maybe we'll be there in a couple of years.
So
Did you pray about it?
No. Sometimes
See,
God
that's
expects
the
us to
issue.
for
Why are you not an
ourselves.
atheist? Why are you not an atheist?
Because I don't want to be.
But look, God ain't helping. He's not working in your favor. Look, your eyes should be fixed. I can help everybody else's eyes, but he can't help you. Come on now, let's make it make sense. Come on now.
He did. They're called glasses.
That was a good one. That was good.
Where did my Archbishop go? Oh, he went to go answer the damn phone. God damn it.
You know, for someone who does not like it when people call him, he answers the phone for everybody. It kills me. Because I'd tell him, well, if you don't want to talk to them, don't answer the phone. And then he'd still answer it, and then he'd gripe to me about it later.
I'm the same way. I'm like, I don't want to answer this phone call. Give me 1 second. I actually say I don't want to answer, and I answer it anyway. Normally it's my mom.
You'd be so proud of me. I went back into medicine, and it's making my life a living hell. But
I
I
was
love it.
proud of you when you told me you went in and it started to kick your ass. I remember. I was here when you told me. I got that news. I didn't forget. That's why I understand that you, I'll see you pass through every once in a while, but I take it that you're basically listening while you work.
Yeah, that's usually on my lunch break when I have nothing better to do.
Yeah. I notice everybody passing in and out. I am done. I'm out. I'm done. It's because I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping in the middle of the night. So I'm up like 3 o'clock in the morning. So at 8 o'clock, I'm like, I can't take it anymore. I've only been live for 8 hours. Well, almost 9. It's not my longest lives. It's like my normal time. But Grandpa, how'd you deal with that? How you feeling, Grandpa?
I'm on my second honey bun.
And Adam is legally blind.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like I'm not going to sleep tonight now because of that.
Huh?
Now I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight now that you've told me that.
That Adam's legally blind?
Yeah, because
Wait
now
until
my
you find out that Jesus is the holy half dead.
Well, we knew that. He
Yeah, but
rises
if
from
you
the
ever
dead.
see the movie Chronicles of Riddick, or Riddick, you'll realize that's a necromonger. And he
Well, I
is talking about Underverse coming. Dude, really?
No, I haven't.
You gotta watch that. Necromonger Jesus. That's exactly what it is. He's a Lich King. He's a Lich King. He's a Lich King.
Now I'm gonna have to go watch this movie. Now you've given me more assignments and
Yeah, it
homework.
has Vin Diesel. You're gonna want to watch all 3. It's the only thing that he's really good in. Start with Pitch Black and work your way along. Yeah. Necromonger. That's Jesus. Jesus is a necromonger.
I have a lot of work to do, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess the Romans are the Furian.
What are the Furians? Who are the Furians? If Jesus is a necromonger, no. Who are the Furians?
The Romans.
No, the Native Americans. Native
Luckily,
Americans are
I'm only
Furians.
scheduled to work 3 days this week, so
Only 3?
I'll have to. Yeah,
I'm
only
I'm up
3.
tomorrow at 9. It's Monday, Tuesday at 9 because I want to make sure I do the last. My live day is Tuesday, and I wanted to make sure that I started the the collab um, prep for Friday. I'll be coming back
What's going on?
Thursday. Oh, I'm locking the church doors and the Christians.
As long as I'm already outside, then feel free. I'll hand you the keys. Lock them in there.
Basically, we're all going to pick one topic, and we're all going to have one image. And that's the only topic the Christians get to have with us.
You do realize it's going to make them scream. They don't like it when you guys corner us.
Yes, I know.
I don't mind it so much. It doesn't bother
Right.
me.
It's not like we're going to eat you. We're just really aggressive sweet people. But they don't
usually
know that.
Well, from what I've seen, it's usually the clergy that really don't have as much of an issue. It's usually the lay people.
Because who's normally the person that has to keep them from losing their shit when they get afraid?
That would be us.
And now,
It's
where
funny.
I'm about to create mass hysteria.
It's funny because I've seen a lot of clergy up here, and they're like, "Nah, go ahead, you do what you will with them."
Yeah. Archbishop's like, oh, I can't take him. No. And I'm like, what? See, look what happens. You guys, now you leave them to us. Great.
We're
So
like,
now
"No,
we have to fix it.
We'll let the atheists deal with it."
You're like, okay, we'll help you with some things. No,
Granted,
it doesn't say that in the book.
Granted, he has spent 43 years doing this, so I'd be pretty exhausted at that point too.
I'm exhausted, and I've been doing it less than a year. I salute all of you. But, I have, like, a really deep, like, fucking appreciation for the ones that went through it, were in this, their lives were devoted to it, they came out, turned around, and decided they owed something to these communities. I love that. That is my favorite part. They inspire. And it forces people to, they inspire, right? And that's my favorite bit. Because it's the ones that get out, turn around, and go right back into the burning house. Those are my favorite people. Because they don't know how to leave without making sure everybody else can get out. And I like people like that. So even when
Not so fun. Not so fun for us. Because sometimes when we return to that burning building, you have some of them is like, let me burn. I don't want to come with you. Let me burn. And you don't want to leave them. And, it gets frustrating because you're getting burned too at this point. And sometimes you have to be like, hey, fuck it.
It's not
If you
real
want to burn,
fire.
just burn.
It's not real fire.
It still have the same effect.
No, it doesn't. When the conversation's over, you don't have blisters. It's not real
No, I'm
fire.
talking about we're having the conversation.
It's not a real fire. It's not.
Sure
It's not a
do
real
feels
fire.
that way.
It does, but it's not real. You're literally just right now. How do I put it? I'm kind of like in the cuck chair, right? I'm setting the scenario, and then everyone's playing their part, and then every once in a while I'll throw something in there. But for the most part, yeah, I'm sitting in the cuck chair as a DM, right? but it's not a game. It's it's a checking of life. Actually, it's not a game at all. Um, yeah, like I had to I had to adjust the way somebody spoke to me about something because it came at me quite powerfully because they believed that their job and their hard work allowed them to step over into an unwelcome territory and decide to teach me how to do a thing I'm very comfortable with and I'm good at. Um, Especially considering I don't even take their approach. Right. That is something that I realize I have to constantly bob and weave against. Because when you're dealing with multiple philosophies and multiple theologies and multiple personalities, when you're dealing with people that are deconstructing, you have to get out of the way because they're still deconstructing. Um, there are other things that I had to deconstruct. Mostly, I didn't have to deconstruct from the faith that made me self hate, kind hate, family hate, gossip, judge, create problems for, and lack accountability for. I don't have to work on those. I don't have a competitive nature, right? And I don't need to take something from someone else. I like to give to people. So there is still an aspect within deconstruction, which is why I kind of wanted the community to stay very united so everybody kind of got that. But there is an aspect of deconstruction that even our deconstructionists have to constantly deal with every single day. And sometimes not every deconstructionist is aware of the fact that they have to deconstruct some really, really toxic traits. I was one of them.
It's true.
So, the process is simple, but it's an every damn day thing. One day at a time. And the simple task is hold yourself accountable. Who you were, you don't have to carry around like a cross, but you should see it. You should see it. And you should see it from your hypocritical, judgmental view. The same judgment that you can pass on others, you better look at that mirror and go, bitch, stop. You raised yourself the exact same way you're telling somebody's their mama raised them wrong. You raised you wrong, right? Um, you have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror, and that's the thing that I'm noticing that the believers don't do. One of the things that we start with is what is it that we know? We have to challenge ourselves. We have to challenge our way of thinking and critically think. People say you're a leader. No, I'm a wrinkle maker. Because that's the only thing that you need to do. Make the wrinkle. Get the thought. Nothing else. Right? For me. Because I am not qualified for everything else that comes after. That's why the community itself is wonderful. Because it affords us resources. Group, community, non-isolating, not conformed. We're not all unified. Not everybody is thinking the same. You're not going to find that everybody likes you, but you will find that you are still welcome inside of this community. And you can ask anybody any of these questions because we're here for that. That is not the community that believers get, but what we get is their guilt, their shame, their vitriol, and their inability to see a world without it. That's the scariest thing. What's behind me? We're so desensitized to it that it doesn't seem to bother anybody but me that nobody cares about the image. It's just an image. It's just a picture. It doesn't mean anything. These lives meant nothing. The souls meant nothing. Nothing matters. And then they talk to us and say, you're atheist. You don't believe anything. So if life has no meaning, and life has no meaning, how many dead bodies did you crawl over to tell me that a God you don't know loves me? Loves me. It doesn't love them, but it loves me. Believe that. What? Why? What the fuck? Let me shut up. I'm starting to crash out on my own damn panel, and I was about to have like a very calm goodbye message, and I'm literally crashing out.
Well, before your goodbye message, did you know that a demon is actually a lesser god that is, in most cases positive or operate with positive spirits or neutral spirits, really malevolent? Did you?
Yes, nobody realizes that everything that's above the humans is above the humans.
Yeah.
Gods, messengers, spirits,
It's
they're all the same thing.
yeah,
The
it's
spirits,
funny
by the way, are
how
other gods. You'll figure that one out in a second. They're other gods.
yeah, it's just funny how the meaning actually changed when it gets to the Hellenistic period by the church fathers and those that were actually, translating the Hebrew scriptures into the Greek Septuagint. It's just funny because in the classical Greek, I'm like, then, oh shit. And they make it seem as if demon is actually a bad thing when it's a lesser god with positive spirits that was actually guiding and helping humankind. I'm like, what
Well, the
the
Greeks
shit?
sort of
Hold on.
actually call it your conscious, your inner daemon, which is a little different. I'm not gonna make it. I don't know if you noticed, my eyes have stopped trying to open.
Yeah, you need to go get your rest. I just wanted to ask you that. I thought that was quite interesting.
My eyes
But
have
yeah,
stopped
you
trying
need
to
to
open. Go
get
ahead, tell
your
me what color my eyes are.
rest. It's the color of your eyeshadow.
Color of
That's
my
what they
eyes.
are. Yeah, the color of your eyeshadow. Because you can't keep them open.
No, I can't. What color are my eyes? Hey, Grandpa, what color are my eyes?
The same color as your eyeshadow. You
That's
need
so
to go
weird.
get your rest.
You're asking a person who's already baked right now, so I should be asking you what color are my eyes. Listen here, let me tell you something. We ain't gonna talk about that though.
No, but mahogany seems to be the color of the evening. Red and brown. All right, guys, I am going to get some sleep. I should see you tomorrow, normal time, 9 a.m. It's a rare weekend for me because I am being very aggressive for August. September, everything goes back to, I got 5 months of insanity. So I don't know how long I'm going to be, like 4 days or 5 days a week. It may be down to 2 days a week now. Coming September. So I'm still gonna go live, but I might actually really throw that third day as a gaming stream. So tomorrow at 9, I will see you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was been a wonderful live. And thanks for keeping it chill because I'm exhausted and I have a slight headache. So you guys were amazing. Thanks for your love and support. And I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to try to make it a more relaxing live because of what I'm about to do to them on Friday. So this is going to be a relaxing week for us, okay? All right, guys. And please go see Mama Bash. And it is Mama Bash. Good night, guys. And Father Mark basically moves the goalpost more towards my end.
No, he said that he will look into it. Don't start celebrating as yet.
Everybody start DMing Father Mark, throwing your bribes at him to get him to agree that Adam can see. I'll enjoy that.
It's still a non sequitur and an argument of absence. It's a logical fallacy.
Is it an argument of absence? Why don't you look at the book of Sirach? I don't think so. I think I have More of a
Don't you
sound
dare
argument.
use my.
Oh, I'm gonna
Don't
use that.
you
What? You
use the
asked me if I
chapter
saw
that
it.
I.
You asked me if I saw.
Don't
Yeah,
dare use the
yeah.
chapter that I gave
Damn
you
right I
against me.
will.
No,
What?
that's not fair.
What? It's in there.
That's
It's
not fair.
fucking
I
fair
did not
game.
give
It's
you.
public. It's public knowledge. What?
No.
You gave it to me, then asked me if I saw it. Yeah, Adam's legally blind.
I did not give you a knife to cut me with it.
Oh, well,
No.
I'm not cutting you with the knife. I'm giving you another Adam. We got a
No.
blind Adam, a deaf Adam, a rebellious Adam, and an Adam that's mad at God. Go ahead and find them.
You ain't
Mind
gonna mad
you,
at me with
chat.
all those Adams like what you did with those Marys. No.
Oh. But you found the
I'm
Marys,
not going
didn't
down
you?
that rabbit hole. Yeah, but I'm not gonna
And
search
what
for
are your
Adam.
Marys? Your Marys are an oracle. Athena, Aphrodite, Artemis, Cybele, and Sophia.
Yeah.
And
And
Lilith.
even Barbello. And even
And
Barbello.
Barbello. See, you found another one I didn't even know. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Now go find your Adams. Look at that.
Mind you, chat. Hey, chat. Mind you, she said goodbye like 30 minutes
I
ago.
said
Keep
goodbye
that in
3 hours
mind.
ago. So yeah. Alright, guys. I will see you tomorrow morning.
Catch you on the flip side.
Later.
Catch you later. Bye, guys.
Peace.